HarperCollins presents The Lost Child by Anne Troup, read by Jenny Bede. Chapter 1. It all began with the dead badger. Elaine had spotted it on the road to Hallow's End, lying stiff and cold near to the grass verge that edged the narrow lane. Ordinarily, she would have ignored it, just swerved past and put the sight out of her mind. However, faced with an oncoming tractor, she had no choice but to drive over the poor thing. As the rear wheels bumped over its now thrice-crushed corpse, she gave absolution to its lingering spirit with an apology, made insincere by the shudder of revulsion that accompanied it. Rural Devon seemed to be inordinately littered with roadkill. Driving over the badger had caused a jolt to the suspension, which in turn dislodged the lid of an urn. The three events set the contents of the urn, the ashes of Elaine's recently cremated mother, skittering across the boot in a cloud of gritty detritus. Remnants of the dead woman worked their way into every surface as the car rumbled over uneven tarmac. The tumbling, rolling motion helped to embed the very crumbs of Jean Ellis deep into shoes and coats and bags, where she could cling unseen. Even in death, Jean could cleave to the daughter she coveted. In this powdered state, she could nestle against Elaine's skin, work under her fingernails, and linger in the air that she would breathe. Jean had become an ethereal cloud which no one could escape. When the car drew to a halt, Jean settled for a moment, a dust storm in waiting. At the eye of that storm, a burdened soul smouldered. Elaine knew none of this as she negotiated the lanes, diligently following the signs to Hallow's End and looking out for the fork in the road that would lead to the cottage she had rented. Just past the village, she took the right fork as instructed on the booking confirmation, and within 100 yards saw a cottage which matched the photograph from the website. Sure enough, the sign on the gate read Meadowfoot Cottage, and Elaine knew she had found the right place. A gravelled pull-in formed the parking space, and she pulled up there. Once out of the driving seat, she stretched her stiffened limbs and walked to the back of the car. A girl had emerged from the cottage next door and was walking towards her. "Miriam says I've got to help you with your bags," she said. Elaine smiled at her and opened the boot. She was forced to watch, helpless and appalled, as a gust of wind seized the remains of her mother and delivered them into the unsuspecting face of the teenager who was waiting to her side. "What the hell was that?" the girl demanded, spitting. She wiped at her dusty skin with the sleeve of her hoodie. Elaine quickly pulled a coat over the urn, trying to ignore the grime that sugared the fabric. "I'm so sorry. I've been having some building work done. I had a bag of plaster in here, and some must have spilt." She had to think quickly. The confabulation was in lieu of the truth. She could hardly tell the girl she'd just received a face full of cremains. Mortified, she told the girl to go inside and clean herself up. She would unload her own bags. The girl scowled and sloped off towards the neighbouring cottage, unknowingly patting clouds of dead woman from her clothes. "If that had been anyone else but you, Mother, it might have had a funny side," Elaine muttered as she shook out her coat and dusted off her luggage. She wondered how appropriate it would be to sweep one's parent into a dustpan. "I should have had you buried. Even you couldn't have got out a coffin." She scooped what she could back into the green plastic urn and screwed on the lid. She groped around the boot for a bag which she could wrap around the urn to stop it disgorging its contents again. When she had finally enclosed Jean inside a Tesco's carrier, she felt a flush of guilt. "Sorry, Mum, but you never could resist embarrassing me, that poor girl. And I know you hated Tesco, but this will have to do." To her continuing shame, her muttering was interrupted by a small cough, forcing her to turn around and face a cheery-looking, apple-cheeked woman who had been standing behind her for God knows how long. "Hi," Elaine said, acutely aware of the blush that had crept across her own cheeks. The woman took a long, appraising look at both Elaine and her car. "You must be Miss Ellis. Welcome to Hallow's End. Good journey." Elaine hastily checked the open boot. "Not too bad, thanks, though the road up here is a mite bumpy." Thankfully, the remains looked more like unused cat litter than anything else. "Is the girl okay? I think I might have upset her when she came to help me unload." "You mean Brodie?" "Oh, don't mind her. She's always like that. Hasn't stopped moping since she got here." The woman bent to pick up one of the bags. Righto, follow me and I'll show you into the cottage and let you know how everything works. I'm Miriam Davies, by the way. I live next door, so any problems and I'm on the doorstep. I come in twice a week to clean and change the linen, but anything you need in the meantime, don't hesitate to ask. I look after my sister, you see. She's had a stroke, poor woman. Can't do a thing for herself, so I'm always in. And now we've got Brodie to worry about too, poor waif. Got to feel for her, really, what with her mum being poorly in the hospital. Miriam scrunched up her face as she pronounced the word hospital, making it sound like a profanity, and leaving Elaine in no doubt about which kind of hospital it was. So all in all, I've got my hands full, but nothing's too much trouble for guests. By the time Miriam had finished talking, they were inside the holiday cottage, and she was busy straightening cushions and twitching curtains, as if she hadn't already made the place spotless. "So, what brings you to Hallow's End then, Miss Ellis?" she asked, pausing her activity. Her ruddy face was expectant and smiling. Elaine took a quick glance around the room where she was to live for the next few weeks. She was looking for the clock, the source of the incessant ticking which was already grating on her. There it was, on the dresser, its face taking on the essence of a Cheshire cat. She turned her back on it. "Oh, it's Elaine, by the way. Well, I'm having some building work done at home, so need to be out of the way for a couple of weeks, and Hallow's End is where my mother was born. She died recently, so I thought I'd come and see where she grew up." She hated explaining Jean's death. It felt as though she were asking for sympathy. The anticipation of the mawkish reaction which most people heaped upon her was beginning to turn into a feeling of mild dread. She braced herself for Miriam's anticipated compassion. "I'm sorry to hear that, Elaine. That must have been very difficult for you. Still, life goes on, doesn't it?" Miriam said evenly. The matter-of-fact response was oddly refreshing. "Yes, I suppose it does. You might have known her. Her maiden name was Jean Burrows." Miriam gave the name a moment or two's thought. "No, doesn't ring a bell, and I've lived here all my life." Elaine was surprised. The village hadn't seemed exactly extensive when she had driven through, and she'd always imagined that there was an intimacy in rural communities that dictated everyone would know everyone else. But her mother had told her that the family had moved away when she was young, so perhaps it wasn't so unusual after all. "I know the family moved to Bristol a long time ago, but I'm sure there was an aunt still here. Ruby, I think." Miriam stiffened slightly. "Ruby Tyler." She stated the name with a tone of grim disapproval. The unexpected change in Miriam's efficiently cheerful persona was quite disconcerting. "I think so. I never knew her surname. She was just someone who was mentioned once or twice." It was true. Jean had never talked much about her family, or her childhood, but the never-met Aunt Ruby stood out in Elaine's memory as the lady with the cottage garden where Jean had liked to play. It was one of the few things she had been able to imagine from the snippets of information her mother was always so unwilling to share. From Miriam's reaction, it seemed that Aunt Ruby might not be the warm and cosy woman that Elaine had always pictured. "Well, I'm ever so sorry to tell you, but Ruby's been gone a long time. Must be 20 years at least now." Miriam had adopted a more conciliatory tone, as if she had consciously decided not to speak ill of the dead. "Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure I'll enjoy my stay anyway." "I'm sure you will," Miriam agreed with a degree of warmth that Elaine hadn't been expecting after the mention of Ruby. To her surprise, Miriam leaned forward and patted her on the hand. "None of us can help our family, can we?" she said. "But you seem like a nice girl. Anyway, I must get on. Esther will be wanting her tea, and God knows what Brodie's been up to since I've been gone. Well, here's your key, and don't forget I'm across the way if you need me." As the curious little woman waddled away, her floral apron flapping against her legs, Elaine was reminded of Jemima Puddle Duck and found that she was smiling at the comparison. Despite the fact that it really did have roses around the door, the cottage wasn't quite the bucolic ideal she had imagined when she'd booked. It wasn't so much how it looked. It was quaint enough, even twee in places, right down to the wood-burning stove in the ingle nook and the horse brasses over the mantel. Now that she was alone with the mismatched furniture, the chintz and the ticking clock, it all felt slightly oppressive, as if the cottage was waiting for her to do something that would bring it to life. Though the wind buffeted the windows and forced the trees outside to look as if they had to bow and pay homage, it wasn't cold enough to light a fire, so she cast around for another way to drive the shadows out. The place needed light, it needed noise, and it needed movement. She found a radio in the kitchen and tuned it to Radio 4. Voices flooded the 2 rooms and she felt herself begin to relax. Having filled the kettle and set it on the stove to boil, she was happy to discover that Miriam had been kind enough to leave milk in the fridge and tea and coffee in the cupboard. She switched on a couple of lamps, letting puddles of light the colour of orange squash illuminate the gloom. Satisfied, she hauled her bags upstairs and into the whitewashed bedroom. By the time she'd put her toiletries in the bathroom and had wedged that damned clock into a cupboard, she felt as though she'd made a dent in the moribund atmosphere. Hiding the clock had established the fact that she would mark her own time in this place. It had felt like a small act of rebellion and left Elaine feeling stupidly victorious at taking matters into her own hands. She laughed at herself for being so pathetic and settled herself onto the sofa, where she toasted Jean with a cup of tea. "Cheers, Mum. Sorry about the rough journey, but we're here now. I've brought you home." Jean lay still and quiet in the boot of the car, fortuitously unaware that she had been wrapped in a cheap plastic bag, a fact that would have offended her sensibilities no end, or that she had been returned to the last place on earth she would have chosen for her final resting place. Chapter 2. Brodie Miller shivered, a movement that seemed to rattle the very bones of her small frame. Miriam asked her if someone had walked over her grave. Brodie replied that if that was true, it felt as though they had decided to hang around and perform Act 1 of Riverdance on it. Miriam speculated that Brodie might be coming down with something and foisted a mug of honey and lemon on her, then sent her upstairs to bed with a hot water bottle just in case. Neither remedy had arrested the strange feeling that had entered her bones, but both had provided a good excuse for her to remove herself from the unnerving presence of her great Aunt Esther. Esther's unrelenting beady-eyed stares, her wrinkled, puckered lips, and that thing she did, pinching and plucking at the arm of her chair with her spindly fingers, were all driving Brodie spare. So much so that she would have faked a cold long before if she thought it would get her off the hook so easily. Being in the same room as Esther was awful. It was like being eyed up by a hungry witch. Esther had a way of stripping you bare with her eyes which bothered her no end, especially because she suspected that Esther saw things which Brodie would prefer she didn't. Smug with relief at her easy escape, she settled onto the creaking bed and peered out of the window. Her room was the only thing she'd instantly liked about Hallows Cottage. The fact that she was up in the eaves and could see the world below from the comfort of a warm bed pleased her no end. Whoever had built the place, God knows how many hundreds of years ago, had been forced to put the window near the floor to fit it in so it felt like a vantage point, somewhere she could observe unseen. Since arriving at the cottage, she had spent many hours lying there watching the windswept trees perform their strange and urgent ballet, bowing this way and that as if beckoning towards the big house beyond. Brodie had only glimpsed Hallows Court, too unsure of this place yet to want to venture further into something that already felt like a time slip. It was unsettling enough to have been foisted on these unfamiliar relatives with no warning to either party. Miriam was nice enough, Esther downright scary, but the whole Downton Abbey setup was frankly weird when you were 15 and freaked out already. Exploring Hallows Court at close quarters wasn't high on her list of priorities at that time, despite the urgency of the leafy invitation. She had to admit that the big house beyond the trees did intrigue her. It housed a family with such ancient origins that their centuries-long occupation of the land had given the place their name. Hallows End served Hallows Court and vice versa. Brodie felt quite proud that she had worked out the significance of the apostrophe in the village name. It meant that the place belonged, that it had sprung from some feudal right bestowed by an archaic ruler. It meant this place was really old and had been spawned by the presence of the Hallow family. Imagine that, owning the land and the people who lived on it. Of course, it wasn't like that anymore, but it was still weird. The idea that a place could be born from someone's name. The problem was that the whole concept made you feel like you had to be part of it, be encompassed by all the oldness and sucked into the history. Brodie had grown up on a council estate where the only things that made you belong were a lack of money and the lack of any ambition that might get you out. The concept of wanting to embrace the place you lived was entirely alien to her. The thought of how freakish it all was provoked a gobbet of anxiety, which forced her to fumble for her mobile phone and scroll down the contact list until she found her brother's name. It was necessary to send a text asking him to call her. She didn't have much credit. No one had thought to give her any money in the melee which had ensued when her mother had been taken to the hospital. The memory of that day made her shiver again. She could imagine little worse than coming home from school to find her mother lying in a sea of spilled pills, vodka, and vomit. Actually, that was a lie. What was worse was having to come home and see it again, and again, and again. She was relieved when a few minutes later the phone began to vibrate in her hand. "Tone, thanks for ringing back. I got no credit." "No problem, Squidge. What's up?" Tony asked, his voice tinny and more distant than she would have liked. It felt like he was a million miles away. "Nothing, really. Just wanted to speak to someone, you know," she said, her voice cracking as the unbearable worm of misery wriggled, causing her lip to wobble and a tear to bulge ominously at the corner of her eye. She hated herself for being so weak. "Oh, Squidge. Don't cry. I know it's crap, but it won't be for long. As soon as I can get leave, I'll come and get you, okay?" "Okay," she said, sniffing. "How are the old birds? Treating you all right?" "Yeah, they're okay. Miriam's nice, but Esther's a bit freaky. She looks at me like I'm something nasty someone brought in on their shoe. And I'm supposed to earn my keep by helping with the guests. Miriam had me lugging people's bags today, and I had to change beds and vacuum," she said in a decidedly sulky tone. Tony laughed. "Well, a bit of work won't kill you, and it'll keep you out of trouble. Don't worry about Esther, she's always been like that. Thinks hers doesn't stink as I remember, but she's relatively harmless, especially now. I can remember getting a few slapped asses when I was a kid, though. Now she's confined to a chair, you should be safe enough, but remember to wipe your feet and mind your P's and Q's. Anyway, I'll put a few quid in your bank, okay?" "Cheers, Tone. Look, do I really have to stay here? I could cope on my own till you get back. You know I could." She heard his weary sigh and could guess what face he would be pulling. "Look, Squidge, you know the score. I'm sorry, love, but I had no choice. You can't stay on your own, no way. Not that I don't trust you, but those scumbags on the estate would take the piss no end if they thought you were on your own. Besides, your social worker would have you in care before we could blink. I know you don't know the old bits, but they're okay, and it's got to be better than foster care, hasn't it? At least they're family." Brodie snorted. "Yeah, family I never even knew existed was so bloody close. Speaking of family, have you heard from Fan?" At the mere mention of their sister's name, she could sense Tony bristling with contempt. "Yeah, I spoke to her. She's not interested. She's got a holiday booked and can't get down to see Mum or you. She doesn't care, Brode, you know that." "Yeah, I know. Still." Tony changed the subject. "Anyway, I called the hospital earlier. Mum's okay. She'll probably end up having ECT sometime this week, and hopefully that'll sort her out, eh?" Brodie rolled her eyes. It came to something when zapping people with electricity and turning them into dribbling simpletons was the only answer. "Maybe. Won't bring Mandy back, though, will it?" There was silence, and for a moment she thought Tony had gone and the connection had been broken. "You still there?" It took a second longer, but finally he answered. "Yeah, still here, sorry. I wish she'd get over it. It was 30 years ago, for Christ's sake. Shit happens, and we just have to live with it. I wish she'd just bloody get a grip and concentrate on the family she has got. Perhaps then Fern wouldn't be a complete fuck-up, and you wouldn't be shipped off to all and sundry every 5 minutes. And perhaps you wouldn't have to run off to the Navy and left me alone to deal with it," Brodie thought but didn't say. "I suppose," was what she did say, reluctant to embark on a confusing and emotive debate about how a woman should deal with the abduction and probable murder of her child. "I just wish we didn't have to live with it so much," she said, picturing the council flat that she called home, which had become a shrine to the missing Mandy, the perpetual toddler who clung to Brodie's existence like a hungry ghost. She didn't want to think about it. "Anyway, when can you get leave?" Tony sighed again. "I don't know, Brode, it's difficult. I know it's crap, but no one died, and it's hard to make the Navy understand that I should be looking after you, but I'm doing my best, okay? Okay, she said, not entirely sure she believed him. Much as she adored her brother, he wasn't always as honest as she'd like him to be. She knew for a fact he couldn't handle Shirley, their mother. Besides, she was pretty sure that Tony's girlfriend Kerry might have some influence on the situation. Brody had only met her twice, and though she was nice enough, she got the distinct impression that Kerry wasn't a girl who embraced complexity. Their family was complex if it was nothing else. Brody knew it by instinct, but had seen it confirmed on the referral to young carers that her social worker had recently made. Complex family issues, she had written. As far as Brody was concerned, if it was written down in black and white, it was gospel. Okay, Squidge, I've got to go, but I'll put that money in for you, all right? It'll be all right, Brode, I promise. He ended the call before she had the chance to interject with an emotional reply. Brody stared at the screen for a few minutes, waiting for the light to fade from the display and blink out. She'd wanted to talk more, to ask him why he'd sent her to stay in the very place where Mandy went missing. Even though she already knew the answer, there hadn't been anywhere else. Brody Miller wasn't wanted and never really had been, which reminded her that there were other things she needed to say. She'd wanted to ask him how he thought their mum would take it, knowing that he'd entrusted Miriam, the woman she still blamed for Mandy's abduction, with the care of her youngest daughter. However, Brody wasn't 3, she wasn't a vulnerable baby. She'd been looking after herself for a long time, but beyond all that, beyond the past, she wanted to know why nobody told her anything and just expected her to work it out for herself and then suck it up. And why, all in all, she was worth less than a dead child. Especially one like Mandy. The child had been endowed with such saintly attributes in her long absence that she couldn't possibly be real. Okay, Brody was neither cute nor beguiling, but she was there. She was real. She existed. There had been times, recent times, when Brody would have been lucky to have found a tin of beans for her tea, whereas complete strangers still lit candles for the missing Mandy. Elaine emptied a tin of mushroom soup into a saucepan, and while she waited for it to heat through, buttered a few slices of bread. Her exploration of the village that afternoon had yielded the knowledge that if she wanted to eat well during her stay, she would have to drive into town to buy food. Hallows End wasn't going to provide anything more than the absolute basics. The village store seemed to exist as a place to exchange gossip rather than as a shop. Other than the fast turnover stuff like bread, milk, and butter, the other stock had been rimed with a film of dust, suggesting that it was there for show and was only bought by those in abject desperation. Elaine had been both abject and desperate and had paid for her shopping under the curious and pitying stare of several village residents. The walk back had been a hairy experience. It hadn't occurred to her that rural areas weren't overburdened with street lighting. The combination of descending darkness, rough terrain, and inappropriate footwear had resulted in a sore ankle and not a little embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated showing herself up as such a rube. Fortunately, her only witnesses had been a herd of unimpressed cows. In falling, she had managed to dent the tin of soup, which made the prospect of eating it even more unappealing. The truth was that she hadn't really thought this trip through. The whole thing had been motivated by a desperate need to get away and be anywhere else but at home surrounded by reminders of Jean. Dan, her philosophical builder, had suggested she might be having a delayed grief reaction. It was possible, she supposed, but didn't quite explain the sense of guilt-ridden relief she'd felt at her mother's demise. Not that she hadn't loved her mother. If the loyalty had shown was love, she had. Jean had been a loving, attentive, caring, cloying, claustrophobic, hovering, demanding, frightened, needy. Stop, Elaine, she told herself. Just stop, it's gone. Breathe. But the feelings clutched at her, forcing her to pull at the scarf around her neck to make room for more air. As she pulled, her fingers brushed against the ragged scar that ran halfway around her throat. Instinctively, she left the garment in place, patting it down to make sure it hid the ugliness beneath. Get a grip, Elaine, for God's sake, she chided out loud, deliberately turning her attention to the soup which had started to burble and slop in the pan. It was a pretty disgusting meal, but she was hungry and ate the grey-tinged soup for the sake of filling the hollow in her belly. Time was passing very slowly in the cottage, so much so that she was almost tempted to release the clock from its hidey-hole. But she knew that its insistent clamour would do nothing but transport her straight back where she didn't want to be. The first thing she had done after Jean's funeral was to walk into the lounge and smash the mantel clock, dropping it repeatedly onto the floor until it was nothing but a pile of steampunk paraphernalia and splintered wood. Yet even after that, at night particularly, she could hear it ticking in the background, as if the accursed thing had acquired a spirit and had come back to haunt her. Dan had been shocked at the destruction and had told her that the clock was antique and worth a substantial amount of money. Elaine had responded by telling him that it was a shame it had fallen off the mantel the way it had, but never mind, it was probably insured, as if any intrinsic value could offset its role as her warder. It had been that single point of reference which drew long-suffering and disappointed glances from her mother each time Elaine was late or wanted to go out, or wanted to just be alone. Dan had offered to source a replacement for her, saying he had a friend in the antique trade. Elaine had been hard-pressed to keep the look of horror off her face at the suggestion. Thinking of the incident now reminded her that she needed to ring him, check on progress. The new kitchen and bathroom he was installing were intended to make the house a lot easier to sell, something she was eager to accomplish as soon as she could. Checking her phone, she was relieved to find it had almost full signal. A pleasant surprise in a location that didn't believe in protecting pedestrian safety by having streetlights. She hesitated before making the call. She'd known Dan for a long time, since school. Since he had been one of the cool lads who had hung around outside the gate of the girls' high school waiting for the cool girls to come out. Elaine had not been a cool girl. She had been shy and awkward, and usually the butt of jokes and bullying. Most of it centered on the scar. Her nickname would be Scaramouche. She still couldn't listen to Bohemian Rhapsody without cringing. She had always been too intimidated to tell her tormentors that Scaramouche didn't mean Scarface. Had she decided to tell them that Scaramouche meant skirmisher, and that he was a character from Punch and Judy and was portrayed as a cowardly clown, she might have compounded her reputation as a snooty little know-it-all. Or worse, found out that they knew already and were being deliberate in endowing her with the epithet. The rest of the animosity focused on the fact that she had been a complete dork with her regulation uniform and knee-high socks, not to mention having a mother who insisted on picking her up from school until the age of 15. Childhood had not been a joy for Elaine. Dan, however, had been the single bright spot in her non-existent teenage social life. She'd had a crush on him since she was 13, when he had smiled at her and she'd waited for her mother. That any boy had noticed her was a bonus. That it was Dan, who she thought of as an Adonis, was unbelievable to her shy, adolescent mind. When she was 15, she'd been allowed to go to a school disco, where the staff had played chaperone and the only drinks available had been weak orange squash and flat coke. Had Jean known it was a joint affair with the boys' school, she would never have allowed it, but Elaine had lied. She'd felt awkward in her unfashionable clothes and flat, sensible shoes, and had wished she hadn't agreed to go, especially when a group of girls from her year had requested Bohemian Rhapsody 3 times in a row from the DJ and were busy singing it at her with great emphasis. She had been about to make a run for it and take herself home when Dan had appeared like a knight in shining armour. Actually, on seeing him, she had tripped over a chair in her rush to leave, launched a cup of orange squash all down his shirt, and had run from the school hall in tears of humiliation. He'd chased after her, and she had hidden in an alley, snivelling with shame. He'd found her, told her he owed him a new shirt, and had walked her home. Halfway, he'd held her hand, and she remembered feeling as though her heart would burst out of her chest at the excitement. It hadn't, but she had felt sick with anticipation. When they reached the end of the drive where she lived, he had kissed her. She had been so shocked she had forgotten to breathe and almost passed out. He'd asked her out and she had nearly died of happiness, until Jean stormed out the front door yelling and screaming at him, calling him a pervert and a stalker. Elaine didn't think there was a moment when she hated her mother more. What she had liked about Dan most after that was that he hadn't given up. He had been the one person who had defied Jean. Their relationship had been a tentative and furtive thing, squeezed into lunch hours and walks home where she'd had to say her goodbyes in an alleyway away from the sight of neighbours. They had dated for a year, if dating was the correct term for a bunch of clandestine fumblings. It had ended for 2 reasons. A girl who disliked Elaine but liked Dan had taken it upon herself to tell Jean what her daughter had been up to, which resulted in Jean grounding Elaine and picking her up from school at lunchtimes and at the end of the day, just to add insult to the injury. Then Dan's father had died, and Elaine hadn't seen much of him after that. Not until after Jean had died and the solicitor had recommended him as a decent builder. Stupidly, she hadn't connected the name on the card with her teenage crush, and had suffered a great degree of mortification when she had opened the door to find D. Collier Builder was that D. Collier. Oh, how they'd laughed. Elaine wasn't sure she would ever get past the abject humiliation of that puppy love. A frisson of vintage embarrassment rippled through her every time she thought of Dan. It was difficult to equate the memory of the louche teenage Dan with the contained, mature man who was currently tearing her house apart. He'd kept his looks, though his features had been fine-tuned by time. A neighbour who had been loitering at the end of the drive when Elaine had showed Dan out had commented as they had watched him pull away. I wouldn't kick him out of bed in a hurry. Mrs. Cooper had to be 70 if she was a day, and Elaine hadn't been sure who the comment had embarrassed more, the elderly Mrs. Cooper or herself, for silently agreeing. Back in the moment, Elaine looked down at her phone and dialed Dan's number, squashing down the shy teenager and forcing herself to be the confident, mature woman she ought to be. It was a constant struggle. He answered on the 3rd ring. Dan, it's Elaine. Just checking the tiles arrived today, she said in response to his cheerful hello. Yeah, no problem. Arrived this morning. Old ones are off, but we won't be able to start tiling until everything else is in. We hit a snag, though. I don't suppose you knew that you still had lead piping, did you? Elaine wasn't sure that she would recognise a lead pipe if she were hit over the head with one. Pipes were pipes, but lead didn't sound good. No, I didn't. Is it dangerous? Not as such, not in the bathroom anyway. The limescale builds up makes it mostly safe, but we're obliged to replace it with copper. I kind of went ahead, I hope that's okay. Elaine sighed. It would be extra money, but the job couldn't be done otherwise. That's okay, Dan, do what you've got to do, hang the expense. She was rather enjoying the warm chuckle that her words had elicited from him, but was glad that he couldn't see the flush on her cheeks. Well, it is going to be expensive. There's a lot to strip out, and it looks like you might need a rewiring job too. Most of the electrics are pre-war by the look of them. Doesn't surprise me. She never did like spending money. It was like living in the basement of the Science Museum, living history and all that. Good job she stuffed it in the bank instead. Do what you've got to do. I can't sell it as it is. Righto, will do. I'll get the Sparky in tomorrow to give it a once-over. Oh, by the way, when Bob was in the loft clearing out, he found a box of stuff. It looks like personal stuff, papers and that. So we didn't skip it. I've left it in the garage. Okay, I'll go through it when I get back. Thanks, Dan. More junk to dispose of, and she'd thought she'd got rid of it all. Jean had hoarded junk like a squirrel hoards its winter meals. So, he said, his tone softer, you coming out for that drink with me when you get home, or what? Elaine could feel the blush creeping up her neck and flooding her cheeks. Do you ask all the old maids that employ you out on dates? Only the good-looking rich ones, he quipped. She could hear his smile in his voice. Well, it looks like I'm going to be penniless by the time you lot are finished, but you'll be rich. Perhaps you could spend some of your ill-gotten gains on a decent pair of specs, she parried in return. Very funny. I mean it, though. We're going out. We'll see. I'm going now. I mean it. You and me. Dinner. Wine. Bye, Dan. Candlelight. Music. Goodbye, Dan, she said less firmly than she should have. Even then she hung on, waiting to hear that comforting chuckle before finally ending the call. She was too embarrassed to admit to herself how much she was enjoying the light-hearted flirtation, and much too frightened to admit how much his invitation terrified her. The gawky, frightened teenager was still inside, holding on with a grip of iron. Elaine woke abruptly from a tangled and tormented dream, blessedly brought to wakefulness by a rapid hammering on the cottage door. Bleary and harassed, she forced the cloying sheets and, once free, stumbled across the bedroom to the window. Below her stood the sulky kid, Brody. Elaine squinted at her phone, which lay on the bedside table. It was only 9. She wondered, with ill temper, if all the guests were so rudely awoken here. The hammering started again. By the time she had reached the bottom of the narrow stairs, her feet squirming on the cold wood, the girl had started her third demand for attention. She was persistent, Elaine would give her that. Almost on the point of shouting, she hauled the heavy door open. The terse response she had planned, stifled by the fact that the girl was holding something out to her. A basket, lined with gingham and containing homemade bread and fresh eggs. So fresh that they were still feathery and warm. "Miriam said to bring this for your breakfast. Sorry if I got you up," the girl said. She ran her eyes over Elaine, appraising her from her tousled head and crumpled pajamas to her cold, bare feet. Her eyes rose and settled just below Elaine's chin. Instinctively, Elaine reached for her neck, covering the naked scar with her hand. "Brody, isn't it? Come in," she said, swallowing down her embarrassment. As the girl passed her, Elaine grabbed a woolen scarf from the coat pegs and covered her neck quickly, despite the fact that the day promised to be lush and warm with fat yellow sunshine. She would rather be uncomfortable than show off the scar. Brody hovered in the kitchen doorway. "Should I put this in here?" she asked, holding up the basket and appearing nonchalant. She was clearly pretending not to notice the incongruous addition of the scarf. It made Elaine look like a woe-begone snowman. "Yeah, anywhere," Elaine said, waving her hand. "Look, I'm just going to go and find my dressing gown. Why don't you put the kettle on?" She felt bad that she'd been so offhand. The child clearly felt awkward. Back in the kitchen, more comfortable now that she was swathed in thick fabric that covered her modesty, Elaine contemplated her young guest. Brody was busily making coffee, unaware that she was being observed so closely. A thick curtain of dyed black hair swung out from underneath a black hoodie. Both, Elaine assumed, intended to shade the pale, intense little face. There was a thinness about the girl, despite the bulk of baggy clothes that hung as a sullen statement from her small frame. Rapid hands with red-rimmed bitten nails moved deftly as she filled the cups with instant coffee before presenting the finished article for approval. With her pale skin and dark hair, she looked like a shy geisha compelled to please her host. Her efforts made Elaine feel like smiling, an urge that was rare. "Thank you, that looks perfect. I always make the drinks at home, I'm used to it. Miriam and Esther only drink tea, I'm lousy at tea, and they use that bitty stuff, not tea bags, so I leave them to it," Brody said with a shudder that implied that loose-leaf tea was the stuff of the devil. This time Elaine did smile. She pointed to the basket. "It's really kind of you to bring breakfast. Would you like to stay and share it?" Elaine watched a flicker of eagerness flit across Brody's face before it was quickly replaced by a look of resignation. "I'd better not, Miriam will think I'm bugging you." "Well, it didn't seem to bother her when she sent you across to bring it. Besides, I want you to stay. It will make it worth cooking." Brody's response was to give an acquiescent shrug. It made Elaine think that the girl wasn't used to experiencing her presence as something desirable. It was a concept that caused her to experience a sensation of inexplicable sadness, far out of proportion to anything she would have expected to feel for someone she had only just met. She recalled the incident with the ashes and felt a flush of shame. Over breakfast, she learned that Brody was 15, that her birthday was soon, that she had a brother who she adored and a sister who she despised, and a mother who worried her in the same visceral way that Jean had worried Elaine. Not that Brody had stated any of this. It was just there, like an oil slick, sitting toxic and ominous on the surface of Brody's story. It bothered Elaine so much that she felt compelled to ply the girl with more toast, in a vain attempt to mop up the almost tangible misery. When finally they had finished and Elaine was wiping the last streak of liquid butter from her chin, Brody surprised her with a question. "Elaine, do you believe in ghosts?" She had to consider it for a moment, both because it had come out of the blue and because she didn't have a concrete answer. Eventually, with a pensive frown, she said, "If you mean the kind that go bump in the night and waft around in the form of orbs, throwing things at gullible people on dodgy satellite TV channels, then no, I don't. But if you mean the kind of ghosts that sit on the edge of your reality, like something unrequited. The kind that you'll never see and will never hear. The kind that suck at your life like greedy tadpoles, getting fat at your expense. Then, yes, I believe in those. Brody nodded sagely. Yeah, those kind. Do you think they're dead people, the tadpoles? Elaine fought a smile as she thought of Jean as an embryonic frog. Sometimes, maybe. Not always. I think living people can be ghosts too. Brody pulled a face. Yeah, I reckon Esther's one of those. She sits there like that witch in the gingerbread house, picking and poking at her chair with her witchy fingers like she wants to eat the lot of us. She accompanied her words with a shudder. She creeps me out. Elaine laughed. Yeah, old ladies can do that. Is that why you asked, because of Esther? Elaine hadn't met Esther, but she had formed a mental picture from Brody's description that didn't incline her to want to. Brody looked down at her plate and prodded at a congealing lump of scrambled egg with the tines of her fork. No, because of Mandy. If Elaine hadn't consciously decided to be the grown-up in this conversation, she would have sworn that a cold chill had swept over her at Brody's words. As it was, she explained to herself that the creeping sensation was a reaction to sitting around in her nightwear in a north-facing kitchen. Certainly not because anything sinister had just happened. Who's Mandy? My dead sister, Brody said baldly. She disappeared when she was 3, and they never found her body, but they did find some clothes with blood on them, so they think she died. My mum never got over it, that's why she's ill and keeps taking overdoses. Elaine really didn't know what to say. Don't get me wrong, it's really sad in that, like she was really little and it was really awful, but it was 30 years ago. Don't you think people should get over it by then? Probably, but maybe things got stuck because she was never found. Is that why it feels like she's a ghost? Brody shook her head. No, she is a ghost. She's there all the time, everywhere. Mum has pictures of her all over the house. You can't even have a wee in our house without Mandy watching you. She sits on top of the telly, on every windowsill. Even if you open a drawer, she's there, lurking next to Mum's hand cream and the paracetamol. I know I shouldn't, but sometimes I hate her. I hate her cute face and her pigtails and her bloody pink cardigan. She said it so vehemently that the force of it brought tears to her eyes. She swept them away with the sleeve of her black hoodie. Elaine wanted to stretch out her hand, to touch Brody and soothe her, to take her under her wing and wrap her in feathers that would keep out all ills. She even started to reach out, but thought better of it as her fingers sensed the ethereal spines of misery that had sprung out to shroud the unhappy girl. Perhaps, she faltered, perhaps being here will help. Give you a break from it. Step back a bit, she said, knowing that it sounded trite and insipid. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Brody scoffed. Let's send Brody for a break. I know, let's send her to the exact place where Mandy went missing. That'll help. She spat the words out as if they tasted of Angostura bitters. The words smacked into Elaine like a brick dropped onto concrete. She didn't know where to begin with all that hurt and anger. I'm so sorry, Brody, I'm not really very good at this. She wondered if she looked as feeble as she sounded, sitting there clutching her dressing gown up around her neck like a timid rabbit caught in the trap of Brody's unhappiness. Brody stood up and sniffed, dragging her sleeve across her nose as she spoke. It's all right. It's not your problem, is it? Anyway, time for breakfast. She turned and made for the door. Whoa there, where are you off to? You don't need to leave. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit useless at this. Don't go. Elaine had no idea what in the hell was drawing her to this abrasive, unhappy teenager, but she couldn't just let her walk away. The girl paused at the door, her hand resting on the latch ready to secure her escape. Elaine watched patiently as Brody's black-clad shoulders sagged, the tension of the previous few minutes ebbing out of them like a soft sigh. Eventually she turned. I'm sorry, Elaine, you're a really nice lady and you cook mean scrambled eggs, and I know I can be a right bitch sometimes. Brody mumbled it in a typical adolescent approximation of an apology. Elaine pulled her dressing gown around her, tightening it where it had fallen open during her bid to get Brody to stay. Don't worry about it, no need to be sorry. I can't imagine anyone being ecstatic about what you've just told me, and you're not a bitch. You are allowed to be upset about this, you know. You sound like my social worker. Brody accompanied her words with a smirk that reassured Elaine that the ice was beginning to thaw. Well, She sounds like a sensible woman then, Elaine said with a smile of relief. Wrangling recalcitrant teenagers was not exactly her area of expertise. She had always been rather compliant herself. Not that she'd been given a choice. Jean hadn't entertained anything less than full compliance from anyone. Brody shoved her hands into the pockets of her hoodie and scuffed the toe of her trainer against the floor. "Let's not go there, or you really will think I'm a bitch," she said, her mouth twisting into a cheeky smile. Elaine laughed. "Okay, I'll promise not to talk like a social worker if you wash up while I get dressed. Then I'm going to go into town to find a supermarket so I can buy some decent food. Why don't you ask Miriam if you can come with me?" Brody's eyes seemed to light up at this prospect, as if she scented the whiff of freedom on the air. "Cool, I can go to the cash point." She said it with such glee that Elaine couldn't help finding the contradictions in the girl both funny and beguiling. Chapter 3. Miriam squeezed her bulk between the chair and the stove to reach the squealing kettle. Steam lingered above her head. Wraith-like, it reached down with misty fingers and curled the ends of Brody's hair like a trickster might, much to the girl's frustration. Miriam impatiently flapped it away with her tea towel and filled the giant teapot. "Well, someone's in a good mood this morning," she said, giving Brody a knowing look. Brody picked up her phone. "Tony gave me some money. I got credit for my phone yesterday, so I'm back in touch with civilization." She was unaware of the hidden judgment in her words. Miriam bristled. "Oh, you can use the phone here if you want to." "Oh, I know, it's not that. I can get onto the internet now, and I can log on to the school's website and get my results when they come out." Miriam's mouth formed a round O of understanding. "Well, that's important. I don't suppose they will post them here. Anyway," she said, cramming herself onto a chair with a sigh that told of aching joints and weariness, "I wanted to talk to you about Miss Ellis." Brody looked up from her screen that had not been showing the school's website at all, but her Facebook feed. "What about her?" Miriam didn't meet her gaze and instead delayed her response by sloshing milk into mugs. "Well, it's just that I don't want her to think that you're taking advantage by hanging around too much, that's all. She is a guest, you know, and it's my job to make sure she has a good stay." Brody felt her face flush. "I'm not bothering her. She asked me to go yesterday, and she wants me to go around there today too. She's going to show me how to draw. She's an artist." She was bridling at the inference that she wasn't wanted. Miriam poured the tea. "An artist? Well, that's nice. As long as you're sure she's happy to have you around. Will you take this into Esther and tell her I'll be there with her breakfast in a minute?" Brody scraped her chair backwards along the hard floor and stood slowly, hoping that both the noise and the gesture would demonstrate her reluctance. It was lost on Miriam, who just passed her the sippy cup that Esther drank from. Brody took it, her lip curling with distaste as she ventured into the sitting room. Esther sat as she always did in her chintz-covered chair, plucking and pinching at the arm cap as if something upon it profoundly offended her. Brody found this incessant habit both repellent and irritating. The gesture suggested a contained malevolence, tempered only by the impotence of Esther's condition. As Brody approached, the old lady's eyes flicked away from the cottage door, which she watched almost constantly. She appraised the black-clad cuckoo with a withering look. Brody skirted the chair with extreme caution and placed the tea on a side table. She whipped her hand away with whistle-stop speed, lest the old woman should reach out and grab her with one of her functional, claw-like hands. It was hard work for her to suppress the shudder that threatened to reveal her fear of the woman. "Miriam says she'll be in with your breakfast in a minute." It was a statement for which she received a curt nod before Esther resumed her vigil of the door. Brody struggled to imagine who would want to willingly visit the old lady. She had a fleeting mental image of the Grim Reaper, complete with scythe popping in for tea. "We can live in hope," she muttered cruelly under her breath. Once free of Miriam's fussy ministrations, she escaped into the garden. Breathing in the prospect of her few hours of freedom like a condemned man might relish his last meal, she walked towards the holiday let and tried to push away the niggling worries that begged her to contemplate her burgeoning attraction to Elaine. Perhaps she was looking for a mother figure. It wasn't weird, she told herself. It really wasn't. She just really liked her, and she needed a friend, especially now. Elaine seemed like the first adult she had met who had time for her, who wasn't more concerned with something or someone else. Even the social worker was always looking at her watch and willing Brodie's time away. She thought Elaine was pretty. She had merry eyes and dimples when she smiled. It made Brodie want to copy her and smile back, and that didn't happen very often. If she were honest, the vast majority of people irritated the hell out of her, but she was drawn to Elaine, and she had no real idea why. Elaine lay on the grass, propped up on her elbows, watching the fascinating, prickly girl who sat cross-legged and diligent, quietly struggling to capture the essence of a tree with pencil and paper. "Relax, just let your mind guide your hand," Elaine said, as the girl scowled and scrubbed at the paper yet again with her dwindling eraser. Brodie rolled her eyes. "It's easy for you to say. You can do it." She pointed at the delicate drawing of a beech tree that Elaine had completed with a few strokes of her pencil. Elaine laughed. "Yes, but I couldn't draw like that when I was 15. I had to go to college and learn. You'll get there." "Where did you go to college?" Brodie asked, as if it was something she had been giving some thought to for herself. "Bristol, where I live." Brodie flung the sketchpad aside, frustrated with her feeble efforts. "How come you didn't move away? I'd have gone to London." "I wanted to." Elaine was picking at a blade of ryegrass and stripping it with her nails. "But my mum didn't really want me to be away from home. I think the thought of me in a big city on my own frightened her. She was a bit clingy." It was a massive understatement, and Elaine knew it, but this girl didn't need to be burdened with that kind of information. "I reckon if I wanted to go to London, my mum would have my suitcase packed and by the door before I'd finished the sentence. She can't wait to be rid of me." Brodie's voice was loaded with dull resignation. "Mothers, eh? Bloody hard work. Anyway, tell me about you. What do you like? Tell me about your friends." Elaine was eager to change the subject. It was bad enough that Jean's continued presence in the boot of the car was weighing on her conscience, without having to go into territory fraught with mother issues. Brodie shrugged. "There's a few people I hang out with at school, I suppose, but no one likes coming around to our house. Mum freaks them out." This was going to be hard work. "What about boys? Do you have a boyfriend?" Elaine imagined a sullen, silent goth loping around in Brodie's abrasive wake. It was Brodie's turn to tear at the grass. She did it fiercely, grasping a great handful and brushing it from her hands into an untidy, wilting pile. "No, all the boys I meet are complete twats. If I ever found one with a brain, I might think about it. Have you got a boyfriend?" Elaine's hand drifted to her throat unconsciously. Once her fingers found that her muslin scarf was still in place, she spoke. "No, I tend to meet that kind too, but I must admit, I do quite fancy my builder." Her cheeks were flushing red with the admission, while her brain demanded to know why on earth she had felt the need to confess such a thing to a 15-year-old girl. "Really? Cool. Is he good looking?" Brodie was intrigued, the sniff of romance making her all ears. Elaine blushed again. "Well, I wouldn't say he's Brad Pitt, but yeah, he's nice in a craggy, rugged sort of way. And he's funny, which always helps. Makes him less of a twat," she said with a wry smile. The word didn't roll as easily from her own tongue. "So are you going to go out with him?" Brodie asked eagerly. The hand fluttered to the throat again. "I don't know, maybe. I think he's just being nice because I'm paying him a truckload of money to do up the house, so maybe I'm just being daft." Brodie shook her head. "Nah, he likes you. Blokes don't mess about when they're older. Tony says they haven't got time to muck about. You should go out with him, see what happens." Elaine laughed, amused at the receipt of dating advice from a teenager. Perhaps she should take it. After all, normal relationships weren't exactly her forte, and maybe she needed the practice. The last time she had tangled with Dan, it had ended miserably because Jean and life had got in the way. She looked at Brodie. It felt like they were heading into uncomfortable territory again. "Hey, why don't we go and explore the estate? I fancy having a look around the folly. I can see it from my bedroom window and it looks like it might be interesting." "Are we allowed? Miriam told me not to go wandering about on my own." Elaine got to her feet, brushing slivers of glass from her clothes. "Yeah, why not? The bump I got about the cottage says that guests are welcome to explore the estate. As long as we stay away from the house, we should be fine." Brody shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Might as well. The folly turned out not to be a folly at all, but the ruined shell of an old chapel. Undone as much by the scrambling ravages of wild ivy and brambles as it had been by the desolation of time. Like all such places, it had a melancholy, eerie feel. A set of characteristics compounded by Brody's insistence that there would be bats roosting in the crumbling tower. The thought of that wasn't the only thing that made Elaine shiver and wrap her arms around her body. For someone who claimed not to believe in things that went bump in the night, she was experiencing a sense of profound fear as she contemplated the structure's wounded state. With mounting apprehension, she watched Brody gleefully scramble through the green-clad arches and jump between the slippery, moss-encrusted stones. She had visions of broken ankles and skull fractures. "Come away, Brody, it's dangerous," she called, unable to propel herself to move closer. The aversion she felt for the place was far out of proportion to any real risk that might exist. "Don't be a knob, it's fine. Anything that's going to fall down has fallen down by now. Come on in, it's really creepy in here." Brody's voice mutated to an echo as she moved deeper into the ruin. Elaine's discomfort was growing. "Brody, please come out of there. I really don't think it's safe." Her fear was compounded by the blood-curdling interjection of a screeching bird, which swooped out of the nearby trees in a fury of feather and claw. Elaine's heart nearly burst out of her chest with the rush of adrenaline that accompanied the creature's sudden appearance. She flung herself to the ground as the feathered fiend passed, her own voice emitting a squeal of anguish sharp enough to match the bird's terrified screech. Brody hurtled out of the chapel. "Oh my God, are you all right?" She bolted towards where the trembling, tearful, and ashamed Elaine knelt. "What was that? What happened?" she demanded, her hands fluttering and hesitant in the face of Elaine's distress. Elaine let out a tremulous laugh. "Bloody bird shot out of the bushes and damn near made me crap myself," she says as her body released a final visceral shudder. "Bloody hell!" Brody's eyes cast about for the offending avian, which was now long gone. Her gaze settled on a figure in the trees, its countenance made grotesque by shadows cast by the overhanging branches. Fettered by the sun, she squinted, peering deeper into the glade. "Oi! You!" she called, as if demanding that the shaded figure make itself known. Instead, it turned and loped off into the trees, leaving nothing in its wake but swaying boughs and rustling leaves to betray that it had ever been there. "What is it?" Elaine followed Brody's gaze. "Nothing, some weirdo spying on us, I reckon," she said, grasping Elaine's arm protectively. "Freak!" she yelled, as if hoping that whoever lurked in the woods would hear her and would be afraid. "Come on," Elaine said, gathering herself. "Let's go and drink hot chocolate and eat cake. We'll go to that cafe on the village green. This place gives me the creeps." She was determined to shake off the uneasy feeling the place had induced. "I hear sugar is good for shock." As they walked away, even knowing the chapel was at her back, ripples of tension coursed up Elaine's spine. She didn't relax until they had left the grounds of Hallows Court and were well on their way to the village. It was clear from the whispered conversations and evasive looks that everyone in the village knew who Brody was. Elaine was acutely aware that Brody was being stoic and defiant as she ate her cake under the curious stares of the cafe regulars. The previous evening, Elaine had spent some time Googling Brody's missing sister, and she had to acknowledge that such an event could not have left the village unscathed. Even so, it appeared to her that the locals were being niggardly in their scrutiny of Brody. Perhaps they felt her presence had prodded at old wounds. Regardless of that, Elaine felt an intrinsic defensiveness on Brody's behalf. "Do you want to go?" she asked, as yet another person gave them a pointed look and bent to whisper into the ear of a companion. Brody looked around. "No, I'm fine. If you're worried about what people would think, don't. I'm used to it." With that, she turned to the room and stood up. "Yes, I'm that girl, Brody Miller, sister of Mandy Miller. Sorry if that offends you and all, but, well, tough." Her words caused an initial flush of embarrassment, swiftly followed by a susurration of indignation as the shame of being caught out impacted the room. 2 people even walked out, causing the proprietor to shake her head and roll her eyes. When she came over to the table to clear it, she had the grace to say, Sorry, ladies, welcome to the village life. Put it this way, you're the most exciting thing that's happened around here in a long time. She nodded at Brody. Oh, and your cake is on the house. I can't apologise for the customers, but I can let you know that we aren't all suffering from small minds. Elaine protested, more than willing to pay for what they'd had, but the woman waved her away, insistent that they accept her gesture. It was a shame that her bonhomie didn't redeem the rest of the village populace. Their stares and whispers continued as Elaine and Brody made their way along the green and onto the road that led towards the cottages. Elaine had to confess to a sneaking admiration for Brody's ability to speak out and stand up for herself. It wasn't something she would have had the confidence to do at the age of 15. Even now, she would have been more likely to just quietly slip away nursing her mortification. The thought of her inadequacy shamed her. Despite her bravado, the experience in the cafe seemed to leave Brody subdued. A state of affairs that ruffled Elaine's sensibilities and brought out her propensity to mend things. "How about we shake the country dirt off tomorrow and go into town?" she suggested, hoping that the offer of a change of scene would brighten the girl's morose mood. The black clothes and the bleak countenance were starting to become unnerving. Brody gave a sullen shrug. "S'pose." She paused to kick at a stone that was wedged in the sun-baked earth. Elaine paused too, and watched as the girl used the sole of her trainer to work the stone loose and liberate it from the mud. Brody worried at it, like a dentist determined to pull a recalcitrant truth. "You can't let people get to you like this. What they think doesn't matter," Elaine said, aware of the ineptitude of her wisdom. Who was she trying to kid? She had grown up on a diet of, "What will people think, Elaine?" and would no doubt spend the rest of her years trying to take the advice she had just given to Brody. Brody paused in her labours and regarded the stubborn stone. Then she turned to Elaine. "But you do. You worry," she said, pointing to the printed muslin scarf that adorned Elaine's throat. Instantly, Elaine's hand moved to touch the fabric, the scar beneath radiating a fire that flushed her cheeks and made her grit her jaw. "That's different." Brody tilted her head to one side and stared at the scarf, as if looking straight through it to what lay beneath. "How? How is it different? It isn't only that things people can see that make them judge you." Elaine felt herself bristle, her indignation fed by long-held defences. "I just don't enjoy people staring at me, that's all." "Neither do I, but they do anyway." Brody parted her hands to illustrate the uniform of black which she routinely wore. "I used to think that if I dressed like this, boring, black and baggy, that people wouldn't see me. I would just blend in, be invisible. But it doesn't work like that. It makes them notice you. I'm a hoodie. I scare people. If you want to hide something, you have to put it in plain sight. If you're not bothered by it, other people won't be either." Elaine had to stifle an indignant laugh. "When did you get to be so wise, kiddo?" Brody shrugged again. "When I realised that all these shenanigans were a bit fucking pointless." Elaine raised her eyebrows. "Nice language," she said censoriously. "Well, sorry, but it's true." Brody raised a hand and pointed a grubby finger at Elaine's neck. "You wear that scarf thinking that people won't notice your scar, but the fact that you keep touching the bloody thing every 2 seconds gives it away. We're all wondering what's underneath." "Do I?" Elaine asked. Her hand reached up again as if it had received a curtain call. "All the bloody time, look at you!" Suddenly self-conscious, Elaine rammed her hands into her pockets. The urge to check the scarf was immense. This girl was right. Elaine knew it. She had always known it, but didn't know how else to be. "So why do you keep dressing like that if you know why you're doing it and it doesn't work?" she said in a desperate attempt to flip the attention elsewhere. Brody mirrored her by putting her own hands in her baggy pockets. "Because my mum's on benefits and we can't afford new ones," she said bluntly. "Right, then we'll go into town tomorrow and I'll buy you a whole new wardrobe." Elaine slapped the gauntlet down, challenging the girl to beat her and assuming that age would trump gumption. It didn't work. Brody rolled her eyes. "Nice one, lovely, that'll work. Perhaps we can buy a few new scarves while we're at it." Elaine folded her arms. "Oh, I see. Like that, is it?" She leaned her weight on one hip and regarded Brody with a mixture of amusement, affront, and a tiny bit of admiration. Brody's thin face broke into a sly smirk. "Yep, it is," she said. Her tongue was literally in her cheek. Anyway, I like being scary. What's your excuse? Elaine sighed, her indignation deflating like a tired balloon. I'm a creature of habit, warts and all. Look, come on, Miriam will be wondering where you are and I've got things to do. They walked on, Brody skipping ahead and kicking at loose stones. She danced around like a drunken football fan, reeling and rolling as she played in the dirt. Elaine envied her the freedom in her youth. Sometimes, Elaine felt that she had been born old, like Benjamin Button, except she didn't get to do the getting younger thing. At Miriam's gate, they paused and Brody turned to Elaine. Are you really going to buy me something tomorrow? She asked with a sly smile. Only, there's a really nice hoodie in the animal shop. They do scarves too? She added, her tone turning hopeful. Elaine laughed and slowly shook her head from side to side, a look of wry amusement on her face. We'll see, you cheeky little mare. Brody beamed at her, and like lightning planted a feathery kiss on her cheek before vaulting over the gate and disappearing into the cottage. Elaine stared after her for a moment. The infinitesimal weight of the kiss tingled on her cheek like the sting of a tiny, invisible tattoo. She reached up and touched the place where it sat, and realized that she was smiling. Alone in the cottage, all thoughts of the tasks Elaine had in mind disintegrated. Burned by unimportance, they fluttered away like ashes on the wind, and she was left wondering what to do with herself. Brody's observations had made her brave, and she took the decision to go upstairs and establish what all the fuss was about. In front of a black pocked mirror in the bathroom, she unwound the scarf and looked, for the first time in a long time, at the ragged scar that punctuated her skin like a Rubicon of angry lava. It ran from the left side of her neck, along her collarbone, and terminated at the top of her left breast. It was her brand, the mark that divided her from the concept of normal and set her apart from others. Jean had hated it, and had forced the habit of keeping it covered. When she'd been a child, it had been polo neck sweaters and stiff lace collars, and she'd had the constant sense that she was being slowly suffocated. Her face twisted with anguish at the memory, and she reached once more for her scarf. Concluding that she was better off with the devil she knew, she carefully wound the fabric around her neck and patted it into place. The motion dislodged a few grains of jean, which had collected in the folds of fabric. They fell, seeding the room with smouldering discontent. Chapter 4. Rosemary Tyler looked up from her washing up and peered out of the window. She could see Derry bouncing about at the end of the garden like an overexcited puppy. He was with someone. Ire rising, she strained up to see who was goading her brother now. She saw a woman talking to him, a young woman who Rosemary didn't recognize, at first. Grabbing up a tea towel, she strode to the door and marched down the overgrown path, grinding her wet hands into the fabric as she went. Oi, Derry! Inside now! Derry straightened at the sound of his sister's voice, and like a well-trained dog, he immediately scuttled inside the house. He shied away from Rosemary as he passed, as if expecting a vicious flick from the wet fabric that she held in her hands. Rosemary saw, with a glimmer of satisfaction, that the stranger was wrong-footed by this. She planted herself behind the gate, folded her arms, and said, "Can I help you?" in a tone that conveyed that she had no intention of doing any such thing. "I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for the house where Ruby Tyler used to live. The lady in the post office told me it was along here, but I can't seem to find it." Rosemary appraised the woman before her. She seemed the timid type, the type that apologized for breathing. "This is it. I'm Ruby's daughter. What's your business here?" The woman swallowed. "I'm Elaine Ellis. Joan's daughter? Am I supposed to know who you're talking about?" Rosemary was already impatient with this wilting violet. She had made up her mind to be the minute she had clapped eyes on her. "Ruby was my mother's aunt," Elaine explained feebly. She took a step back. Rosemary wrinkled her brow, the gears of her memory engaging and grinding back the years. She needed to play this cautiously. You never knew what people might be after. "Do you mean Jean Burrows? Jean that moved away?" "Yes, sorry, Burrows was her maiden name." Elaine nodded with relief. Bloody hell, I haven't seen Jean in 30-odd years. No great loss, we weren't close. Rosemary delivered the words with the addition of a dismissive flick of her tea towel. Anyway, what brings you here? If she's hoping my mum left her any money, she's barking up the wrong tree. All we got was this shithole and a pile of debts. She laughed and indicated the ramshackle building that stood behind her. Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that she died not long ago, and she sometimes talked about Ruby in here, and I was hoping to scatter her ashes in Ruby's garden. Elaine trailed off as both women surveyed the scrubby land that had been used for years as a laissez-faire scrapyard. The rustled hulk of an old car nestled among the weeds whilst scrawny chickens pecked and scratched in the dirt. A pair of aging German shepherds eyed them lazily from where they lay chained to a post. Rosemary raised an eyebrow and stared at Elaine with amused scorn. Then she laughed, so much that she had to bend down and brace her hands on her knees in order to catch her next wheezing breath. Rising, she flapped the tea towel at Elaine. Sorry, love, but you really do have to see the funny side. Elaine looked down at the plastic-wrapped urn she carried in her hands, then back up at the wasteland of the garden. It certainly wasn't the bluebell and foxglove paradise she had envisioned. The thought of those grizzled bantams pecking at her mother's grainy remains and pooping them out amongst the weeds struck a chord within her too, and much to her shame she found it hilarious. The sudden outburst of shared laughter softened Rosemary's judgment, and she found herself extending a hand. Rosemary Tyler, come on in and have a cuppa. You can leave your mother on the doorstep, she added with a wink. Elaine took the warm, work-hardened hand and shook it, basking in the relief that Rosemary had seemed to cease hostilities. Following her into the cottage, she spied Derry peering at her from the gloom of the sitting room. She smiled at him, which had the effect of sending him scurrying into the shadows. That's our Derry. You mustn't mind him. He's a bit simple, but he's harmless, despite what you might have been told, Rosemary explained with a sour note. Oh, I can't say anyone's mentioned him, Elaine said. Rosemary shook the kettle and, satisfied that it was full enough, switched it on. You surprise me. Round here you'd think Derry was responsible for bloody global warming. Anything goes wrong and they point the finger. Poor sod wouldn't harm a fly. You know that kid that went missing? They blamed him. As if a bloke like him would hurt a kid. All these years later and there's still some that think it. I know. I've seen the way they look at him. She plonked tea bags into mugs with bristling high dudgeon. Oi, Derry! Come in here and say hello to Elaine. She's your cousin. Elaine waited patiently as the coy giant of a man lumbered to the kitchen doorway and gave her a cautious smile. Look at the size of him. You wouldn't think he was starved of oxygen as a baby, would you? Rosemary quipped. Fetch me the milk out of the fridge, you great lump. She belied her words with a fond smile. Nice to meet you properly, Derry, Elaine said, noting the blush that saturated the big man's cheeks. I didn't know I had family here, so you're a nice surprise, she added. The compliment caused him to giggle and turn away from her. You didn't? Well, I must say it's news to me that we have too. I never knew Jean had kids. Like I say, she moved away when we were young. I know she came back to see Mum from time to time, but I didn't see much of her. She was a bit up herself, to be honest, Rosemary said, checking for Elaine's reaction. Sorry, but I always call a spade, she added by way of explanation for her blunt judgment. Elaine was inclined to agree, but didn't really feel able to say so. So, are there more of you? Brothers, sisters? You all going to turn up on the doorstep? Rosemary asked. No, just me. My father died not long after I was born, so I was the only one. Elaine accepted a chipped and grubby mug of tea from Rosemary. I remember him. Funny little bloke, bit like you, a bit too milky and weak for my liking. No match for Jean, anyway. Elaine wasn't sure how to take that, so sipped at the hot tea, which was a bit too milky and weak for her liking. I never knew him. I don't know what he was like. She didn't talk about him much. No love lost there, then, eh? So what did she die of? Elaine placed the mug down, hoping she would have a chance to surreptitiously dump it if Rosemary left the room. Cancer. She had breast cancer, but she hid it for a long time. She didn't like doctors or hospitals, so by the time we found out, it was too late. Elaine tried not to recall the image of her mother's suppurating, stinking breast. So rotten by the time she admitted something was wrong that there wasn't a doctor in the world who could have intervened. It had been appalling. She was a great believer that all ills could be treated at home with a bit of Germaline and a stiff upper lip, Elaine explained, her hand going to her neck and hovering over the lumpy scar. Though she couldn't remember how she'd got the injury, she still remembered the abject terror she had felt every time the antiseptic cream came out. Even now, the thought made the scar tingle with remembered pain. Rosemary snorted. Sounds like Jean. Once she was set on something, that was it. Wild horses couldn't shift her from a stupid idea. God knows why Mum had such a soft spot for her. Couldn't stand her myself. Still, I'm sorry she's gone, for your sake. There was a nonchalant resignation in her choice of words. Anyway, as for the ashes, you might want to find somewhere else. I can't see Jean resting in peace around here. She waved her arm at the garden, which could be glimpsed through the dingy kitchen window. Mum kept it nice, but I don't have the time or the inclination. Takes me half my time to run around after that daft bugger, she said, pointing at Derry with her mug. It would help if I could keep him off the estate. If I get one more phone call from that old bitch up there, I will swing for someone. Apparently, he frightens the guests. Elaine was reminded of her experience the day before at the ruined chapel, and Brodie's assertion that someone was lurking in the trees. Now that she had met Derry, she could see that there was no harm in him, but having recently experienced the shock of her life, it was hard not to see both sides. I haven't met them yet, Rosemary scoffed. Well, there is a bonus for you. If you think your mother was a snob, just wait until you meet Miss High and Mighty Gardiner Hallow. Put it this way, she thinks hers smells of roses, if you get my drift, she added with a knowing nod. Elaine allowed herself a small smile to acknowledge the comparison. I kind of feel sorry for people like that. Rosemary gave a derisive snort. I bloody don't. Rich as Croesus and still they're not happy, carping about this, that and the other like they're still the lords and we're the riffraff. Bitch-faced Gardiner would have us all back in that serfdom if she could, grubbing around in the soil to feed her table. Look at the way she treats that Miriam. That woman must be 70 if she's a day, and she's still at their beck and call. Still, Esther hung on Madam's coattails like a bad smell, and what does she get? A crummy cottage and a few quid. You know, she started working that house when she was 14, never married, never had a life. Madness, if you ask me. I thought she'd had a stroke. Elaine was surprised at the vehemence of Rosemary's observations. She did, a couple of years back, Rosemary said as a sly grin stole over her face. That shut her up, all right. Never one for holding back was Esther. God, I'd hate to be a fly on the wall in that woman's head. The thing she must be bottling up. If you think I'm blunt, Esther would have wiped the floor with you. Elaine was inclined to think that she was glad she hadn't met Esther. Someone more abrasive than Rosemary would be hard to contemplate. Did you know they've got that kid there now, her and Miriam? As if either of them know how to look after a kid, especially one with troubles. I was told that her mother went loopy and is in the funny farm. Still, not surprising after what happened, I suppose. Though you'd think she would have got past it by now, wouldn't you? I mean, it's been a long time. Still, people don't forget, do they? They still think Derry took her. Found her cardigan in his den. Mind you, I think the police took one look at him and knew they couldn't make it stick. But they were still bastards. Do you know, they kept him locked up for weeks. Not sure he ever got over it, really. And who was left to pick up the pieces, eh? Muggins, of course. Anyway, like I was saying, they've got that kid there, staying with them bold as brass. I wonder what she makes of it all, eh? Being dumped off here after everything that happened. That mother should be ashamed of herself. Ought to have pulled herself together and got over it by now. If she'd have been looking after the kid properly, it would never have happened. Anyway, it's ancient history now. Leave it dead and buried, that's what I say. Elaine patiently withstood this tirade, buoyed by the irony of Rosemary's convictions. However, she felt a need to defend Brodie. I've met the girl. She's a nice kid. I feel for her. After all, the past isn't her fault, and it's a shame some people can't see that. Her words were pointed, but missed their target by a mile. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Those who are innocent carry the burden, don't they? Rosemary stated sagely. Elaine felt defeated. Rosemary was a wearing woman. It seemed as if the trait had run in the family, a thought that reminded her of Jean languishing on the doorstep. True enough. Anyway, I ought to get going. It's been lovely to meet you both. I'll, think of somewhere else for Mum. Rosemary gave her a look that said she doubted it had been lovely at all. She followed Elaine down the hallway to the door. Well, nice to meet you, I suppose, but don't be expecting a Christmas card or anything. I'm not the type, she said as she leaned in the doorway, arms folded across her chest, looking like the archetype of a battle-axe landlady. Elaine looked around for Derry, eager to say goodbye to the shy giant, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was only when she got back to the cottage that she realised that she had left Jean on the Tylers' doorstep, as if she was as unimportant as an umbrella on a sunny day. Her intention to go back immediately and retrieve the urn was interrupted by Miriam, who arrived at the cottage bearing fresh sheets and towels. "Just popping in to do your change," she said, bustling past breathlessly. "Oh, that's okay, Miriam. Leave it there. I can do it. You've got enough to do already." Elaine erroneously thought that she would be doing the woman a favour. Miriam bristled. "Certainly not. You are a paying guest and will have the same service as everyone else. Besides, you've been very good to Brodie, and I don't want you to think we don't appreciate it." Elaine conceded and made room for Miriam to move past her towards the stairs. "It's not a problem. I'm very fond of Brodie." Miriam paused. "Well, you are a brave one, I must say. She's such a prickly little thing usually, but she certainly likes you. All I hear is Elaine this, Elaine that." Elaine felt uncommonly pleased by this and rewarded the compliment with one of her rare smiles. "She tells me you're an artist," Miriam said as she trundled up the stairs on heavy, swollen feet. Elaine suspected that she was a martyr to those feet. In order to answer, she was forced to follow, trailing in Miriam's wake awkwardly as people do when they're not used to being waited on. "Well, yes, I'm an illustrator. Books, posters, that kind of thing." "Oh, how lovely." Miriam was clearly none the wiser. "Can't draw a pair of legs with a ruler myself. Still, God finds a use for us all, I suppose," she added, hauling the quilt off the bed and fighting with the cover. It was a laborious thing to watch. The quilt was twice the size of the woman, and Elaine had no choice but to wade in and help. As they wrestled with the quilt, Elaine pondered what God's plan was for her, if her only purpose was to concoct twee pictures for children's books. Not that that was the only thing she did, but it was her bread and butter work. "I met Rosemary Tyler today," she said as they were fitting the sheet, Miriam huffing with effort as she manhandled the fitted corners around the mattress. "Really? And how was that? Did she set the dogs on you?" Miriam's questions were delivered without humour. "No, she didn't, but she's so fierce herself I doubt she'd need the dogs." Miriam chortled at this. "You're not wrong there. Not known for her warm welcome is our Rosemary. Every village has a termagant, and she's ours. Ruby was the same, an absolute bitch of a woman. I don't think there was a person in the village that didn't feel the sharp edge of her tongue at least once. Still, I suppose they both had their cross to bear, what with Derry," she said, beating a pillow into smooth submission. "I met him too. He seems harmless enough, though." Miriam paused in what she was doing and regarded Elaine as if debating how much she should say. "Well, I'd agree. I don't think there's much harm in him, but he can be a handful. He's a bit obsessive. He can get fixated on things, and I think that scares people. He loves little kids, see? I suppose they don't treat him any different. That's why he got into so much trouble when the little one went missing. People knew he liked kids, and when they found the poor little mite's cardigan in his hut, all covered in blood, well, you can imagine. 2 and 2 got put together, and that was that. Even though there was no proof and no other evidence, and they had to let him go, people said there was no smoke without fire, and the poor sod had been hounded ever since. So I suppose I don't blame Rosemary for being the way she is. She's had her cross to bear." "That whole incident seems very fresh for people, doesn't it? Yet I'm told it happened 30 years ago," Elaine said, glad that Miriam had brought the subject up. Miriam sighed and eased her padded frame onto the bed. She perched on the corner like a roosting hen. "Sorry, love. Got to take the weight off for a minute. My bloody feet will be the death of me." She gave Elaine a tired smile. "As for the other, I think if her body had ever been found, it would have been different. Everyone would have moved on, even our Shirley. She's Brodie's mum. She might have come to terms and had a life. As it is, I don't think there's a farmer in the district that doesn't think one day he'll be digging a ditch or ploughing a field and a pile of little bones will turn up. Doesn't bear thinking about, really." Elaine sat down on the opposite corner of the bed. "What actually happened? People have mentioned the story, but I'm not clear on the details." Miriam closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. "I blame myself, really. And so does Shirley, if the truth be told. She left the kids with me that day. She had an appointment at the hospital and didn't want the kids fussing around her, so I said I would keep an eye on them. She often left them with me back then. It was the summer holidays and they all loved it here. Plenty of room to play, I suppose. They weren't bad kids. Fern was a typical teenager. It was all boys and girls magazines for her. Tony was a decent lad, still is. He's the one who keeps in touch. Shirley hasn't spoken a word to me from that day to this. Miriam tailed off wistfully. Anyway, they were all here. Fern, Tony, and little Mandy. Only I got called up to the house to help with Mr. Gardiner-Hallow. He'd had one of his funny turns, and for some reason he would always respond to me, so off I went. Of course I had to take the kids with me. I couldn't leave them on their own, could I? I mean, Fern was 14, but she was a feckless sort even then. Well, young Alex was home for the summer. He's the Gardiner-Hallow's nephew, quite famous now. You might even get to meet him while you're here. Anyway, me and Esther, she was the housekeeper then. We packed the kids off into the gardens and tried to sort Albert out. And that was that. Next thing we knew, Mandy was gone. Disappeared into thin air. We searched the garden, we searched the house, we looked everywhere. When the police came, we had the whole village and half the town out looking, but we never found a thing. Except the cardigan, that was all that was left of her. Oh, it was a terrible, terrible thing. Tore poor Shirley apart. See, Mandy was her only one. Tony and Fern are her stepkids. I got the shock of my life when I found out that she had Brodie. She must have been 40 if she was a Diana on her own by then, too. Of course, I wasn't allowed to have anything to do with them by then because she blamed me. I was in charge. Elaine didn't know what to say to make the old woman feel better. You can't watch kids all the time. You mustn't blame yourself, she said gently. Miriam sighed and shook her head. It's a good job I never had any of my own. Lord knows what would have happened. I'd have liked to, though. Still, it wasn't to be. Did you ever marry? Elaine seized the chance to steer the conversation into more comfortable waters. Miriam hauled herself up, groaning with the effort. Nearly. Once. I was engaged. Lovely chap he was. Peter Handley, she said, a beatific smile smoothing the creases of her face, making her look almost young again. But he broke it off the week before the wedding. Elaine was saddened by this. Miriam struck her as a woman who would have thrived on a diet of marriage and motherhood. That's terrible. Did you ever find out why? Miriam paused, a single snow-white towel in her hand, which she stroked thoughtfully. I did. Esther decided that it was her Christian duty to tell him that I wasn't pure. He was getting damaged goods. Elaine was profoundly shocked. She was aware that all this had happened a long time ago, but surely that kind of Victorian high morality had waned by then. That's awful. Why would she do such a thing? Miriam looked away, busily picking up the rest of the towels. It was different back then. People were different back then, especially here in the country. Esther was a very proud woman, a good woman, but she didn't understand too much about how people tick. Miriam paused and let out a weary sigh. I suppose she thought she was doing the right thing. Elaine couldn't accept that. Surely ruining another's prospects was never the right thing. She thought about making a case for Esther's guilt, but the look on Miriam's face told her that she would be better off holding her tongue. They stood in silence for a moment, all actions interrupted, all movements suspended by their thoughts. Miriam shook her head, snapping herself out of her reverie. Anyway, I must get on. By the way, what happened to the mantel clock? I came into dust earlier and it's gone. Elaine felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. Oh, sorry, don't worry, I haven't broken it. It's just that the ticking and the chimes get on my nerves, so I put it in the cupboard under the stairs. Sorry. Oh, I like a loud tick on a clock. Very soothing, I find. Oh, well, never mind. I'll put it back when you've gone, otherwise her ladyship would think you stole it, she laughed. Elaine lingered in the bedroom long after Miriam had gone, her hand resting on the crisp white linen that adorned the bed. She inhaled, drawing in the aroma of wind, sun, and good fresh air that mingled with the soap that Miriam had diligently sealed into the fabric with a hot iron. It was the smell of hard work and pride, of devotion to duty, of living a small life and finding satisfaction in the little things. Miriam made her way back to her own cottage, carrying in her arms the linen from Elaine's bed and trailing the dirty linen of the past in her wake. The girl's questions had stirred old and painful memories. It had never been Miriam's fault that lads had preferred her to Esther, and it hadn't been her fault that she'd failed to grasp the facts of life. Even at the age she was now, she had never quite grasped what birds and bees had to do with it, and why no one had told her at 16 that babies didn't come by stalk. They came by fear, pain, and shame. She didn't want to dwell on that. There were some rocks that were better never turned, and what crawled beneath that one didn't bear thinking about. The pain of Peter's rejection had never left her, but had become a familiar ache. Sometimes it was almost comforting, an indication that she had once been loved. Esther had said that she did what she did as an act of love, that truth was love. Miriam had never quite believed it. Esther's idea of love had always been such a strident thing and too black and white for the real world. Miriam had often wondered if Esther's sensibilities were founded more in jealousy and possession than in love. Esther could never have married. She would have seen the expectation of intimacy, the mutual need, as an affront. Even now, trapped in her dysfunctional body, she resented need. Miriam could see it and feel it, coming off her sister in waves of discontent. Esther had always done the right thing, as she saw it, and was bitter that God had seen fit to reward her by incarcerating her in a flesh-and-bone prison. She had never said that, but it is what Miriam saw every time she looked into Esther's eyes. Fear and resentment. When she looked back, Miriam was sure that's what had made Esther send Peter away. That and an over-entitled sense of morality. Fear that she would have to relinquish control over her sister in favor of a man, and resentment that she would never have a similar choice. Miriam had enduring faith in the premise that the mills of God would grind slow, but they would grind sure. There was no room for bitterness, only duty. Miriam's duty to care for her sister was a cold dish, served with every bit of sisterly love she could muster. It was Miriam's pleasure to offer her care, and Esther's detestation to receive it. At 6 o'clock, Elaine heard a noise outside the door, a slight shuffling as if someone was hovering and hesitating. Knowing it couldn't be Brodie or Miriam, who would have both just knocked and walked in, she waited a moment, reluctant to open the door to someone unknown. When she was certain that no one was lurking, she opened the door and discovered to her revulsion that her stealthy visitor had left a dead rabbit on her doorstep. Had Jean's ashes not accompanied the corpse, she would have felt deeply afraid. An anonymous gift of carrion was hardly likely to be a good thing, but the presence of the urn reassured her that this was Derry's idea of a favour. "The gift of death," she said aloud as she put Jean on a shelf in the porch. Using a carrier bag turned inside out as a glove, she bent to retrieve the rabbit. Her lip curled at the feel of its cold flesh through the plastic, and with a shudder of revulsion she picked it up. Holding it before her, the bag swinging from the very tips of her fingers, she walked over to Miriam's cottage and knocked on the kitchen door. Miriam struck her as a woman who would know exactly what to do with the thing. Miriam seemed pleased with the donation, even offering to demonstrate how the animal could be skinned and prepared for cooking, an offer which Elaine emphatically declined on the grounds that it would be knowledge that she would never use. She much preferred to receive her meat already butchered into nice, neat, anonymous chunks. While Miriam busied herself hanging the rabbit in the shed, ready for the next day, Elaine was left alone in the quiet, cluttered kitchen. It was a room that told its history in the paraphernalia which it held. Copper jelly moulds adorned the walls, and heavy pans hung on butcher's hooks from a rickety laundry rack suspended from the ceiling by a system of ropes and pulleys. Miriam had left her sitting at a scrubbed pine table, from which a faint tang of carbolic soap rose to tingle in her nose. It was a smell that conjured images of childhood, and Jean's obsession that cleanliness was next to godliness. It wasn't an aroma which brokered happy memories for Elaine. The kitchen formed a tableau that interior designers would have died for and purveyors of retro chic would have drooled over. It was a haven of vintage style that had cost Miriam nothing but a lifetime of utility and frugality. Yet it resonated the warmth of her personality in a way that no designer could replicate and no money could buy. Everything about the room smacked of Miriam's matronly country charm, with just enough chaos to make it interesting. Elaine tried to picture a black-clad, brooding Brody at the table, and had to smile at the incongruity of the image. She was still smiling when Miriam returned. "Well, that's that then," Miriam said, wiping her hands on her ever-present apron. "Would you like a cuppa now that you're here? I've just made one." "Thanks, that would be lovely." "Where's Brody? I thought she would have been round this afternoon." Elaine watched Miriam wield the enormous brown teapot in one capable hand whilst balancing a delicate silver tea strainer in the other. "Oh, she took herself off a couple of hours ago. Said she had something she wanted to look at. As long as she's out from under my feet and not causing any trouble," Miriam said with a laugh. "Come on through, you can meet Esther. She likes a bit of company." Elaine followed her through towards the lounge, hovering in the doorway while Miriam prepared Esther for company. "We've got a visitor." Miriam plumped cushions behind the figure of Esther, who Elaine was unable to see, obscured as she was by her sister's bulk. "It's Elaine. You know I told you about her. She's staying in the rental cottage for a couple of weeks." Elaine could hear a guttural, grunting sound emanating from the chair. It felt like her cue to enter. "Hello, Esther. It's very nice to meet you at last." She said it with a pleasantry that she didn't quite feel. With all that she had heard about Esther, this wasn't a meeting she'd been relishing. As Miriam moved away, she got her first look at the woman in the chair. With a fixed smile, she took in the spare, pinched features of the woman whose eyes bore into her with malignant curiosity. Esther's one good hand clenched briefly, then resumed poking and scratching at the arm of her chair as she looked away from her visitor. Elaine suppressed a shudder and swallowed down the rising anxiety that was threatening to make her flee from the room. There was a terrifying familiarity about Esther's demeanor, which was reminiscent of 100 childish nightmares. The sensation of fear forced her to look away and focus on the rest of the room, as if by doing so she could pretend that the hostile, ravaged presence wasn't there. Despite her best efforts to make small talk about the lovely painting above the mantel or the charming Staffordshire dogs that adorned the hearth, she couldn't escape her reaction to the old woman. The need to get out of the room became more pronounced with every minute. Mutual dislike crackled through the air in the room, completely escaping Miriam, who chattered on, oblivious to the sidelong glances which Elaine was compelled to give to the crone in the corner, just to be sure. Sure of what, she didn't know. Perhaps to check that the woman really wasn't capable of independent movement and could not get out of the chair. The mounting anxiety made her feel like a child, full of ridiculous worries about monsters under the bed and bogeymen in the wardrobe. She was forced to abandon her tea, lest the cup should rattle in the saucer and betray her nerves. The visceral response bore no relation to reason, and Elaine felt hard-pressed to make sense of it. The ordeal was ended by the arrival of another visitor, to whom Elaine couldn't have been more grateful, as his unexpected visit gave her the perfect excuse to escape. The appearance of the tall, impeccably dressed and handsome man at the cottage door caused both Miriam and Esther to cry out in surprise and delight. From Esther there was a tortured, keening squeal, followed by her raddled face breaking out into a rapture of delight and longing, an image that was almost as frightening to Elaine as the tortuous brooding one that had gone before. From Miriam there was an explosion of pleasure as she cried, "Alex! Where did you spring from? We weren't expecting you." Elaine couldn't help but feel wryly amused by the Austen-esque mood that had taken over the women. She rose to her feet and watched as Miriam fluttered and flustered over the visitor, while Esther grimaced and fawned. Alex lapped it up like the prodigal son. "Just a flying visit, I'm afraid. Popping in on my way back to London. Thought I'd better call in and see my two favourite ladies." He oozed charm as he bent to kiss the now effervescent Esther. "Where are my manners?" Miriam gushed with a flap of her apron. "Alex, this is Elaine. She's staying next door for a while. Elaine, I'd like you to meet Alex Gardner-Hallow." Her face beamed with pride as she made the introductions. Alex extended his hand while making a long, lingering appraisal of Elaine, which made her feel as though he was imagining her naked. "Elaine, pleased to make your acquaintance." A lascivious smile played at the corners of his mouth. Elaine took his hand and received a warm, dry squeezing of her fingers. The gesture was undertaken with the use of both hands. He let his touch linger a fraction too long, and she was forced to extract herself. "You're the aspiring MP, aren't you? Are you home for a bit of impromptu campaigning?" She was fighting the urge to wipe her hand on her jeans. Uninvited intimacy had never made her comfortable. Alex guffawed, the sound as fake as his snake oil charm. "Quite! Though I'm sure I can count on the votes of these two lovely ladies. They brought me up, you know. I would be nothing without these two, would I, Esther? Miriam?" He beamed at the adoring women. Miriam blushed and flapped her hand at him, while Esther's lip trembled with pride. Her prior menace completely replaced by humble, sycophantic devotion. For Elaine, this was equally creepy. "Well, it's very nice to meet you, but I ought to be going. Thank you for the tea, Miriam. Tell Brody I say hello," she said, her words barely registering with the giddy Miriam. At the door, Alex took her hand again. "I hope we meet again, Elaine." He appraised her once more. There was a shard of menace in the glimmer of his eye, which she took to denote his hard-nosed political acumen. He struck her as a man in no doubt of his own appeal. He was appealing in a purely physical sense, and represented an almost perfect specimen of manliness. She found him both extremely attractive and quite unnerving. She had never been comfortable around attractive men and always searched for flaws that would match her own. In Alex, she could find none. Extracting herself, she gave him a tight smile. "I'm sure you'll be far too busy." She hastily made her escape, beginning to wish she had just buried that damn rabbit. The whole visit had left her feeling quite unsettled. She was aware of Alex watching her as she made her way down the path. "Weird," she muttered under her breath as she reached the gate. Pausing, she smiled, entertained by the thought of what Brody would make of the visitor. She doubted that the abrasive girl would have much time for Alex's charm. Satisfied that he would soon be introduced to the tiny teenage nemesis, she opened her own door and once inside shut it gratefully on the strange and unpleasant evening. The draught from the closing of the door disturbed the plastic that enclosed Jean's urn. It shifted and shed a little of the fine dust that still clung to its interior. An evening breeze picked up the specks and sent them whirling and reeling across the gardens and in through the open window of Miriam's cottage. Alex had been laughing, but was interrupted by an unanticipated sneeze, caused, unbeknownst to him, by his sudden introduction to Jean. Chapter 5. Brody stood in the entrance to the ruined chapel. It looked baleful and forbidding in the low afternoon sun, which cast creeping shadows within its crumbling walls. Inside, it was dank and silent. The smell of sweating, musty stone assaulted her senses, and she struggled to see clearly in the gloom. She had brought a torch, which she checked for the second time, making sure that the batteries were functioning. Then she checked her pocket for the spares, her hand closing over them in quiet relief. Steeling herself, she made to venture further, but was startled by a voice behind her. "Hard to believe that this hasn't been like this for hundreds of years, isn't it?" Reeling round, torch gripped in her hand like a baton, she came face to face with a plump, ruddy-faced man dressed in black. Unlike her, he was wearing a dog collar. "Oh, did I startle you? I'm sorry," he said. "It's all right." Brody relaxed her grip on the torch and wondered what the protocol was for talking to Vickers. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up, squinting at the remains of the squat tower. Yes, 100 years ago this was still a functioning church, maintained by the Gardner-Hallows. Mostly for family use, I should imagine. But neglect takes its toll, and now we're left with just this ruin. Did you know that the land was given to the family by William the Conqueror, and that they have owned it ever since? The current house doesn't date back that far, most of it's Georgian, but the chapel has to be hundreds of years old. Fascinating, isn't it? He mused. Brody climbed down from the fallen lintel she had been standing on, and stood beside him, following his gaze. "Why do you think they let it fall down?" "Oh, lack of interest and lack of money, I should think. These places aren't cheap to look after. I should know. I've been fighting the locals for years to raise money for a new roof on the village church," he said, laughing. "Besides, I don't think the current incumbents are a terribly faithful lot," he added with a conspiratorial wink. "Anyway, nice to have met you. Do be careful if you're going to explore, won't you?" He nodded at the torch. Brodie watched him wander off, hand still behind his back. Her prior experience of men of the cloth had been the occasional tussle with the hospital chaplain who frequently made it his business to advise her mother of the error of her ways. Shirley had constant battles with God, railing against him for her misfortunes one day and seeking his forgiveness the next. It hadn't exactly given Brodie an enthusiasm for faith or those who brokered it. Yet she had felt quite comfortable with this brief meeting, the vicar's appearance having served to buoy her up for the task ahead. Taking her torch, she re-entered the chapel and made her way to what she assumed had once been the front of the church. She was pretty sure it was called the chancel, and the side bits that formed the cross were the transepts. The part where people sat was the nave. 2 minutes on Google and she was an expert in ecclesiastical architecture, or enough of one to work out what she was looking for anyway. She had spotted it the day before and had intended to explore it then if she hadn't had to deal with Elaine freaking out over a dumb bird. Picking her way over the rubble, she went back to where she had spied an opening the day before. It was overgrown and half hidden, but it was there nonetheless. A rotting, woodlouse-ridden trapdoor lay over it, slimy with lichen. She managed to find a stick and used it to lever up the cover, revealing in its totality what she had glimpsed through the missing lathes in the door. A staircase of rough-hewn stone led down into the darkness of what she was sure had to be a crypt. Switching on the torch, she shone it down, leaning back lest a flurry of bats should emerge in a furious glut to tangle her hair and scare her witless. Just to be sure, she banged the stick on the stonework, hoping to disturb anything that might be lurking. Years of watching horror films had made her cautious, and people said you didn't learn anything from TV. And even though she knew it would take little effort to break through the rotten wood of the door, she wedged a stone against the hinge just in case. Ready to face whatever was below, she began to descend, one slippery step at a time, the stick held in one hand, the torch in the other. At the bottom of the steps, she played the beam of her torch across the walls, gratified to find that she was indeed in a small crypt. A room of about 20 feet square with a low vaulted ceiling. She was disappointed to find a distinct lack of sarcophagi, and even more dismayed to find that she was not the first to have discovered the hidden chamber. Several beer cans lay around her feet, and someone had spray-painted a crude pentagram on the floor. The room had a distinctive smell of stale urine mingled with mold, an acrid combination which stung her nose and made her want to sneeze. Pulling her t-shirt up to cover the lower part of her face so that the smell of washing powder would mask the other stench, she explored further, quickly realizing that there were bodies in the walls. Heart beating with excitement, she moved closer and tried to read the inscriptions. Various dead Gardiner Hallows had been entombed beneath the chapel. The duration of their often brief lives had been engraved on slabs of marble which were mortared into place. "Cool," she whispered. The sound set off an eerie echo around the room, as if the dead were mimicking her voice. Her fascination with the deceased gentry was brought to an abrupt end when she heard something above. Whirling around, torch beam swinging wildly, and her heart seeming to leap into her throat, she screamed, just as a torrent of small stones tumbled down the steps. A moment later, she got a grip. There was no way she was getting stuck in that place without a fight. With arms that shook like branches in a high wind, she took a better grip on the stick and raised the torch to illuminate the steps. "Who's there?" she yelled. "You better get back because I'm coming up swinging." She thwacked the stick against the stonework for good measure. Mustering up her battle cry, she flung herself at the steps, howling and yelling like a thing demented. Taking them 2 at a time, she leaped out at the top like a demonic jack-in-the-box, whirling the stick above her head in a dervish-like frenzy. It meant nothing, and her arms sagged as the movement ebbed away along with her adrenaline. It took a few moments for her eyes to adjust to the sudden influx of light, so initially the grizzling heap hadn't appeared to be human. For a split second, she had been half convinced that she was about to be attacked by a huge bear, or more likely a wild boar, as she had read somewhere that Britain was full of them. Breathing heavily, and braced to use the stick if she had to, she squinted at the now whimpering thing. It was a man, a giant one, crouching on the floor with one hand over his head and the other waving wildly to ward her off. "Whoa, what the fuck?" she said, all the fight seeping out of her. "You scared the bloody bejesus out of me." She recognized the man as Derry, the village idiot as Miriam called him. She knew that Elaine had met him and said that he was a gentle, sweet thing, even if he was a few biscuits short of a barrel. "What are you doing scaring me like that?" she demanded, righteously indignant. She stared at him angrily, then started feeling quite ashamed of herself because he was clearly far more terrified than she was. All he could manage was a frightened whimper as he rocked backward and forward with his hands over his head. His great feet were sticking out either side of his squatting body, making him look like a gigantic egg perched precariously on a pair of clown shoes. Brody felt like the vilest person in the world. "Look, it's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. See, I'm putting the stick down, okay?" She bent down and placed the stick on the ground, then put her hands up to shoulder height. It was like some scene out of an American gangster film wherein she was declaring her surrender. "I'm going to sit down now, all right?" She lowered herself onto a giant slab of masonry that formed a convenient and impromptu bench. "See? Everything's all right, yeah?" Slowly, the rocking ceased, and the whimpering diminished until, still crouched, he bravely decided to take a look at her through the cage of his parted fingers. Brody smiled at him, aware that a smile from her wasn't always a good thing. No matter how much she practiced, it often looked more menacing than the sulky look she had perfected. "Hey, you're Derry, aren't you? I'm Brody. My friend Elaine told me about you. You remember Elaine, don't you?" Derry nodded from behind the protective fan of his fingers. "Sorry if I scared you, mate, but I reckon you scared me more. I thought I had a bunch of pissed-up devil worshippers on my hands." She laughed at her own joke and hoped the humour would calm him down. "Anyway, what are you doing lurking around here?" Finally, he pulled his hands away from his face and scrabbled on the ground behind him, grasping at something and dangling it in front of her by its ears. Rabbits," he stuttered, waving at the woods that lay behind the chapel. Brody felt a wave of revulsion as the poor dead thing dangled in front of her. She tried hard not to pull a face as she said, "Cool. You gonna have that for your tea?" Derry gave her a vigorous nod. "Lovely. Sooner you than me, mate. I prefer a burger myself," she quipped. Derry grinned and gave out a snort of laughter. He started to rummage inside his coat, pulling something out which was lost to Brody's view, concealed as it was within his big hand. For you." He threw the object. Brody saw something small and grey come hurtling towards her. On instinct, she scuffled back, expecting to be confronted by something else that was small, furry, and dead. At her feet lay a grubby child's toy. She picked it up and turned it in her hands, recognition and horror dawning as she examined the little furry dog. It was filthy, rimed with age, and it was missing one of its glass eyes. "Where did you get this, Derry?" Her voice came out in a tentative whisper as the thing she held in her hands inserted its significance into her mind. Down there!" He pointed to the crypt. Brody looked back at the trapdoor and thought about what lay beneath it. She shuddered. "Do you know who it belonged to?" she asked, the implication of his anticipated answer causing her heart to beat faster. Derry nodded vigorously and looked around him, as if the walls of the chapel might have ears. Wide-eyed, he leaned forward. Mandy's." Brody looked at the giant man who was crouched before her. She knew from the village gossip that everyone thought he was the one who had abducted Mandy, and that he had killed her and buried her body somewhere in the vicinity. She eyed the dead rabbit with the lolling head and gauzy eyes, and contemplated whether she thought this man could have done the same thing to a child. The dog lay in her hand like a totem. In almost every photograph of Mandy, the dog was a feature. Mandy had called it Barney, and the fact that she could never be parted from it had become the stuff of legend. Barney had gone everywhere the girl had gone, except to her grave. Brodie had to ask, "Did you hurt her, Derry? By accident?" Derry shook his head vigorously once again and began to rock. No, not me. Not me. Brodie believed him. Her gut told her he wasn't lying because she had the feeling he didn't really know how. "Someone did, though, didn't they? Do you know who, Derry? It's important." He shook his head again, an exaggerated movement that told Brodie how hard he was trying to make her believe him. "Esther knows. She does." That was a fat lot of good to Brodie. She didn't doubt that the horrible old woman could have had a hand in whatever happened, but it wasn't like anyone could ask her now. In the distance, the church bell chimed out the hour. Derry started like a wary deer, a look of fear pulling his features. "Late," he said, by way of explanation, as he leapt to his feet and began a lurching canter across the meadow and into the woods. Brodie looked after him for a long time, the little dog still nestling in her hand. She didn't know what to do. If she took the dog to the police, they would want to question Derry again, and it wasn't as if he could tell them much. It took him half an hour to get a word out anyway. Besides, there was a reason he had given it to her. There had to be. He must have had it the whole time, otherwise the police would have found it. If she could find the crypt so easily, then it was pretty likely the police had too. But why had he kept it? He must have known it would incriminate him further. Brodie thought about it hard, tried to put herself into his shoes, and realised that he wouldn't have thought of that at all. He knew he was innocent, so he wouldn't have even considered that something might make him look bad. It was like the cardigan. From what she could remember being told, he had voluntarily given it to the police. He hadn't hidden it or tried to destroy it. He had tried to be helpful, even though everyone else had assumed that it was an admission of his guilt. Brodie knew what she had to do. Carefully stowing the dog inside her jacket, she set off for home, a plan forming in her mind. Elaine was becoming used to Brodie calling in for breakfast, so much so that she automatically catered for two. Though it had only been a few days, Brodie had managed to wheedle her way into her affections in the most surprising way. Elaine did not embrace relationships easily. The years tied to her mother had made her reluctant to form attachments that might bind her and dictate her time. Brodie had struck a chord which resonated in a way unfamiliar to Elaine, and she was mesmerized by the depth of affection she was developing for the intense, socially awkward girl. When Brodie sent her a text to say that she wouldn't be over that day, Elaine was surprised by the disappointment she felt. Bereft of company, she struggled to know what to do with her time, eventually deciding that she really ought to deal with Jean's ashes. There was only so much time that the woman could languish on the shelf in the porch before it became remarkably indecent. It had occurred to Elaine that the gardens at Hallows Court might be a suitable place. They were pretty and peaceful, and she guessed that Jean might be as happy there as she would have been anywhere, though the likelihood of Jean being happy with anything was as incongruous in death as it had been in life. Consulting the Garden Hallows and asking their permission had played through her mind, but the delays and questions this might cause were off-putting. Eventually, Elaine concluding that what people didn't know they couldn't worry about. Besides, this was between her and her mother. Her plan was to find a quiet spot and distribute Jean evenly and discreetly. After the debacle in the boot of the car on the day she had first met Brodie, the sooner and more efficiently it was done, the better. The gardens were lovely. A little neglected in places, but the skeleton of something beautiful wasn't hard to recognize. Elaine made sure to stay out of sight of the house, and after scouting around for a short time, found a copse of rhododendrons with a hollow space in the middle. It seemed perfect. She could scatter Jean, and no one would be any the wiser. Checking to see that no one was watching, she slipped inside the canopy of thick leaves and tangled branches and emptied the urn, noting with surprise how much was still left. Jean seemed to go on forever, drifting about in languid grey swirls which clung to Elaine's trousers and caked her shoes. "For Christ's sake, woman, will you never let up?" Elaine hissed, slapping at her legs and tapping her shoes against the trunk of one of the monster plants. Eventually, the dust settled, and she was able to extract herself from the copse in the hope that the summer breeze would distribute the rest of the remains accordingly. Had anyone been watching, they would have been shocked at the lack of respect she had shown, and it occurred to Elaine that she should feel guilty about it, yet she didn't. This was the first time in her life that Jean hadn't dictated the terms, hadn't manipulated her or cajoled in that needy, wheedling way, and it satisfied Elaine that she had finally been able to rebel. Jean was gone, and it was time for a change. Satisfied with her morning's work, she ambled happily across the great lawn, which stretched out to the rear of Hallow's Court, admiring the abundance of colourful flowers that grew haphazardly from the ragged borders. A team of gardeners could have made this place quite spectacular, she thought, as she bent to pick a sprig of lavender. She crushed it in her hand so that she could enjoy its pungent scent. A distant cry of "Help!" broke into her reverie, jarring her out of her sanguine mood and pulling her attention towards the house. She ran along the lavender-lined path and through an untidy topiary arch towards the sound. In the middle of what appeared to be a neglected knot garden, a statuesque woman stood above the prone body of a man. It was her voice that had been calling for help. "What's happened?" Elaine asked, breathless from her sprint. "Oh, thank goodness." The woman was wringing her hands, clearly anguished. "I was beginning to think no one would come. He's had a fall, and I simply can't lift him on my own." Her words were plaintive. Her hands stayed their movement and clasped together as if the gesture could contain her concern. Elaine crouched next to the man. He was breathing and conscious. "Are you all right? Are you in any pain?" She felt profound concern for the gaunt, almost skeletal man who lay in the sharp gravel. "It's the damnedest thing, but I can't seem to lever myself up," he said, with a gentle laugh, as if it was the most normal thing in the world to be lying with his face in the dirt. "Will you help me lift him?" the woman asked. "There's no weight to him, really. It's just that I can't do it on my own." Elaine frowned. "I'm not sure we should try. If he's broken anything in the fall, we might do more harm than good. Perhaps we should call an ambulance and just try to make him more comfortable." "Nonsense. I shall be right as rain once you get me back on my pins," the man insisted. "Nothing broken, I assure you. Just took a little tumble, that's all. Now, be a good girl and help me up," he said jovially, waggling his arms to show his impatience. Elaine was reluctant, but could tell that her objections would find no quarter. "All right, let's start with getting you to a sitting position, but any sign of pain and we will have to call for an ambulance." She bent down and levered him up, swiveling him onto his skinny backside. He was so thin that she found it hard to believe that he hadn't broken something as a result of the fall. "That's the ticket. Halfway there already," he said enthusiastically, showing no signs of pain. "Okay, now if you could crouch down on his other side and put his arm around your shoulder. I'll do the same this side. We'll lift him on the count of 3, Elaine directed, getting into position and waiting for the flustered woman to do the same. "Right. 1, 2, 3. They heaved and dragged the man to his feet. "There we go. I'm back up with my head in the clouds again," he chortled, though he was still a little unsteady on his stick-thin legs. "Oh, Albert, for goodness sake, let's get you inside." The woman had embarrassment and woe written all over her face. Elaine took the bulk of his weight as they staggered awkwardly towards the tall French windows that opened onto the terrace. The shallow steps proved tricky, but eventually they managed to negotiate the rangy Albert inside the house and into a chair, where he plopped gracelessly with an enormous sigh of relief. "That's better. Well, this calls for a drink, I'd say, wouldn't you, Ada?" He clapped his hands together and appealed to the careworn woman. Ada bristled. "I shall find Pavla and arrange for a pot of tea," she said imperiously. Albert leaned towards Elaine and, placing his hand side onto his mouth, whispered loudly, "I take it the sun's not over the Yardam yet?" Never mind, we shall toast my rescue in tea made by the fair and lovely Pavla, our little Russian doll. Elaine couldn't help smiling at him, despite the fact that she felt like she had inadvertently slipped into an amateur dramatic society interpretation of something by P.G. Wodehouse. Ada gave out an exasperated sigh. How many times, Albert? She's from the Czech Republic. She turned to Elaine. Thank you for your help, dear. You've been very kind. I'm sure introductions aren't necessary, really, but I'm Ada Gardner-Hallow, and this is Albert, my brother, who cannot seem to help getting himself into trouble, she added, giving Albert a sidelong, disapproving glance. Now, you have to be Miss Ellis, staying in Meadowfoot Cottage, if I'm correct. She extended a long, delicate hand for Elaine to shake. Her skin felt like porcelain, cool and translucent, the blue-hued veins standing out and announcing their vulnerability. Elaine was struck by their ethereal delicacy. Call me Elaine, and you're very welcome. Ada treated her to a gracious smile. I think a cup of tea is the least I can offer you for all your help. Do excuse me for a moment. Left alone with Albert, who had closed his eyes and was humming a Gilbert and Sullivan aria as though he'd forgotten she was there, Elaine was able to take in her surroundings. The room was huge, and looked as though it must have been the library at one time, though most of the books were piled haphazardly like teetering stalagmites around the room. The vacant shelves had been stuffed to the gills with hundreds upon hundreds of glass jars, bottles, and small boxes. The scene was reminiscent of how Elaine imagined an alchemist's lair might look. Each vessel appeared to contain something, tiny artifacts diligently collected and labelled for posterity. It was one of the oddest things she had ever seen. Ah, I see you admire my collection. Albert peered at her through one open eye, while the other remained obstinately shut. It's my life's work, you know. I collect and catalogue everything of interest. He paused as Elaine stepped closer and examined one of the shelves. She was looking at a pine cone, joined in its glass prison by a tiny piece of paper with the time and date on which it was found written on it. The adjacent jars contained leaves, seeds, shards of coloured glass, a ribbon, a button, dried flower heads, a ring pull from a can, a pebble. It was an embarrassment of purposeless riches. Albert hauled himself to his feet, stiff with age and the after-effects of the fall. You think me a foolish old man, eccentric and quite mad, don't you? His tone was not in the least accusatory. You may well be right. I am certainly a fool. He paused for a second, a one look passing across his sagging features. I have something for you, a token. You see, everything is of interest if you are asking the right questions. Elaine watched with concern as he negotiated his way across the floor, carefully wending his way through the labyrinth of books, tables and objets d'art that littered the room, making it into an absurd obstacle course. He reached a shelf and looked along it, finally selecting a tiny jar thick with dust. Ah, here we are. Laboriously, he made his way back and presented it to her, pressing it into her hand as if he were endowing her with something precious. Thank you. She was both touched and mildly amused by the gesture. He patted her hand. Put it in your pocket. Don't let Ada see it. You might want to share it with your pugnacious little companion, see what she makes of it. At the sound of the door being opened, Elaine thrust the thing in her pocket and turned to watch as a squat, thick-set woman with a knitted brow and a look of purposeful determination negotiated a huge tea tray through the door. Miss Ada said to bring this here. She will be along, she said in a thick Slavic accent, whilst peering around in an attempt to find a clear surface where she could rest the tray. Let me help. Elaine moved forward to help with the burden as Pavla finally settled for resting the tray on a worn footstool, which was the only unfettered surface available. Elaine received a grateful smile in return. I clear a space. Pavla gracelessly plonked a pile of papers and magazines on the floor to release a side table for its intended purpose. No wonder the place was in such disarray if all they did was rearrange the rubble, Elaine thought as Pavla smiled at her again. Do you mind if I use the bathroom? She was eager to wash the dust off her hands. Dirt and grime on her skin was never a sensation she could stand for long. The combination of Jean's remains, the gravel from where she had picked up Albert, and the dust from the little bottle was prickling and bothering her skin as if she had been spattered with acid. Usually, she would have carried wet wipes in her bag and a bottle of antibacterial hand gel, but her bag was at a cottage and the urge to be clean was overwhelming. Pavla looked confused. "Bathroom," she pondered. "Ah, you mean toilet. Yes, please follow," she added, having logically worked out what Elaine actually wanted. Elaine had to admire her aplomb. Negotiating the English language at all was no mean feat, let alone being expected to understand the subtle social niceties that dogged the vernacular of the classes. Gratefully, she followed Pavla across the hall to the cloakroom, which was discreetly hidden beneath the vast, curving staircase which led to the upper floors of the house. As she left the little room, hands still damp with relief, she paused. Angry voices floated down the stairwell and echoed round the hall. Eavesdropping was not something she would have normally chosen as a pastime, but given the tone of the conversation above her, it would have been more embarrassing to make her presence known. Staying back in the shadows, she attempted the impossible task of not listening to what was being said. "Do you have any idea how much it costs to live in London and maintain the kind of lifestyle that's necessary?" She recognized Alex's voice, unctuous and overbearing. "Please, Alex, you have to understand, we barely have enough as it is. I'm reduced to employing foreigners, and only one at that. The house is falling down around us and the gardens are a ruin. I ask you, what do you expect? I can't conjure money out of thin air." Ada's words were clearly a plea for the application of reason. "Then sell up. I could bring you 100 people willing to bite your hand off for this place. It could be a hotel, a golf club, anything but this miserable mausoleum." Alex's voice sounded sulky and was loaded with childlike resentment. Elaine felt embarrassed for him. His petulant voice made her cringe and shrink back further into the shade of the staircase. Ada stood her ground. "That is not going to happen. It's not mine to sell. Albert is the incumbent, not you or me, and while he is alive, it's his to keep. You should be grateful to him. He's been extraordinarily generous to you." Alex snorted, his derision echoing down the stairwell like a beast released from Pandora's box. "That old fool. He should be in an asylum, and you know it. I could, Wouldn't take much to have him committed, make him sign it over." "But you won't, will you, Alex?" "It wouldn't look good for you. People won't vote for a man who puts his own uncle in an institution, even if you convince them it's for his own good. Besides, we can't sell even if he agreed. There are worse things that could come out." There was a short silence, dogged and heavy with unbearable tension. "Am I never to be forgiven for that?" Alex whined. "I'm afraid you must look elsewhere for forgiveness, Alex, as you must look elsewhere for money. I cannot help you." Elaine flinched and braced herself further into the shade of the stairs as she heard Alex emit a bellow of frustration. Something smashed, and a small shard of china dropped from the top of the staircase and tumbled across the tiles, finally coming to rest just in front of her feet. For a moment, she was afraid that the old lady had been harmed, but Ada's shocked cry of "Alex!" reassured her. The stone stairs above her resounded with a furious pounding, and the metal balustrade sang as Alex thundered down it like an angry bull. At the bottom, he stalked across the hallway, his gait rigid with indignation, and slammed out the front door. Elaine was profoundly shocked. She had never witnessed an adult behave in such a way. Her mother had been difficult and manipulative, but there had never been violence. This was a whole new maze of human behavior to negotiate. Her first instinct was to run upstairs and find Ada, offer her some comfort, some reassurance, but she doubted this would be welcome. She had already picked up on Ada's discomfiture when she had been forced to expose Albert's eccentric existence to a stranger. She waited for a moment and heard Ada gathering up the bits of broken china at the top of the stairs. Cautiously, she moved out from the shadows, looking up to check that Ada couldn't see her. Fortunately, the landing was unoccupied. She slipped as silently as she could across the hall and back into Albert's room. He was asleep in his chair, snoring gently. Elaine spotted a woolen throw resting on the back of a sagging sofa. As quietly as she could, she took it and spread it over the sleeping man. Then she crept out through the French doors onto the terrace. She sat down on the balustrade opposite the open door, hoping that Ada would spot her there and understand how awkward it would have been to stay in the room with the sleeping man, sipping tea. Eventually the woman appeared, seeming to have regained all her former composure. She stepped out onto the terrace and walked towards Elaine. "Oh dear, did he doze off on you? I'm so very sorry. I hope you managed to drink some tea before he fell asleep." Elaine smiled. "I did. Thank you. I didn't like to stay in the room with him. It seemed very rude." She hadn't drunk any tea, but felt it would be rude to say so. "I quite understand. I'm afraid our social graces are sorely lacking these days, and we don't entertain quite like we used to. Age can be a great burden." Ada paused and looked back towards the house. "Are you enjoying your stay?" Elaine noticed that Ada was staring at her neck. Instinctively, she reached up and adjusted the scarf. "Yes, I am. It's a beautiful place, and the cottage is charming." Ada nodded. "Yes, it seems sensible to put them to some use. We used to let them to the estate staff, but as the estate has shrunk, so have the number of people. It would have been a poor show to let the cottages go to ruin. I'm so very glad you like the cottage. I chose the furnishings myself." That little fact didn't surprise Elaine one bit. It was fairly obvious that the cottage had been furnished by something with utilitarian and somewhat eclectic taste. "It's lovely. You've made it very comfortable and welcoming," she lied. It had been furnished with everything from Hallows Court that had been considered too good to throw away, yet surplus to requirements. Ada inclined her head graciously. "You're very kind." "Well, I better be going. Thank you very much for the tea. I hope your brother feels better when he wakes. It's been very nice to meet you," Elaine said, unable to ignore and quite grateful for the subtle cue to leave. She made her way back to the cottage along the same lavender-lined path she had used earlier, stopping to retrieve Jean's abandoned urn as she passed. On picking it up, she felt a pang of guilt. This really wasn't the place she should have put her, but it was too late. Even Jean deserved greater peace than this. As Elaine walked, the last few dusty grains of Jean fell from the near-empty urn. They formed a Hansel and Gretel trail of crumbs on the gravel path, which would connect her daughter to Hallows Court until the wind decided to change. Chapter 6. Brodie got off the bus, pulled up her hood, and made her way down the quiet residential road towards her destination. A few hours in the library had revealed its identity, and a few pounds of her precious money had bought her the address of the man she was looking for. Once she had located the right house, she paused and steeled herself, remembering to pull down her hood and smooth out her hair before she knocked. The perfectly painted green front door sported a heavy brass knocker, which resounded down the entire street when she tapped it against its elaborate brass plate. The sound made her feel as if she were the only person alive in the whole road. Not even a net curtain was twitched to belie her presence. A woman eventually opened the door. Brodie hadn't been expecting that. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. I'm looking for Jack Pearson. Is he in?" The woman looked her up and down, frowning. "He's in the garden." "Not being funny, love, but what do you want?" "I wanted to talk to him about one of his old cases," Brodie said with more confidence than she was feeling. The woman opened the door wider, crossed her arms and planted her feet firmly. "You do know he's retired?" Brodie nodded. "Yeah, it's an old case. I read about it in the papers and I know he was in charge. I just wanted to talk to him about it. It's about the little girl who went missing, Mandy Miller." She fingered the toy dog which lay in her pocket. The woman put her head back, curious. "And why would you want to know about that? It must have been years before you were born." "It was, but I'm her sister, and something's come up. Please, can I talk to him?" The woman sighed and slowly shook her head as if wondering at her own judgment. "Come on in, I'll ask him, but don't be surprised if he doesn't want to see you. He never did get over that one." Brodie followed her down a long hallway and into a tidy modern kitchen, where she was told to wait while the woman went down the garden and into the greenhouse. It took a few moments, but eventually Jack Pearson emerged, peering out of the greenhouse towards the house, as if trying to get a glimpse of his young visitor. The woman trundled back up the path. "He says to go down. I'll bring you a pot of tea." Brodie thanked her and made her way towards the greenhouse along the neatly bordered path. The garden was immaculate and precisely laid out. Rows of vegetables grew in orderly ranks, each perfectly labelled and standing to attention. Not a flower or a leaf dared to dip its head or sag. It didn't strike Brodie as the domain of a man who missed the fine details. Having reached the greenhouse, she hovered in the doorway, watching as the man she sought carefully planted seedlings from a big tray into individual pots. "Pull up a crate. I'll be with you in a sec. These won't survive long if I don't get them done now." He hadn't even looked up at that point. She stepped in and sat down on an upturned wooden crate and watched as he carefully handled the tiny plants. "So, you're a miller, are you? My wife tells me you want to talk to me about Mandy," he said, finally turning towards her. Brodie swallowed. He had the kind of eyes that could bore right into you, and they were topped with a pair of impressively bushy eyebrows. "Yes, I wanted to ask you about the investigation and why no one ever found anything." Jack Pearson wiped his hands on a cloth and pulled up another crate. He lowered himself onto it and puffed out a sigh of weariness. "We didn't find anything because there was nothing to find. It was like she vanished into thin air." He paused and took a good look at her. "You have the look of your sister. Not Mandy, Fern. You're skinnier, though." Brodie grimaced. Fern was not her favourite person. "Thanks," she said, in a manner that caused him to laugh and slap a hand on his thigh. "Not much gets past you, does it, kid? I take it Fern's health and temper hasn't improved with the passage of time." "I don't see much of her, thank God," Brodie muttered, trying to avoid his gaze. Pearson chuckled again. "What about your mother? She coping these days?" Brodie fiddled with the zip of her jacket. Shirley was always a sore subject. "She's in Woodlawn. She took an overdose." She was ashamed to admit what a fuck-up her family was, especially to this man who clearly had prior experience of the Miller clan. Jack shook his head slowly. "I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she learned to get past it in time. Poor woman. So, what did you want to know specifically? It's a long time ago, mind, and I'm an old man with a rusty memory." Brodie supposed that that was his way of telling her that there were things he couldn't discuss. She had already discovered that Mandy's case was cold, but still open. "The cardigan. I want you to tell me about the cardigan." Jack rubbed his hand over his face and sighed. "Rosemary Tyler found it. In a hut her brother used as some kind of den. He was a bugger for poaching on the estate and had all sorts of junk in there. But nothing else that connected him to Mandy. We had to arrest him, but we got nowhere. The poor bloke was terrified and we could barely get a word out of him. We had to call in a psychiatrist in the end, and he confirmed that it was unlikely that Derek Tyler had had anything to do with Mandy's disappearance. Besides, the sister swore blind that he was at home all day." "How come she found it?" Jack leaned forward. "The world and his wife were out looking for Mandy. Not an inch of that area wasn't covered. Rosemary had got wind that people were pointing the finger at Derek. They weren't well liked as a family, and Derek got blamed for a lot of things that happen around there. So, she said she knew someone would try and set him up. She looked in his hut and saw the cardigan. Knew it couldn't be connected to him because he'd been with her that day. So she called us. In her own skewed way, I think she was trying to protect him." "How come you believed her when she said he was at home? I mean, she's his sister. She was bound to lie for him." For Brodie, it stood to reason. Family backed family. "We didn't. Not initially. Not even when the old girl Ruby backed it up. It was only when we caught up with Rosemary's estranged husband that we believed it. He'd been there that day collecting some of his stuff and had argued with Rosemary. That had been what had scared Derek. He'd locked himself in his room all day. It was his statement that got Derek off the hook. Why would you believe Rosemary's husband? It doesn't make sense. Family by marriage was just as much family. Jack shook his head and gave her a sardonic smile. Believe me, if you had ever met Eddie Macy or Rosemary Tyler, you would know that there was no love lost there. Macy had absolutely no reason to do that family a favour. That's why it took him so long to come forward. Besides, he was a suspect himself for a while. This was news to Brody. So nothing stuck to him either? Nope. Too many witnesses put him elsewhere. First at the village pub, then at the Tylers. Brody pondered this for a moment. Did you ever search the crypt under the chapel at Hallows Court? Jack snorted. Of course we did, and every other nook and cranny we could find. We weren't idiots, love. We covered everything we could. And you never found another trace, not ever. Jack sighed again. Nope, not one. We brought dogs in. They were able to track her scent as far as the road, but that was it. So someone could have taken her somewhere else? Could have done. I really don't know. We put out a search all across the country, but every lead we got was either a false alarm or a hoax. They were interrupted by Mrs. Pearson arriving with 2 steaming mugs of tea and a plate of biscuits. She eyed Brody and raised an eyebrow at Jack, who winked at her to let her know he was coping with his young visitor. After she had gone, Brody watched as Jack dunked a digestive into his tea. Do you think she could still be alive? She asked. Jack paused, the soggy biscuit hovering precariously in front of his mouth. Honestly, I've no idea. She could be. But there was a lot of blood on the cardigan, so it's hard to say, he said before plunging the sodden mess into his mouth. Mouth full, he added, We did get a psychic call in, even followed it up. She said she thought Mandy had been killed and her body was buried in a field the other side of town. We dug it up. Nothing was there. He swallowed. Anyway, why are you raking all this up now? Everything I've told you, you must already know. It was all over the papers for long enough. Brody contemplated showing him the little dog, then thought better of it. If he saw the toy, he would be obliged to report it, and she might start a whole snowball of trouble that she couldn't stop, and she didn't want Derry getting the brunt of it. Just wanted to know from the horse's mouth. I grew up with this stuff, it bothers me. She was hoping that it would be enough of an explanation to keep him happy. Jack frowned at her, then shrugged it off and took another biscuit. Did you ever question anyone else? Was anyone else a suspect? Jack finished chewing before answering. We questioned the whole village, even the gardener Hallows. Fair play, he's a strange bugger, that Albert, mad as a box of frogs. For a while I thought he might have had something to do with it, but he had too good an alibi. He was ill in bed. And besides being odd, he didn't strike me as the type. But Derry did. Brody said it defensively, as if he was suggesting that poor mad people were far more dangerous than mad rich ones. Can't leave any stone unturned, kid. Brody tried not to glare at him. She was sure he had done his best, but he hadn't found the dog, so there had to be more than one stone he hadn't even looked at, let alone turned. Well, thanks for your help. By the way, what was Esther Davis like when you questioned her? She asked, standing to leave. The housekeeper. Buttoned-up type, more snobby than the gardener Hallows. I can't recall, hang on. He squeezed his eyes shut as if looking back into his memories. Now I come to think of it, she didn't say much. She was upset, I know, but her and Miss Gardiner Hallow were in the house all day. The old boy had had a funny turn and they were seeing to him. Why do you ask? The old girl must be long dead by now. Brodie shrugged. No reason, just curious. Oh, and she's still alive. Just. She had a stroke, though, and can't talk. Jack laughed. Blow me. I remember her as pretty ancient then. Brodie thanked him again and let herself out round the side of the house so that she wouldn't have to see Mrs. Pearson again. She'd had enough of disapproving looks lately. As she waited for the next bus, it felt like the whole venture had led her to a dead end, just as dead as the ones Jack Pearson had been led to. She reached into her pocket. The presence of the little dog that lay dirty and bedraggled in the warmth of her hand told her something different. Someone in Hallow's End knew more than they were letting on, and Brodie was going to find out exactly what it was. Inside the safety and relative sanity of Meadowfoot Cottage, Elaine examined the gift that Albert Gardiner Hallow had bestowed upon her. Inside the tiny jar was something small, hard and black, which lay alongside a tiny piece of paper, no doubt describing when and where it was found if Albert's cataloguing was to be relied upon. The rot of age had perished the rubber seal and rusted the metal clip that held the lid in place. The glass was rimed with old, adherent dust. The jar wasn't going to release its contents easily, and it was hard to see through the grimy glass. Wiping it clean revealed the object inside to be a small glass eye, the type used for soft toys. Elaine couldn't read the paper. It was rolled up, and until she was able to loosen the lid, she couldn't remove it. She had no idea what relevance the eccentric old man had placed on the item, or why he thought it might make sense to her. Curious, but mostly indifferent, she placed it on the mantel shelf and pretty much forgot about it. Brodie was coming for dinner that night, and Elaine had promised to cook her favourite meal, lasagna and garlic bread, all homemade. Apparently, it was something Tony used to cook for her when he had lived at home, and the girl associated the dish with comfort. According to Brodie, Shirley's speciality was anything that could be rammed into a microwave or shoved under a grill. Elaine couldn't imagine that Brodie would go hungry at Miriam's, but she wasn't going to complain about the company. Without Brodie, she too would have just shoved something under the grill and made do. Having someone to cook for made it worth the effort. As she started to assemble the ingredients, there was a knock at the door. She was surprised to find Alex in the porch, holding a huge bunch of flowers. I hear we owe you a debt of gratitude. My aunt tells me you were a great help with my uncle this morning. I wanted to bring you these to say thank you. He handed her the bouquet, an exquisite blend of hothouse flowers, hand-tied and expensive. She was completely taken aback by this gesture. When Alex had shouted at his aunt and stormed out of Hallow's Court that morning, Elaine had written him off as an egotistical brat. She took the flowers and tried to keep the look of surprise off her face. They're lovely, but really there was no need. I'm glad I could help. May I come in? Alex asked, his foot already making its way onto the doorstep. Elaine was acutely aware that the kitchen looked like the aftermath of a food fight in a supermarket, but the lounge was still fine, having been fussed at and dusted by Miriam that morning. Of course, but please excuse the mess. I was just about to start cooking. Once he was inside, he followed her through to the kitchen, much to her dismay. She had hoped to stall him in the lounge and hide the chaos. I'll have to see if there's a vase somewhere, she said, casting about for a bit of a clear surface where she could rest the flowers. Alex was leaning against the sink unit, arms folded and watching her with amused benevolence. I'm sure there will be. My aunt would have considered it an absolute necessity, even in a holiday cottage. If not, I'm sure Miriam will lend you one. Elaine smiled at him and decided to worry about the flowers later. I would offer you a drink, but unless you like tea or instant coffee, I'm afraid my hospitality's a little lacking. Alex smiled. Tell you what, why don't we pop down to the village pub for a drink? It's a lovely afternoon, and there's nothing better than a cold beer on a summer's day. What do you say? Elaine eyed the ingredients she had laid out for Brodie's supper as if they might provide an excuse to say no. The reality was that it would take her less than an hour to make the food, and Brodie wasn't due until 6. It was now 2. She had mixed feelings about Alex, but had to admit his mercurial character intrigued her. Now that Jean had been disposed of, she didn't even have her to worry about, and it suddenly occurred to Elaine that she was free to do exactly as she pleased. Why not? Give me a minute to put all this away and I'll be with you. Alex beamed. That's the spirit. Although the pub was less than a quarter of a mile away, Alex insisted on driving. Elaine felt faintly ridiculous climbing into the immaculate, brand-new BMW in her casual clothes. She felt like a bag lady in comparison to Alex, who was as suave and chic as his car. Whereas she was clothed in crumpled linen which still showed traces of Jean around the hems. Fortunately, when they reached the pub, her garb seemed more the norm than his. If Elaine had stood out so sorely, she would have been mortified by the attention. But Alex lapped it up as he stepped out of the car and drew the stares of the clientele. Dutifully, she followed Alex up the path to the door of the pub. As they passed a garden table, she overheard a couple of men exchanging what they must have assumed were a series of sly, sotto voce comments. "Look out! Here comes Lord Bountiful. Don't forget to doff your cap, Ted." Ted had pulled a face and whispered, "Looks like he's got his latest squeeze in tow. Not his usual taste in crumpet, that's for sure." The other man had lifted his pint and shaken his head. "Nah, you're right there, Ted. Perhaps he's decided to keep it clean now he wants our votes." Alex had gone on inside, but Elaine lingered in the porch for a moment, wanting to hear what else the men had to say. "Little fucker ain't getting my vote, Tory bastard. Besides, ain't many round here forget what he done. We might forgive, but we never forgets." Elaine would have liked to hear more of what Ted couldn't forget, but Alex was waving her towards the bar. "What's it to be, Elaine? Fancy a G&T? Or how about a Pimm's? It's quite the day for it." She plumped for the Pimm's. Gin always made her think of sodden old hags in Hogarth engravings. They took their drinks into the garden and found a table under some dappled shade, well away from Ted and his equally vocal companion. Alex raised his glass. "Cheers." Elaine reiterated the salutation and said, "I had the impression that you were here on a flying visit. Have you changed your mind?" "Not really. I'm due back in London tomorrow, but I had a bit of business to attend to today. Thought I'd stay and touch base with the relics at home, and remind the locals that I'll be counting on their votes soon." He bestowed her with a white-toothed smile and sipped his drink. He'd gone for the gin. "Well, there's no point in schmoozing me, Alex. I'm not in your constituency," she quipped. He lifted his glass and tilted it towards her. "My interest in you has nothing to do with politics, I can assure you." Elaine felt her cheeks begin to blush, and realized that, as usual, her hand had reached up to her neck, seemingly of its own volition. She really needed to break that habit. Alex looked at her and narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. "For instance, that scar you so carefully tried to hide. It intrigues me. How did you get it?" The question shocked Elaine. She wasn't used to people being quite so direct. She was aware that she was looking at him with her mouth open. She shut it and looked down at her glass. "Oh, my dear girl, I've offended you. I'm so very sorry. It's the politician in me. Straight to the point and no regard for the opposition." He reached across and put his hand on top of hers. It was all she could do to not instinctively pull it away. "Please forgive me. I am an oaf." He looked genuinely sorry, and she felt a fool for being so sensitive. Brody had been right. If you wanted to hide something, it was better to put it in plain sight. "Please, don't apologize. It's me. I suppose I'm a little conscious of it, because most people pointedly avoid noticing it. I don't remember very clearly, but it was some kind of accident with a sheet of glass when I was very young, so my mother told me." Alex nodded. "If it bothers you, I'm sure a good surgeon could tidy it up. I have a few contacts who might be able to help." It had never occurred to Elaine that the scar could be altered. Jean's hospital phobia had not inclined either of them to seek medical attention when it wasn't absolutely necessary. To demand attention for something purely cosmetic smacked of the kind of vanity that would have horrified her mother. Had Elaine broached the subject of cosmetic surgery, Jean would have run for the carbolic soap and washed her daughter's mouth out. "It's fine, I'm used to it," she mumbled. I can see that I'm making you feel uncomfortable, Elaine, and that's the last thing I want to do. Let's change the subject, shall we? Tell me, what brought you to Hallow's End? Uncomfortable wasn't the word for it. Elaine felt as though every inch of her personal space had been invaded by this forthright man. It seemed that he could see right through her, and she found this rhetoric both intimidating and compelling. Alex wasn't a man it would be easy to say no to. My mother recently died, and I decided to take a bit of a holiday. Devon seems like a nice place, and Hallow's End sounded intriguing, so here I am. She could hardly tell him she had deposited her mother all over his garden and had come with the express intent of disposing her of somewhere in the vicinity. He was looking at her intently, hanging on her every word. I'm sorry for your loss, Elaine. Do you have other family? She shook her head. No, just me. I'm little orphan Annie. She said it with a hollow little laugh. Alex offered her a wistful smile. I know that feeling. I lost both my parents when I was a child. I barely remember them. I think it came as quite a shock to poor old Ada when she realized the only thing that her sister had left her was me. She did her best, and Esther was a godsend. That woman is the nearest thing to a mother I've ever had. Fortunately for me, she adored me and spoiled me rotten. He paused and drained his glass. What a childhood, eh? Running around that great big house with no one to rein me in except a huddle of spinsters and a mad old uncle. I thought your uncle was rather sweet. Alex frowned, as if applying the word sweet to Albert was an alien concept. Yes, I suppose people might see him that way. To me, he was just a funny old man who didn't understand children. He's harmless enough, just not quite on the same planet as the rest of us. Elaine thought about the eccentric old man and envied him his ability to exist on a different plane. I suppose a lot of people would have loved your childhood, all that freedom and that wonderful house. I'm sure having your parents there would have been preferable, though. An expression flickered over Alex's face, which for a moment looked like confusion to Elaine. Within a second, it was gone and was replaced by his usual suave confidence. I suppose I didn't miss what I never had. As for the house, wonderful, yes, but hideously expensive to run and maintain. I keep trying to talk Uncle into selling up, but he'll have none of it, even though I think they would both be better off in something smaller and easier to live in. Neither of them are getting any younger, and if I'm honest, I don't fancy having to face the inheritance tax. He paused and pulled a wry face. Much as I love the old pile, I'm a city boy at heart. All this country air is somewhat soporific, don't you think? That's a good thing, isn't it? A place where you can relax and unwind. Elaine had finished her own drink by then. Who needs to relax when there's life to live? Another drink? He was already rising from the table. Elaine glanced at her watch. Actually, I ought to be getting back. I'm cooking supper for a friend. Alex sighed. Oh, well, another time then. Perhaps I could take you out to dinner next time I'm down. Elaine was a little confused. Surely he knew she was only here for a week or so. I imagine I'll be long gone by then, but thank you for asking. Oh, I don't know, Elaine. You never know when I might turn up. Would you like me to drive you back to the cottage? Having been strangely disconcerted by the whole encounter, Elaine politely declined and said she would walk. Besides, it looks like someone is waiting to talk to you. She pointed to a woman who had been sitting at a table behind Alex for the last 5 minutes, giving him looks that could kill. At her words, Alex turned. Maria! How lovely to see you. By the look on the woman's face, Elaine doubted whether their meeting was going to be lovely at all. She thanked Alex for the drink and the flowers and said goodbye. As she walked away, she could hear him explaining that she was just a guest and that the bloody flowers were just a thank you. She was almost out of earshot when the last words reached her. For Christ's sake, Maria, what's your bloody problem? Elaine was quite glad she hadn't had to stay to find out. When Brodie arrived, she seemed tense and preoccupied and claimed it was worry about her mother. Elaine offered to drive her to Woodlawn the next day so that she could visit, but Brodie was reluctant, saying that she had phoned the hospital and that Shirley wasn't up to seeing anyone. Eventually, Elaine had to let it go. Whatever was bothering the girl, she wasn't going to give it up easily. Several times she had thought to mention the strange events that had moulded her own day, But something about Brodie's mood put her off. In the end, Elaine decided that feeding the strangeness was probably not a good idea, and that what they needed was some stark normality, some fun. Hey, why don't we go into town tomorrow and see a film? Or go bowling? Brodie prodded at her food. If you like, might as well. Elaine decided to have one more stab at getting to the bottom of what was wrong. Brodie, has something happened? You don't seem yourself today. I know you're worried about your mum, but it feels like there is something more on your mind. You can talk to me, you know. Brodie had moved on to shredding up lumps of garlic bread and rolling the dough into little pellets, which littered her plate. Just stuff, that's all. Anyway, what were you doing in the pub this afternoon? I saw you with that Alex bloke. Elaine pointed to the flowers now inelegantly displayed in a teapot. The only vase she had found had been a rather valuable Minton effort. Rather than risk damaging it, she had plumped for the teapot. He bought those for me and took me for a drink as a thank you. She went on to tell the tale of her brush with the elder Gardener Hallows. Brodie pulled a face. Oh, they sound so posh. That Alex bloke was at our place the other night. I didn't like him, he's smarmy. The old bids love him, though. Yes, they do, I noticed that when I was there. From what I can gather, they had quite a hand in bringing him up. He was orphaned, and apparently Esther was a kind of surrogate mother to him. I must admit, Ada didn't strike me as the motherly type. Elaine stood and started to clear the plates. Brodie snorted. What? And Esther does? Is it those Tasmanian devil things that eat their own young? She'd be like that, I reckon. Elaine laughed. David Attenborough has a lot to answer for. It's true, though, they do. I reckon Esther could eat a baby. Brodie said it without thinking, and the image in her mind shocked her. Was she really that callous? What, with some fava beans and a nice Chianti? Huh? Elaine considered explaining the reference, but figured that encouraging a conversation on cannibalism wasn't the best move. Anyway, from what I saw, she absolutely worships Alex, so I think he's safe, don't you? He might be safe from her, but he's not too popular in the village. I've overheard a few things about him. Like what? Elaine was curious, having heard a few things herself in the pub that day. Well, Miriam said that when the GHS sold off the land, they couldn't sell it with sitting tenants, so some of the farmers got kicked out of their homes. Some of them had farmed there for centuries. One bloke actually shot himself over it, and everyone in the village blamed that Alex dude. Said it was his fault that they'd sold the land and his fault the farmer had killed himself. Miriam says that people don't understand and that times change. She says that people around here are stuck in a time warp. That would explain what the two men in the pub had been talking about, Elaine thought. Well, there are always two sides to a story, and it's easy to see both. Very few people can afford to run big estates these days, and no one wants to be forced out of their home. It's very sad, but no one's fault, she said sagely. Brodie pondered it for a moment. Yeah, but if someone shot themselves so some bloke could spun around in an expensive car being flash, you'd be a bit pissed off too, wouldn't you? I might not be very happy, but I'd refrain from swearing about it, Brodie. Brodie blushed. Sorry, Mum. She poked her tongue out. Anyway, I heard something else too, in the shop. They reckon he got some local girl pregnant and paid her family off to keep them quiet. Apparently, she swears blind the kid isn't his and won't say who the father is, but this kid is the spitting image of him, and the mum seems a bit well off for a single parent. That's what they were saying in the shop, anyway. Elaine recalled the argument between Alex and Ada and wondered if this was the thing Alex thought he might never be forgiven for. You really shouldn't repeat gossip, Brodie. It doesn't help anyone, and for all we know, the child isn't his, and the mother won the lottery or something. Brodie looked at her as if she had suddenly sprouted two heads. You're kidding, right? Honestly, Elaine, you're such a goody two-shoes. Elaine felt herself bristle at this critique. I just believe in showing people a little respect and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Alex seems pleasant enough to me. He's just had a very different upbringing from most people. It's bound to make him see things differently. I suppose the people around here see him as overprivileged and dislike him for it. It's hardly a fair assessment, in my opinion. Brodie shook her head in disbelief. You're too nice, Elaine. You want to wise up and get a bit street smart. Most people are selfish pigs. There were times when Elaine wanted to get hold of Brodie and flush the kidulthood out of her and make her start all over again. No child of 15 should think like that, or be so cynical about the world. No one should be so disaffected before they'd even begun. Well, I'd rather be nice than horrible and miserable. It leads to a better night's sleep in the end. You going to help me wash up, or what? Only if I can wash. I hate drying up, Brody said, slipping back into her teenage self as if her skeptical twin self didn't exist. The visit ended on a better note than it had started, and as Elaine stood in the doorway watching Brody walk back to Hallows Cottage, she wondered why the girl's happiness was so important to her. The thought came as she was leaning against the shelf, where until that morning Jean's ashes had rested. A gritty residue transferred itself to her sleeve, unnoticed, as she turned to shut the door. Brody had brushed past the shelf too and carried a few grains of Jean back to Hallows Cottage on the shoulder of her hoodie. Esther had looked up, hopeful and expectant as the door had opened, but resumed her brooding scowl once she realized that it was the interloper, and not her beloved boy. She eyed the girl as Miriam fussed over her. "What's all this you've got on your clothes?" and watched as her sister tutted and patted at the girl with an affection Esther found hard to fathom. The little black-clad cuckoo was nothing but an inconvenience. Had Esther still had her voice, she would have used it to make sure the child had gone elsewhere. She wasn't wanted here, and Esther let her know it every time their eyes met. She might not have her voice, or the use of her limbs, but she still had her wits. Not that anyone else seemed to realize it. Even the doctor spoke to her as if she were deaf, or stupid, or both. What had she ever done to deserve this? Caged inside a useless body in nature's version of death row. She had been a good woman, a forthright woman, a moral being with a clear picture of right and wrong. Why had God failed her like this? If only Alex would come. Esther had discovered that the small comfort of her state was the ability to revisit the past in lucid detail. It was as if she could, at will, step back across the years and into the life she had once had. If she pictured Alex as the small, golden-haired boy he had once been, the image became so real to her that it felt as if she could reach out and touch him again. The child had been her life's joy, a gift from God sent to redeem her spirit and give her purpose. A parentless angel, in need of the love that only Esther could give. Ada didn't know how to love him. If the child had leapt up and bit her in the neck, she wouldn't have known what to do. But that was Ada all over. She never had known what to do about anything, and as for that gormless fool Albert, well, the less said about him, the better. She, Esther, had protected the boy from both of them, willing him not to inherit their feckless, insipid ways. She had always felt some bitterness towards the inequity of life. That she, Esther, had been born to poverty and want, and that they, those fools, born to wealth and privilege, was a travesty. Had God proclaimed a joke? From necessity, she had served them, waited on them, subordinated herself to them, loathed them and needed them in equal measure. Never noticed, never thanked, taken for granted and made invisible by their superiority until God had seen fit to make her value clear and send the boy. When God gives with one hand, he takes with the other, and Alex had to lose his parents to gain Esther. That Alicia, Alex's mother, and her husband Max were killed in order for Esther to gain was a simple balancing of the scales of justice as far as Esther was concerned. She had given her youth to the family and had not been paid a pittance for it. Max and Alicia had given their son to her and paid with their lives. She had not planted the IRA bomb that killed his parents, and she had not prayed for their demise. She had worn black and mourned with the family. She had covered the mirrors and silenced the clocks. She had served tea at their funeral and laid flowers on their graves. She had loved their son. In Esther's mind, the score was even. There was nothing she wouldn't do for the boy. Nothing. She worried for him all the time. His fast cars, his women, his laissez-faire attitude, his politics. His father's politics had got him killed. He had taken his wife's name for the cachet it held and used it as a banner to wave atop his opinions. Those opinions had made a man put a bomb under his car and blow his ideals and his wife to smithereens. Now her beloved Alex wanted to follow in Max's wake. Would they bomb him too? She used to think the world had changed, but now, with the TV bombarding her with bad news, she worried. It was not the Irish that hated now, but heathens, who would hug you with a jacket full of dynamite and take you to hell while holding your hand. If Esther had her voice, she would plead with her boy and beg him to come with her back in time, over the bridge of years and into his childhood, where she could keep him safe, just like she always had. Miriam was fussing again, pulling her back to the fettered and frustrating present with the endless drone of her chatter. Esther didn't want to leave her reverie and sip tea from the baby cup, or have her chin wiped with a tissue. She didn't want to eat the salty mush that she couldn't chew, or endure the scowls of the black-clad cuckoo. But she had no choice. She was Miriam's creature now. Inside, Esther was screaming, "Leave me be! Leave me be! I want to go back!" But all her sister heard were the grunts and groans of a stroke-garroted throat. She mistook the noises for expressions of hunger and silenced them with kindly smiles and spoons full of mashed potato. Chapter 7. Dan Collier heaved the last of the old kitchen units into the skip that dominated Elaine's driveway. He breathed a sigh of relief and thanks for the fact that it was a decent, quiet neighborhood, which meant that no one else had decided to use the skip to dispose of their own junk. It was always a hazard. Nature and neighbors aboard a vacuum, present them with an empty vessel and they would fill it. He paused, hands on his hips, stretched out his aching back and wondered why he hadn't considered a career that involved sitting at a desk, rather than one that made him feel like he'd run a marathon every day. Hard at it. Dan squinted against the sunlight and shaded his eyes with his hand while trying to locate the source of the voice. A woman had paused at the end of the drive. A small dog ambled at her feet, sniffing the ground and lifting its leg every now and then to mark its territory. "Always am," he said. These encounters could often be a good source of future work, so he was always happy to chat. "I see Elaine's not home then, gone on holiday, has she?" That kind of question made Dan wary. You never knew who you were talking to, and as he was responsible for the security of the house in Elaine's absence, he answered carefully. "She has been, but she's due back soon. Don't worry, we're always careful to leave everything locked up tight," he announced, making it clear that the house was not vulnerable. For good measure, he crouched down and made a fuss of the dog, chucking it behind its ears and receiving a series of enthusiastic licks for his trouble. The woman seemed pleased by his attention. "I'm glad she's having a break, poor girl. That mother of hers was a trial, I'm sure. Not that I want to speak ill of the dead or anything, but do you know she would not let that girl out of her sight." She paused as if to check that Dan was interested in her tale. "I know she had a bad time of it." He knew it was true. He remembered Jean Ellis well and could still recall the sting of her tongue when she had warned him away from her daughter all those years ago. He had liked Elaine then, and he liked her now, but hardly knew anything about her these days, except that she was still lonely and still shy. He wanted to know her better, and if indulging in neighborhood gossip was a way to get there, then he was game. Why not? The woman warmed to her theme, apparently pleased by his response. "When my girls were growing up, they'd often call for Elaine, see if she wanted to come out to play, come for tea. You know how kids are, they felt sorry for her. Do you know, not once would that bloody woman let her out, not once. I don't think she gave that girl a minute's peace from the day she was born, and she's such a nice girl." Dan nodded to indicate that he shared her indignation, which encouraged her to go on. "Wouldn't even let her go away to college. I mean, kids have to have their own lives, don't they? My girls both went to university. One's a lawyer and the other's in HR. I don't see them much, but they've got to have their own lives, haven't they?" Dan wasn't sure whom she was trying to convince. But that Jean, always a strange one. I said that to my husband the day they moved in. There was something shifty about her. I know people are entitled to keep themselves to themselves, but she took it too far, I reckon. I mean, there's being private and there's being strange, isn't there? He made a movement with his head, half nod and half shake. He could agree that people were often strange, but was loath to commit himself to such an opinion. "I went to the funeral. Not a soul there that wasn't a neighbour and no wake. Everyone came to me after for a cup of tea, and we all really felt for that poor girl, all on her own in that house. We all said it was probably a blessing, really, Jean going like she did. So is she going to sell up?" The woman was peering into the skip, her eyes wide with curiosity. Well, after we've finished, I think that's the intention, Dan said. Good for her, I say. Though it will be funny to have new neighbours after all this time. I hope she sells to the right kind of people. It's a nice neighbourhood. Anyway, we're thinking of having a bit of work done ourselves. I fancy a conservatory. I might give you a call for a quote. She said it as if she was bestowing a great honour on him. Dan smiled and reached into his pocket for a business card. It was always worth schmoozing the neighbours when it might be good for business. He waved goodbye and walked back into the house, heading for the kitchen where he had just finished ripping out a 70s monstrosity that didn't even look good in satellite channel reruns of old sitcoms. If he'd had to assess Jean's personality based on her taste in decor, he would have labelled her as frugal, possibly even tight to the point of meanness. It was obvious that she had not been a woman who embraced change, or thought it necessary to spend money where it wasn't absolutely essential. If it wasn't broken, she hadn't fixed it. Perhaps she thought her daughter wasn't broken either, but it wasn't what Dan pictured when he thought about Elaine, and he thought about Elaine a lot. She was like half a person, present but not whole. He knew he was attracted to her, and he knew he didn't care about the scar that transected her flesh and which she tried hopelessly to keep covered, to the point where he suspected that she used it as an excuse for avoiding people. What he didn't know was why he'd felt the need to pursue someone who so clearly had baggage. Did he really want to take that on? But she'd had baggage when he'd very first met her. He could still picture her as a teenager, all trussed up and awkward in her neat school uniform and sensible shoes. Other girls her age had been blossoming and bandying their burgeoning sexuality about like fairground hawkers. There had been nothing wrong with it. Life was life and kids were kids. He hadn't turned it down where it was offered freely, but he'd rarely wanted to go back for more. Elaine's control and her conservatism had been perversely attractive to him back then, and he had been surprised to find that it still was. With a sigh, he picked up a hammer and bolster and started to hack at the patchy plaster, which clung stubbornly to the kitchen wall. Bob, his colleague, calling down from the bathroom where he was busy relaying copper pipe, rudely interrupted his reverie regarding Elaine. Oi, Dan! You better come and have a look at this, mate. With a weary sigh, Dan laid down his tools and made his way upstairs. What's up now? He said, expecting to hear that Bob had discovered yet another ancient, potentially dangerous relic left by the Edwardian builders. In the bathroom, Bob was kneeling astride a gap in the floorboards. He was holding a piece of cloth in his hands. What do you make of this? He held the item up. Dan scrutinized the fabric. It looked like it had once been a child's dress. It might have been white at some point in its history, but it was grey and mouldy with age now and had been badly torn by something. Where did you find it? He took the garment and examined it more closely. Under this board, wedged onto the pipe. Look, there's these, too. Bob reached into the cavity and pulled out a pair of tiny shoes, followed by, more distressingly, a pair of tiny knickers, which he handled with a great degree of discomfort. What do you make of it? Dan really didn't know, but he was pretty suspicious that the dark stain on the dress, which had stiffened the fabric, was probably blood. God knows, but it's pretty old. Bob scratched his head and stared at the little shoes. I found some stuff in my time. Remember the cat skeleton we turfed up once in that woman's loft? But I've never come across anything like this before. He looked at his boss. Dan was still staring at the dress, which he held in his work-calloused hands like it was a precious piece of silk. What do you reckon? Should we report it to someone? I mean, that looks like dry blood, doesn't it? Dan nodded. I don't know, it might be nothing. Who buries nothing under the floorboards, Dan? Come on. Dan and Bob had worked together for a long time. They knew each other well. Each knew how the other one ticked. What aren't you telling me, mate? Dan asked, aware that Bob was angling at something. Bob's face flushed. You know that box of stuff I found in the loft? Go and take a look at it, then tell me what you think. Dan frowned at him. He knew Bob could be a bit of a nosy bugger at times. You went through it, didn't you? He accused. Bob shrugged defensively. Well, you never know what you're going to find in these old places. Go and take a look, you'll see what I mean. Dan gave Bob a look that told him he wasn't happy. Not happy at all. They were in a position of trust in someone's home, and prying through their personal effects was not part of the remit. But the find had piqued his curiosity, and he cared about Elaine. Consciously, he decided to break his own rules and meddle in things that didn't concern him. He retrieved the box from the garage and spread the contents on Jean's highly polished dining table. Most of it was rubbish. Ancient magazines mingled with laughable old knitting patterns, amidst old bills and receipts. As Dan sorted through, he was puzzled as to what Bob had found so interesting. He came across an envelope, the brown manila worn soft with age and damp. Inside, he found a pile of newspaper cuttings, carefully clipped and folded. He unfolded the first, careful not to tear the fragile paper, and found himself looking at the face of a little girl, all smiles and dimples. Underneath the photograph was a headline which read, "Missing." The other cuttings were the same. Each one followed the story of Mandy Miller, the child the police have never found. Dan picked up the envelope and shook it out to see if there was more. A small, folded document fell out onto the table. He wasn't sure he even wanted to look at it, and for a few minutes he just stared, his mind reeling. Eventually, he picked it up, unfolded it, and saw it for what it was, a death certificate. According to the document, Elaine Ellis had died at 10 days old in 1981. Chapter 8. Ada Gardner-Hallow sat down at the kitchen table and contemplated her evening meal. The days when meals had been served in the formal dining room were long gone, as were the staff who had served them. Pavla had prepared the meal, a light summer salad, and had left it neatly covered in cling film on the long pine table. Next to it she had left a paper serviette, which was almost as distasteful to Ada as the prospect of the cling-filmed salad. Times had changed, and she was trying very hard to change with them. With desultory indifference, she prodded at a piece of limp ham and listened to the house. The history of nearly 1,000 years creaked and groaned around her as long-dead Hallows stalked the halls to remind her of the weight of their presence and her responsibility. Heritage had become a burden. The burden wouldn't have been so great had those other Hallows not spent their fortunes on constantly remodeling the house, to the point that it had become quite a mongrel. Albert didn't care. The whole place could fall down around him, and as long as his blessed library stayed intact, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Alex only cared what it might be worth. Ada knew that people envied her. They imagined that with a great house, great wealth was always a companion. They imagined that privilege was a desirable element. But privilege meant obligation, and obligation meant duty, and duty meant enslavement. That's how Ada felt, indentured to a position that modernity abhorred and made ridiculous. If she could sell her position to raise funds for Alex, she would do so in a heartbeat. But incumbency was a deal made with the devil, marked down for posterity between the pages of the Doomsday Book. Albert had never felt the weight of it, and Alex refused to. Albert had never felt the weight of anything except his own flights of fancy. Even as a child, he had always seemed to be elsewhere, buried deep in his own thoughts. While Ada had been moulded into a lady in the most pointless ways imaginable. A well-bred lady never gesticulates, Adeline. One must be quiet and serene at all times. Albert had been catching butterflies and cataloguing pine cones. While Ada remained quiet and serene, Albert had gesticulated unabashedly and without censure, and he still did. There had been a process of delegation in the family. Mother had delegated to Nanny, and Nanny had delegated to Ada. Ada had deferred to Albert's superior gender, and Alicia had simply done as she had pleased. It had pleased her to marry and produce a son, and it had pleased her to die and delegate her motherly duties to Ada, who could not endure another nanny or the regimen such a woman might impose. Alex had been allowed to run wild with only the imposition of a good school or two to curb his freedoms. It was a system that had worked for Albert and had formed him into an affable, if eccentric, man. However, Alex had inherited his mother's peccadilloes, and under Ada's inept but well-meaning care, had planted the seeds of his predilections in youth, where they had sprouted and spread like Japanese knotweed. With Esther's loving care, they had flourished. Not that Ada wasn't grateful to the woman. She would never have coped without her, and indeed owed her a great debt of gratitude. Another duty, signed over to the devil, but not held on record, only on trust. She ought to go and see her, do her duty, but it had been a long time since she had been able to sit in a room with Esther Davies and not feel that their roles had been reversed. Ada laughed out loud at the irony, and the sound of it rattled wickedly around the cavernous kitchen. To think, the mistress serves the servant. She looked down at her untouched meal and pushed it away in disgust. Perhaps she would die soon and join the other hallowed ghosts, wringing her hands and haunting these walls for all eternity, in mourning for her bartered soul. She was wrenched from her maudlin thoughts by the sound of the library bell, ringing in the kitchen hallway. Her brother was calling for his tray, as if there was still a battalion of staff to do his bidding. There was only Pavla now, and she for only 7 hours a day. Since 1970 there had only been Esther and Miriam and the odd woman from the village. Yet still he rang, like Perrault's beast, summoning his invisible servants to attend his whims. With a sigh of resignation, Ada rose. She touched the pearls that circled her throat and grimaced slightly at the thought that she was the lady of the house, queen of all she surveyed. She picked up Albert's supper tray and made her way to the library. Albert was at his desk, poring over some tome or other. "Just put it down there," he said absently, waving in the vague direction of the cluttered room. Ada set the tray down and moved towards the French doors. "You really should shut these at dusk, Albert. The room will be full of insects." She reached out to pull the door shut, but paused as the delicate breeze teased her nose with the scent of roses. As she peered into the evening gloom, the scent changed into a sour miasma picked up by a soft puff of wind, and she recoiled from it. She sensed something dry and gritty on her lips. It tasted bitter and made her want to spit, but ladies never spat. She pulled the doors and locked them, then reached for her handkerchief, dabbing at her mouth with it. Albert looked up from his studies. "I think I should rather enjoy some cocoa later on. Will you arrange it?" Ada stared at him for a moment and sensed something inside her stretch out and snap like a worn elastic band. "I am not your bloody servant, Albert. In fact, no one is your servant. There are no servants. There have been no servants for many years. You know this, yet you sit in this room burying your head in your books and your rubbish as if you haven't a care in the world, while everything around you crumbles, while I crumble. Like Nero, you choose to deny that Rome is burning." Ada had never shed a tear in her whole adult life, but they threatened her composure now. "I despair of you. I despair of it all." Albert looked at her, unflinching, over the top of his half-moon glasses. It was hard to guess at what might be going through his mind. Regret? Realization? Ada couldn't tell. Moments later, he sat back and placed his hands behind his head. "You know, I would have rather liked to learn the violin. A most fascinating instrument, but alas, it is not to be. Bring the cocoa whenever you're ready, my dear. I'll still be up." The band inside Ada shriveled and shrank. She walked from the room with as much decorum as she could muster. The walk back to the kitchen felt doubly long, and the sighs and moans of the mongrel house seemed twice as haunting. She wasn't sure they even had any damned cocoa. Chapter 9. Brodie was loitering in the lounge impatiently. "What are you doing up there? We're going to be late for the film," she yelled. "Won't be long," Elaine called, her voice drifting from above. "I'm trying to find a scarf that matches," she added with a laugh. Brodie smiled and shook her head. Bored, she ambled round the room, kicking at the furniture and sighing. Patience wasn't her greatest forte. Then she spied the little jar on the mantel. Curiosity getting the better of her, she picked it up and rattled it, then peered through the grimy glass to study the contents. Elaine arrived downstairs, breathless and smiling. "Right, I'm ready." Brodie waved the jar at her. "Where did you get this?" "Oh, that? Albert Gardner-Hallow gave it to me. I was up there yesterday. He had a fall and I ended up helping out, remember?" "Do you know what it is?" Brodie demanded, her eyes narrowing. Elaine was taken aback. I think it's an eye from a toy. Look, he's a weird old guy with weird old obsessions. Let's go, we'll be late, she said, reaching for her bag. Brody ignored her and marched into the kitchen where she grabbed a rolling pin and wrapped the jar in a tea towel before promptly smashing it on the breadboard. Brody! Elaine yelled. What the hell are you doing? Brody shot her a fierce look. Fishing through the shards of glass, she retrieved the eye and held it up, examining it. Then she unfolded the piece of paper that had accompanied it in the jar. Look, she showed Elaine the date on the paper. It says 15th of July, 1983, library. Elaine was completely befuddled by this, and irritated by the fact that Brody had taken it upon herself to smash the jar. So, with some degree of frustration, she marched over and began to clear up the broken glass. Honestly, Brody, I don't know what gets into you sometimes. You don't get it, do you? Brody said, retrieving the toy dog from her pocket and placing it on the worktop next to the eye. Elaine swept the glass into the bin and rinsed her hands under the tap. Get what? She looked round. What's that? She said, picking up the dog and turning it over in her hands. As she looked at it, a strange sensation washed through her body. It was as if an intense shot of adrenaline had been injected into her veins. She dropped the toy and stood back from it, her pulse pounding. The 15th of July, 1983, is the day Mandy went missing, and that dog was her toy. That eye belongs to the dog. Look, one is missing. According to the papers, Mandy was never in Hallows Court, but that proves she was. It was found inside the house. Someone lied, Elaine. Someone knows what happened. Elaine looked back and forth from the dog to the eye and tried to make sense of what Brody was trying to say. Her mind was muddled and she felt faint. I need to sit down. She lurched over to a chair. I don't really get this, Brody. What are you trying to say? Brody sighed in frustration. I'm saying that someone lied. Someone knows what happened to my sister. What did Albert say when he gave you the jar? Elaine shook her head. Sparkles of light had started to oscillate in her left eye. It was the beginning of a migraine. As if to confirm it, her stomach lurched and heaved. He didn't say anything, just gave it to me. She gasped. Said I should show it to you. Look, Brody, I don't feel well. I've got to lie down. Sorry, we'll have to give the pictures a miss. She was aware that her speech was beginning to slur. She didn't get many migraines, but when she did, they came swiftly and with a vengeance. One look at Elaine's greying, pallid face made Brody panic. Oh my God, you look really bad. Her voice trembled with concern. Be all right. Need to lie down. Elaine was mumbling. She squeezed her eyes shut to block out the nauseating light. Brody helped her get to the sofa and covered her with a throw. Shirley often suffered with bad headaches, so she took the precaution of closing the curtains and switching off Elaine's phone. I'll go and see if Miriam's got any tablets. She felt worried at the sudden change in Elaine. She had never seen anything manifest quite so quickly. Her mother's migraines were drawn-out marathons of mystery, and nothing like this. In my bag, Elaine gasped. Brody rummaged through the bag and found the medication. She read the instructions and popped 2 out of the foil, then fetched water. Propping Elaine's head up, she helped her to take them. She didn't really know what else to do. Elaine, I'm going to go. I'll come back later and see if you're all right, okay? There was nothing more she could do, and watching Elaine throw up and then sleep wasn't going to achieve anything. Elaine responded by raising a weak hand and flapping it at her, even that slightest of movements causing her to wince. Brody made sure she had done everything that she could and slipped out of the cottage, taking the dog and its missing eye with her. If Elaine couldn't help her, she would have to do this herself. With grim determination, Brody marched towards Hallows Court, ready to have it out with whomever she found there. Someone was going to tell her what the hell was going on. Banging on the door and repeatedly hauling on the ancient bell pull had yielded nothing. Neither had stalking round the building and peering in at every window by pressing her face to the glass and leaving greasy noseprints in her wake. Suffering the exhaustion that inevitably follows defeat, she flopped down onto the terrace steps and reached for her phone, scrolling down to Tony's number and praying that he would answer. He didn't, and she didn't bother leaving a message. Weary and deflated, she trudged back to the cottage. Hallows Court could wait, if it had already waited 30 years. She considered that going in guns blazing wasn't the right way anyway. If other people were anything like her, they would just clam up and stick to their guns under pressure, so perhaps she needed to play it differently. A cruel plan entered her mind, and her face broke into a satisfied smile as she reached the gate of the cottage. Esther was inside, and Derry had said that Esther knew. It was as if fate was playing straight into her hands. Esther was dozing in her chair, her mouth slack and her face surprisingly free of tension and the familiar wrinkles. Brodie gazed down at her, feeling nothing but contempt for the woman who could sleep so peacefully with such a secret to keep. Miriam had left a note on the kitchen table explaining that she had popped into the village and would be back in an hour. Brodie had the place to herself, and she meant to make use of this serendipitous opportunity. Creeping into the sitting room, she quietly moved Esther's side table to a spot directly in front of the sleeping woman. When it was in place, she took the dog from her pocket and sat it in the middle of the table so that it would be the first thing that Esther saw when she woke up. Then she sat herself on the corner of the sofa and waited. It was approaching 1, and any minute the clock would strike the hour, a noise guaranteed to wake Esther from her slumber, as it always did. Right on cue, the clock chimed, the clanging bell announcing the hour and rousing Esther. The old lady blinked and raised her head. She reached out with her half-good hand and groped for her tissues on the table. A look of surprise crossed her face at the realization that the table wasn't there. Brodie observed all this with grim satisfaction as Esther's rheumy eyes adjusted to wakefulness and settled on the scene in front of her. The old lady's gaze settled by astonished degrees on the object on the table. Brodie watched as a myriad of emotions flickered across Esther's features, not the least of which was shock and fear. The good hand clutched at the arm of her chair as she tried to pull herself up, failing miserably, betrayed by the weakness of age and illness. Her mouth opened and shut, and she was gasping like a landed trout. Brodie watched it all with cruel dispassion, not once feeling any remorse for what she was inflicting on the woman. She stood up and walked into Esther's line of vision, which forced the woman to cower back in the chair. Brodie picked up the dog and pushed the table back into its normal position and replaced its usual objects. "Recognize it, do you?" she said, her eyes narrowed. Esther turned her head away, nestling into the fabric of the chair, her lips set firm in a line of determined, not just stroke-imposed silence. Brodie stood above her, feet apart. "You wouldn't tell me even if you could, would you?" she said without compunction. Her words caused Esther to flinch and cringe in the chair. Brodie leaned forward, so that her breath would brush the woman's face. "I'm going to find out what you did, and I'm going to make you suffer just like you made everyone else suffer." She hissed the words, not allowing Esther's fear to sway her from her course. Leaving the terrified woman cowering in her chair and unable to move, Brodie stalked from the room, slamming the cottage door behind her. She was going back to Jack Pearson's house. Someone had to answer for this, and he was the man who was going to find out who knew what. Brodie had decreed it. The noise of the slammed door echoed around the cottage. Tangs of vibration resounded the throes of Brodie's temper by touching everything hollow in the room and making it hum. China and glass sang, and the bell inside the mantel clock chimed a high, continuous note like a half-hearted tuning fork. The hollow space in Esther's mind, where conscience should have reigned, rang and rattled with Brodie's accusation, and her internal voice howled with indignation. Esther's lifelong fear and rage had summoned many monsters over the years. Some had manifested from the red mist, and some had hidden in the black. Once created, they could never be destroyed, and had waited, patient and enduring, in the forgotten corners of her memory. The accusation had acted like a call to arms, and all the creatures born of meanness, hatched from cruelty, spawned from piety, or bred from misguided love, banded together and formed a battalion. At their head was a cloaked figure. He had waited a long time to collect his dues from Esther. In her mind's eye she saw them all, parading past her in a spiteful carnival procession, reenacting scenes from her life in the form of a bitter parody. It seemed cruel and unjust. She had not been that person, she had not. The Troups took up her objections, grasped her sullied principles, and used the lies that she had told herself to fashion weapons. Esther had no defence. The allies of justification and false morals had turned their coats and were rallied against her. In abject terror, she tried to see their faces as they circled her. There was no escape, and she had to meet them face to face. Some had the look of her father and embodied his unnatural instincts in their stares. Others seemed like variations of her sister, some winsome, some childlike and terrified, others haunted by betrayal. Another had the essence of Peter Handley, though he looked crippled and twisted by the pain of disappointment. Max and Alicia were there, between them the ghost of the son they should have had. Flanking them were Albert and Ada, confusion and need flickering across their gaunt features. Somewhere in the horde she glimpsed Shirley, a sorry figure weighed down with the chains of loss. Last of all, her tiny hand on the handle of the cloaked figure's scythe, Esther saw the child. At the end there was no white light, no chorus of angels, no glimpse of St. Peter. As Esther's last breath caught in her throat, there was only death unlocking the door to purgatory. Chapter 10. Dan dialed Elaine's number and groaned when yet again a tinny voice told him she was not available and advised him to leave a message. In frustration, he threw the phone onto the table and reached up to rub his face with both hands. Bob was still hovering. "Don't you think you should just call the police or something?" Experience had made him wary of Dan in this mood. "Yeah, because it's going to come so much easier from there, isn't it?" Dan snapped, gripping the back of a chair and slamming it into the table in frustration. Bob hesitated, then said it anyway. "Look, mate, I know you've got a soft spot for the girl, but this isn't your problem. Leave it to the police, eh?" Dan whirled round, causing Bob to take a step back. "If you were that bloody worried, Bob, you'd have left that stuff where you found it and kept your mouth shut, but you didn't. You opened a bloody can of worms and you know it," he shouted. It was an action that caused Bob to flinch defensively. Dan looked at his colleague's face and felt the temper ebb out of him. Falling out with Bob wasn't going to solve anything. "Look, I'm sorry, all right. I shouldn't lose my temper, and yet, you're right. I like her. I like her a lot, and I just don't think that this should come from a bunch of strangers that don't care what happens to her. This is going to knock her for 6, and I think maybe she could do with a friend on her side, don't you?" Bob raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you are? Just a friend?" Dan shot him a look which told him not to push his luck. "Okay, I get where you're coming from. So, what are you going to do?" Bob asked, his voice suggesting that he was aware that he was in sensitive territory. A man's emotions could be a fragile thing. Dan sighed. "I'm going to go and see her, that's what. I'll tell her what we found and take it from there." "Do you even know where she's gone?" Bob asked. "Yeah, she wrote it down before she went, just in case. The address is out there in the hall by the phone." Bob went out to retrieve it while Dan looked around for his jacket and his keys. "Bloody hell, mate, you'll never guess where she is." Bob handed him the piece of paper with the address of Meadowfoot Cottage written on it. "She's only gone right back to Hallow's End." The irony of the situation was not lost on him if the incredulous expression on his face was anything to go by. Dan snatched the address and scowled at him. "I don't know how long I'll be gone, but you better leave that bathroom alone until we know what's what. Take a day off or something and make sure this place is locked up tight before you go. Otherwise, I'll have your ass. Got it?" Bob nodded. "No problem. Good luck." He had a feeling Dan was going to need it. At the door, Dan paused, turning to Bob. "You know, there could be 100 different explanations for this. It might not be her at all, and I'm sorry for being shirty, mate. It's just all a bit much, to be honest." Bob just raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Miriam staggered through the door of Hallow's cottage hauling 2 heavy bags. Her trip to the village had been productive in more ways than one. Not only had she been given a bumper crop of vegetables by an old friend, she had been in receipt of gossip, too. She dumped the bags on the kitchen table and walked through to the lounge, eager to impart her news to Esther. "Well, that was a trip worth making. I called in on Al Truman, and he's had a glut of stuff this year, so I've got us some lovely kale and a good lot of homegrown new potatoes, and he's given me some blackcurrants, so I'll have to find the jam pan later. But he was telling me that poor Albert's in hospital. That foreign woman they've got up there now, what's her name? Pavla, I think. Well, she told him that Albert had a fall. Well, he's only gone and broken his wrist and a couple of ribs. Poor old bugger managed to puncture a lung and was in a right old state, so they had a fair panic yesterday. Had to shut the house up and go to the hospital. I bet Ada is in a bit of a state about it. Do you think I ought to go and see her? I mean, there's not much we can do, but it's nice to show a bit of support, isn't it? Esther? Don't you think we ought to let her know we're thinking of him? Esther?" She could have continued the soliloquy indefinitely, but the silent pall that lay over the room niggled at her perception. It caused her to stop in her tracks. Esther wasn't moving. The constant pinching had ceased, and her hand lay still and blue on the fabric of the chair. For a moment, Miriam tried to convince herself that her sister was just sleeping, but something about the slack jaw and the flaccid greyness of Esther's skin told her that this wasn't just an afternoon nap. Her sister was taking a much longer sleep. "Oh, Esther," she cried, not even needing to touch her sister to know that she was dead. Jack Pearson regarded the little toy dog that now sat on his kitchen table. It was looking straight back at him with its one beady eye. Its occupation of his domestic space felt like an accusation. He sighed, acutely aware of the girl's brooding presence to his left. When she had pounded on the door again, he hadn't been exactly thrilled to see her, but he admired her tenacity, and he had to admit that when she had produced the toy and the missing eye with the accompanying note, he'd been intrigued. If he was honest, there were elements of the Mandy Miller case that still bothered him. There were inconsistencies that he had never been able to resolve. It was tempting to have faith that this new discovery would provide some satisfying conclusions, but doubt was stronger than hope. "Well?" Brody demanded. Jack crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. He should be in the garden planting out by rights. "Well, it doesn't really tell me much." Brody bristled with impatience. "Yes, it does. It tells you they were lying. She was in the house. And someone put that dog in the crypt after she went missing. Otherwise, you would have found it. Derry said Esther knows what happened." Jack turned to her. His eyes narrowed, his abundant eyebrows nearly meeting as he scrutinized the girl. "We all know what happened. A kid disappeared. This turning up all these years later is curious, I'll grant you that. And yes, it implies that she was in the house at some point that day. But it doesn't point to anything new or anything concrete that will tell us something more about what happened before she went missing. Esther Davies is a no-go. As I understand it, she had a stroke which left her mute, so she can't tell us anything. I doubt that Derek Tyler knows any more than he's said already, and as for Albert Gardner-Hallow, he's an oddity at best. And the fact that he found a toy eye just tells me that he found a toy eye. So where does that leave us? None the wiser, that's where." Brody couldn't accept this. "But someone was lying! You have to see that! You have to do something!" She banged the table with a tightly clenched fist. Jack's eyebrows raised in surprise. "Now, hang on there a moment, young lady. I'll have no temper tantrums, thank you. I can see you're upset and I understand, but I'm asking you to look at this from my point of view. What do you expect me to do? Motivate half the local coppers to go out there and re-question everyone based on the discovery of this? Mandy could have dropped that toy anywhere. It could have ended up in that crypt in any number of ways. It could have lost its eye at any time. Who knows? What I do know is that it's not enough to recharge the case. I'm sorry, but if you go to the police with this, you're on a hiding to nothing. It's as simple as that." Brodie closed her eyes and took a breath, debating with herself whether she should admit that she had terrorised an old lady to get information. She felt pretty rubbish about having done it now. I showed it to Esther. I know she can't speak, but she freaked out when she saw it. Jack pursed his lips and looked at the tenacious, determined girl. I expect she did. Most people would if they were confronted with something that brought up painful memories. Brodie couldn't let it go. So why did Derry give it to me, and why did Albert give the eye to Elaine? Why now? No idea, love. Perhaps because they're both bloody odd. You're her sister. That must have dredged up all sorts for people, you turning up in the village. Who knows what goes through the minds of people like that? Brodie let out an exasperated sigh. You're not going to help me, are you? Jack shook his head. The movement told Brodie that he felt sorry for her. She didn't want his pity, she wanted his help. Look, I really don't see that there's much I can do, but I'll tell you what. I'll drive you back and have a chat with Miriam. She's a sensible sort. Maybe she'll remember something that will settle your mind about this, okay? Brodie gave him a sulky nod. The only thing that would settle her mind would be somebody finding out the truth. Whatever Jack was telling her, however reasonable it might sound, she knew there was more to this, and she wasn't going to rest until she found it. Her whole life had been a miserable shambles because of what had happened to Mandy, and if that was because somebody had royally fucked up, then they were going to pay. However, being the pragmatic type, she wasn't going to turn down the opportunity of a lift home, or the chance to show Jack Pearson that he needed to take her seriously. Okay, let's go and talk to Miriam. A traffic jam on the M5 had brought Dan's progress to a halt, and it had also given him the chance to come to his senses. Was he really about to tell a woman he was fond of, who he cared about, that she wasn't who she thought she was? The envelope with the evidence sat on the passenger seat, alongside a brown paper bag containing the child's clothes. 2 big brown reminders that he could be about to make a complete fool of himself. It could ruin any chance of a relationship with Elaine, but even though he could be a temperamental bugger at times, even he wasn't so selfish as to allow his own wants to get in the way of the truth. He didn't used to have a temper. He had always been a pretty even-keel sort of man, but ever since he'd been working in that house, it felt like everything had become a big deal. The slightest things seemed to get to him. Despite the tricky situation he was heading into, just being away from the place made him feel calmer and more rational. The items that Bob had found under the floor were compelling. Added to what was in the envelope, it would be easy to believe that the evidence was conclusive. As the brake lights of the stationary traffic stretched out before him in a seemingly infinite line of red, he tried to make proper sense of Bob's discoveries. The clothing under the floor could have been there for any amount of time. Given the state of the house, it was clear that no one had touched the place for years. The house was a museum piece. So antiquated, it could have been donated to the National Trust as a prime example of a slice of life in the 70s. Who was to say that the items under the floor hadn't predated Jean Ellis's residence there by decades? The fact that they were there at all was disturbing, but didn't necessarily prove that she had put them there. As for the contents of the envelope, it was clear that Jean had been a hoarder. In stripping out the house, they had found all sorts of pointless rubbish that the woman hadn't been able to part with. Missing kids were big news. Perhaps she'd just developed a fixation with the case and had collected cuttings out of voyeuristic curiosity. The presence of the death certificate was the rub. Dan couldn't really find an adequate explanation for that. It had been abundantly clear to him, through getting to know Elaine, chatting to neighbours and working in the odd, time-locked house, that Jean had been a strange and deeply private person. Who was to say that she hadn't lost a child, had another one, and used the same name? Stranger things had happened. If it wasn't for the traffic jam, he would have pulled off, turned around and gone back home, giving himself the time to really think the thing through. As it was, he was stuck. Fate was forcing him to take this direction. Besides, no matter how many rational explanations he came up with, he was still left with a niggling feeling that Bob was right. Elaine Ellis wasn't who she thought she was. If the traffic cleared, he would still have the chance to turn round, stay out of it, and let Elaine live the life she had, whoever she might be in reality. But once something was known, it couldn't be unknown, and Dan wasn't sure he wanted to live with the knowledge alone. In addition to that, Bob wouldn't keep his mouth shut, even if someone held a gun to his head. Bob was a great bloke in many ways, but he was nosier and more gossipy than a soap character on acid. No, this thing was going to come out one way or another, and it would be better if it came from him. He knew that he should have taken the things they had found straight to the police, and that whether he was right or wrong about the situation, there was a good chance that the boys in blue wouldn't be too impressed with him interfering. He'd at least taken the precaution of putting the clothes in a paper bag. If they constituted some form of evidence, it was important that they were preserved properly. Christ, what was he playing at? What kind of straight-thinking man walked headlong into a situation like this? Fancying Elaine wasn't the only thing that was motivating him. It went deeper than that, and he had to face it before he went bowling in and made a bad situation even worse. He knew what it was. He just didn't want to admit it. Was a grown man supposed to feel bad about the things he'd done as a teenager? Dan didn't know, but he did know it was how he felt, rightly or wrongly. The fact was, he felt guilty. For years he had felt bad about Elaine, about giving up so easily when her mother had found them out and gone on the warpath. He might have fought harder if his father hadn't died and left the business in chaos. If he hadn't had to put everything into keeping a roof over the family's head, he might have been able to take Jean on and stick with Elaine. He'd been 18 and the world had been on his shoulders. He hadn't known what to fight for first and had just put one foot in front of the other and trudged through. Elaine had been left behind. When he had paused to look back, she had gone. No matter what life had thrown at him since, letting Jean Ellis win had always been his biggest regret. There was movement ahead. Brake lights blinked on and off, informing Dan that things were moving. Progress was slow and ponderous, but the traffic was moving. He had no choice but to move right along with it. The course had been set. Elaine woke from a migraine-fueled nightmare in a fog of pain and nausea. She had dreamed of damp, fetid darkness, fear and blood. The memory of it turned her stomach and she threw up in the bowl that Brody had left by the sofa. She felt drunk and disorientated, as if she was still trapped in the dream, and that what her aching eyes saw was a surreal pastiche of reality. Thick, velvet blackness clouded the edges of her vision with dark menace, making her pulse pound like a hammer, and her head feel as though it had been battered by a meat tenderizer. She needed air. She half-crawled to the door, clinging to the furniture for support, and promptly threw up again once she was outside, spattering a scrambling Rose with bile and that morning's breakfast. Something was going on next door in Miriam's cottage. Several cars were parked outside. An ambulance, its flashing lights battering Elaine's still delicate senses, stood with its doors open. She couldn't look at it. The glaring colours of its livery and the whirling lights made her want to vomit again. There was too much yellow, too much blue, too much movement. Instinct made her stagger in the opposite direction, far away from the sensory intrusion. There was no rationale in what she was doing, no consciousness. She simply staggered forward, hoping to find some dark, cool place where she could lie undisturbed until the storm of pain passed. There was a moment when she was aware of arms wrapping around her, and the ground disappearing from beneath her feet. She could feel rough fabric against the skin of her face. It smelt of earth and the musk of unwanted flesh. Her stomach lurched again, but there was nothing left, so she clung on, unconcerned and incognizant. Everything hurt too much for her to care. She drifted in and out of consciousness, aware of movement, aware of the changing light through her closed eyelids, and aware of being taken down into cold, dark, blissful silence. As gently as he could, Derry placed Elaine's inert form on the slab of marble where he had found her all those years before. Then she had been Mandy. Then she had been small, and then the wound on her neck had oozed blood onto his hands, and he had tried to stem it with her cardigan. She had been asleep then, too. But he'd taken her outside and tried to wake her up, but she had cried and been sick, and it had scared him. He hadn't been able to stop her crying, and it had scared him. Then Jean had come. She scared him, too. Now she was just dust under the trees and on the soles of his shoes, but she still scared him. Mandy had come back. She was big now, and sad, and now she was poorly again, which scared him, so he put her back where he had found her. Now everything would be all right. Just like when Rosemary told him to put the chicks back with the hens because she didn't want the chicks to die. Now everything would be all right. You just had to leave things how you found them. That's what Rosemary said. Chapter 11. Brodie had never felt so awful in her life. Esther was dead, and she had killed her, and she couldn't tell a soul what she had done. Misery wrapped itself around her like a claustrophobic quilt. In the lounge, Miriam was weeping as she told the doctor how guilty she felt for leaving Esther, for letting her die alone. Every word brought a fresh wave of guilt to Brodie, who felt like King Canute, powerless to stop the oncoming tide of responsibility. The doctor was saying that it hadn't been anyone's fault, that Esther had been living on borrowed time for years, and that another stroke was inevitable. Her death had been a blessing, a release from a locked-in existence worse than any prison cell. Miriam had been a saint to care for her the way she did, and she should feel proud of herself and comfort herself with the knowledge that Esther was at peace now and had slipped away without pain. Brodie winced at his words. She knew different. Knew that Esther had died in an agony of silent, unspeakable things conjured up by a bitter, angry girl. Esther's body was still in the chair, covered with a sheet, waiting for the undertakers to arrive and take it away. Jack Pearson had stayed for a while, his appearance not impacting Miriam in the way that it could have under the circumstances. He had hovered around, made tea in the big brown pot, and had eventually made his excuses and left them to it, probably relieved that something had happened to divert Brodie from her mission. Brodie was glad he'd gone, convinced that her guilt was writ large on her face, and that he would sense it and be forced to act. In an agony of self-pity, she looked up as Miriam, her pudgy face tear-stained and fraught, came into the kitchen. "Brodie, love, do you think you could pop next door to Elaine's for a bit? Only the undertaker is on his way, and I don't want you to have to see her being taken out." Brodie nodded and stood up, then on instinct turned to the kind woman who had never done her any harm and hugged her. "I'm so sorry." The apology had a hollow ring. Taken aback, Miriam froze for a moment, then wrapped her arms around the weeping girl and began to stroke her hair. "Oh, bless you, my love. Don't be upset. She had a good life. She's at peace now." Her words only served to make Brodie cry more, and she clung to Miriam like static clings to nylon. "Hush now, come on, or you'll start me off again. You go and see Elaine, and I'll call for you when everything's sorted out, all right?" Still snivelling, Brodie extracted herself and made her way over to see Elaine, wondering if the woman she barely knew, but who she had bonded with so quickly, would be able to help her make sense of what she'd done. Would Elaine still want her if she knew she was a murderer? Dan arrived at Meadowfoot Cottage just as a body was being wheeled out the house next door. Not for the first time that day, he wondered what on earth he was walking into. His reservations were compounded when he entered the open door of Elaine's temporary residence and was confronted by the sight of a weeping child who was nursing a bowl of vomit. Through the cacophony of teenage misery and garbled conversation, he managed to establish that the child's great-aunt had just died and that she had been sent to sit with Elaine, but Elaine wasn't there and the girl had no idea where she had gone. Feeling completely unequal to the task of calming down the overwrought child, Dan plied her with tissues and hoped the crying would burn itself out. "I'm sorry about your great-aunt," he said lamely. This kindness only served to refresh the bout of hysterics, though he managed to establish, through a garbled salt water and snot mess of words, that the girl thought it was her fault the aunt had died. "I scared her to death," the girl declared with miserable resignation. As the only responsible adult in the visible vicinity, Dan felt obliged to try and deal with the kid's distress. "And how on earth did you manage that? You don't really strike me as the terrifying sort. A bit moody, maybe, but not frightening," he said, hoping the wry humour would jolt her out of her angst. Haltingly, Brody told him the story of the dog and what she had done to Esther in her desire to solve the mystery. Unburdening herself to him, a complete stranger, seemed to have a calming effect, and as she talked, her words became less stilted. Dan considered her story for a moment. "Well, not that I know the circumstances exactly, but it sounds to me like she might have had good cause to be shocked, and maybe that was what tipped her over the edge and brought on another stroke. But whatever it was, it had to be pretty bad to cause that. Nothing shouts louder than a guilty conscience, so perhaps you were right and she did know more than she should." He paused, aware that he probably wasn't making her feel any better. "Look, what I'm trying to say is that maybe you shouldn't have done what you did, but all you're guilty of is not being very nice at that moment. Whatever killed her was inside her. It didn't come from you. If she was more involved with what happened than she let on, she'd been nursing that for years. What you did was just a catalyst, wasn't it?" He really wasn't sure he was helping at all, and was starting to have fond memories of the traffic jam. It had been less traumatic and frustrating than this. Brody nodded unhappily. Better a catalyst than a murderer. "I still feel crap, though. If I hadn't done it, she'd still be alive." "But you'd still be none the wiser about the toy, whether it had any significance or not. Now you know it was important." What was he saying? He really didn't know what had come over him, or why on earth he was embroiling himself in this mess. He felt like this girl had just presented him with a bigger spade so that he could dig himself a deeper hole. Brody sniffed. "Anyway, I'm going to take a guess and assume that you're the sexy builder Dan. Elaine doesn't really know anyone else. Why are you here?" She had used the word sexy. He wasn't sure whether to feel gratified or surprised by the description, but the fact that Elaine had used it impressed him. That she had shared the thought with a stroppy teenager who went round scaring old women to death was slightly more worrying. "I'm Dan, yeah. But who are you? I mean, I know your life story and all, but you still haven't told me your name." Brody had the grace to blush. She had poured out everything to a man she didn't know, and looked worried that she had scared him off Elaine for life. It was hard to imagine that her day could get any worse. "I'm Brody. Elaine's my friend," she muttered, looking thoroughly ashamed of the way she had behaved in front of him. "Well, she's my friend too, I hope. So where is she?" It was a good question, but Brody had no idea. "I don't know. I saw her this morning, but she wasn't well. I left her here on the sofa, but the door was wide open when I came in." "What was wrong with her?" "A migraine, I think." She handed him the strip of pills that she had left on the coffee table. Dan studied the tablets. They were hefty stuff, familiar to him from the occasions his mother had been laid out for days at a time with torturous headaches. "Oh, that's worrying. These things could fell an elephant at 40 paces. It's hard to imagine she would have gone wandering off with these on board. How many did she take?" Brody looked concerned. "I only gave her 2. Do you think she's all right?" "I don't know, but I think it might be a good idea to try and find her." Jack Pearson had made it halfway home before curiosity finally got the better of good sense and forced him to turn round and drive back to Hallow's End. Despite his better judgment, the kid was right. That dog had raised more questions. For 30 years he had nursed his failure to find Mandy. If he were honest, he would admit that it had eaten away at him, eroding his confidence both as a man and as an officer of the law. There had been many disappointments in his career. Criminals caught but released on technicalities, others let out too soon to repeat their misdeeds. But failing to find Mandy had been the worst. His own daughter hadn't been much older at the time, and he could clearly remember going home after every shift and just watching her, pleading with fate to keep her safe. Shirley Miller hadn't been afforded that luxury, and maybe it was time he did something about it. Finding the dog would probably lead to yet another dead end, but he had to try. If only to appease that pushy kid and stop her cluttering up his nice, peaceful retirement. He concluded his thoughts with an absent smile. He had to admit he kind of liked her. As he rang the heavy doorbell of Hallows Court, he wondered if Ada and Albert Gardner Hallow would remember him as the man who had spent weeks trudging all over their sensibilities in his jackboots. He remembered them all too well. Ada, with her starched, old colonial defensiveness, and Albert, hiding his obsessions and compulsions behind aristocratic eccentricity. It was a sad facade, evidence of lives lived unloved and unfulfilled, a legacy of unhappy childhood spent with inadequate people. As he recalled, during the investigation they had found out that the pair had arrived at Hallows Court as children, refugees from the partition of India in 1947. Their father had been some kind of diplomat who had never returned home and had died there of some exotic disease. Ada and Albert had been sent home to their grandmother, who had been ill-equipped to take on 2 traumatized and grieving children. They'd had a lonely and difficult childhood in the company of a cold and unloving woman. When she had died, the house passed to Albert. Poor Ada had experienced history repeating itself when all she had inherited was the unlovely offspring of her half-sister Alicia. Jack remembered the child, a pouting and needy boy called Alex. He was sure he had read something about him in the papers recently, something about big political aspirations. His musings were interrupted by the appearance of a squat, fierce-looking woman who had opened the door to him. "Yes, I help you?" she said, in a manner that conveyed that the last thing she wanted to do was to help anyone. Jack gave her the once-over, noting the flour on her apron, a smear of which adorned her brow. He had obviously interrupted a baking session. "I'd like to see Miss or Mr. Gardner Hallow, please," he said. "Mr. Gardner Hallow is in the hospital. Miss Gardner Hallow says no visitors." She made to shut the door on him, an action which he prevented by inserting his foot between it and the doorframe. "Please tell Miss Gardner Hallow that Jack Pearson is here to see her," he said, with a polite but insistent smile. He could tell the woman knew that he wasn't going to give up. With a scowl, she opened the door and directed him to wait in the hall. "I go tell her." She disappeared off into the labyrinth of the house, which Jack remembered so well. Nothing had changed, except the staff. The last time he had rung that bell, it had been Esther Davis who had answered, impeccably starched and unhurried, embodying the perfect archetype of the old family retainer. The Gardner Hallows had fallen far if they'd had to resort to foreign labour. The little woman reappeared. "She say go to drawing room. Follow, please." Without waiting, she turned, shedding a powdery trail of dry flour as she led him to Ada. "Mr. Pearson," the maid announced as she led him into the room. "Thank you, Pavla, that will be all," Ada said graciously from her elegant perch on a faded brocade chair. "You will want tea?" Pavla asked. A flicker of irritation passed over Ada's face. "I don't think that will be necessary. I don't think Mr. Pearson will be staying long." Pavla looked relieved. "I go finish in the kitchen." The fixed smile stayed in place while Pavla extracted herself and shut the door. When she was gone, Ada turned her gaze to Jack. "Inspector Pearson, what brings you back after so very many years?" "Not Inspector anymore, Miss Gardner Hallow, just plain old Jack. I'm retired now," he said. He didn't wait to be invited to sit down and selected a comfortable seat opposite to Ada. A move that accomplished exactly the right level of disconcertion in the woman, just as he had intended it should. "Well, that makes me doubly curious about your visit. Is there something you think I can help you with?" Her imperious smile had slipped a little. "Perhaps." He launched into the story of the toy dog, watching to see if her dispassion faltered at all. When he had finished speaking, she rose and wandered over to the window. He was sure he could detect a frisson of discomfort in her demeanour. "Well, Mr. Pearson, those are some very old coals you have decided to rake over, and I must say I don't know what to tell you." She had her back to him, as if the view of the garden would offer some inspiration. "I can't account for my brother's strange gift. You know what he's like. God knows what unutterable junk he has collected over the years. I try to ignore it. It seems the best way. How he came into possession of that item, I simply don't know. But you do realize he's not terribly reliable, don't you? I can only repeat what I told you then. To the best of my knowledge, the child came nowhere near the house that day." She paused and turned to face him, her composure re-established. "I fail to see what you hope to gain from reinstating the inquiry. It's been over 30 years. What could you possibly hope will be revealed now?" Jack showed her an unperturbed face and brushed an imaginary thread from the arm of the sofa. "Oh, I don't know, Miss Gardner-Hallow. Perhaps the truth?" Ada gave a weary sigh. "I'm afraid the matter will always remain a mystery. It's tremendously sad for those involved, but a mystery nonetheless. I'm sorry I can't help you further and that you've had a wasted journey." Jack was about to argue and point out that she was being as evasive now as she had been then, and that he didn't believe in the veracity of her cool detachment for 1 minute. However, he was interrupted by a resounding crash from somewhere in the bowels of the house. Ada Gardner-Hallow paled visibly as the noise echoed through the building. He watched with interest as she caught her breath and clutched at the pearls which adorned her age-sagged neck. She had been fiddling with them on and off throughout the whole encounter. She seemed frozen to the spot by the sudden interjection of what had sounded like an explosion in a china factory. Jack rose from the sofa. "I think we'd better go and find out what that was, don't you?" Ada hesitated. "I expect Pavla has dropped something in the kitchen." Her conviction seemed as feeble as her explanation. Jack merely frowned and led the way out of the room. Brody and Dan trudged along the track, which led through the woods towards Hallow's Court. Brody couldn't explain why she felt the need to go in this direction, or why she felt that Elaine had taken this path. Something primal was feeding her instincts and leading her towards the ruined chapel. The one thing she was sure of was that she was worried. The last time she had set eyes on Elaine, it was clear that her friend was in no fit state to be wandering about on her own. She had yet to work out why Dan had chosen to turn up out of the blue, on this strangest of strange days, though she was grateful to him for rescuing her from the pit of misery and guilt where he had found her drowning. She was also ashamed of having spilled her innermost fears, and that the leakage had illustrated how weak she really was. She was not a fan of looking weak. Consequently, they had walked in silence for what felt like hours, but had in reality only been a few minutes. Brody couldn't bear the weight of the silence. "So do you like her, then?" she asked, glad that he was behind her and that she couldn't see his face. "Elaine? Yeah, I like her. I wouldn't be here otherwise, would I?" he said, after a moment's pause. "Well, she likes you too, so don't go hurting her or anything when we find her. She's a really nice lady, and she deserves someone nice to be with." Dan chuckled at this. "I agree, but I wasn't quite on the brink of proposing. Why don't we just find her first, eh?" He shook his head in an attitude of disbelief at the cheek of the forthright child. They broke out of the woods and entered the clearing where the crumbling chapel stood. "What makes you think she would have come here?" Dan asked, peering at the squat ruin. Brody shrugged. "Dunno, just a feeling." She jogged across the rough grass and began to scramble over the fallen masonry. Dan followed, his heavy rigger boots making him less nimble on the rough terrain than Brody was in her trainers. "Hold up, where are you going?" "Down here," Brody called, pointing to the rotting trapdoor, still propped open from when she had explored the crypt earlier. Dan was dubious, unable to fathom why the kid thought Elaine would be lurking around some old ruin, but as he was none the wiser, he followed her anyway. "Jesus, this place is a bit rank." He wrinkled his nose as he joined her in the crypt. "She's not here." Brody's voice sounded small, constricted by unfathomable disappointment. She had seemed so sure this was the place. "Hang on, let's shed some light on the subject." Dan fished in his pocket for the torch that he always carried, in case he needed to pry into dark corners. He played the beam around the walls of the empty chamber, finally letting it come to rest on Brody's pinched and miserable face. "I think we can safely say she's not down here, kid." Brody looked as if she was on the point of tears again. Looking frustrated, defeated, and just a little bit overwhelmed, she threw herself back against the wall, seemingly with the intention of slumping there and sulking. The bricks moved. "What was that?" Dan demanded. The grating sound of moving masonry had drawn his attention away from the girl's face. Brody shoved back again. The wall gave a little under her touch. Freaked, she shot forward and hid behind Dan. He played the torch beam over the area where she had been standing. "Clever bastards," he said with a chuckle. "What?" He moved across the wall and pushed it. "Look, whoever built this place put in a false wall. This is a hidden door. Clever stuff." He showed her the solid piece of masonry that moved reluctantly under his touch. "I wouldn't have even noticed if this stone hadn't been caught under the mechanism." He pried out the small stone that had caused the grating noise. "It must have prevented it shutting properly, which is why it gave when you leaned on it." Brody shuddered. "It's effing creepy," she announced. "Not really. Quite a few old places have secret passageways and the such. I did a job a while back on an old place that had a priest hole. Nobody knew anything about it until we had to replace half the staircase, and there it was, hidden away for years." Dan was fascinated by this latest find and warmed to his theme. "In a place like this, it probably connects the church to the house, built so the family can get to the church unseen or dry in bad weather. They're a lot more common than you'd think. I saw a place for sale recently up in Derbyshire that had 2 secret passages." Brody had gone quiet, her mind making connections 19 to the dozen. "We have to go in. I think Elaine's inside." She grabbed the torch and pushed past him. Dan's protestations died in his throat as he was forced to follow her. It was either that or remain completely in the dark, literally and metaphorically. They found her about 100 yards in, lying on a marble bench which had been built into the side of the tunnel. For one horrifying moment, Brody thought Elaine was dead. Her tentative fingers had reached out to touch the woman's skin and found it ice-cold and clammy to the touch. It was only when Dan pushed past her and grabbed Elaine up that Brody realized the woman was still alive. The jarring movement of Dan's intervention had elicited a moan from Elaine's cold, enfeebled lips. Dan was panicking. He crouched on the dirt floor and cradled Elaine. With only the dwindling beam of the torch to illuminate his endeavors, he tried to rouse her and got only feeble groans in return for his efforts. "We have to get her out of here. She's freezing." His words caused Brody to run back down the passage towards the crypt. "It's shut behind us! I can't get it open!" Brody cried, her voice rising to fever pitch. "Come back, we'll have to go the other way." He was clinging on to the limp body which lay in his arms. The passage seemed to go on forever. Brody led the way, trying to illuminate their steps with a torch that was dimming by the second. Behind her, she could hear Dan's heavy breaths as he carried Elaine's dead weight. "Stop a minute, I think there are some steps here." Brody halted him and shook the torch as if the action would recharge the batteries. Hesitantly, she probed the burgeoning darkness with her foot and found that she was right. A flight of stone steps led upwards. Step by faltering step, she climbed until her hands found a wall of wood, lined with dust and cobwebs, which she couldn't afford to let herself worry about. "It's just a wall. I can't shift it," she called, unsure of Dan's whereabouts in the darkness. "Come down and take Elaine." Dan waited while she tentatively retraced her steps. Everything that happened in the dark made time feel like an eternity. He left her crouched in the pitch-black tunnel, cradling Elaine's head in her lap. Brody was terrified and she was trembling. If the friction from her shaking could have powered the torch, it would have lit the place up with 1,000 lumens. At the top of the steps, Dan felt around the door, because it had to be a door. To his relief, he found hinges. Huge, heavy hinges, thick with rust and rimed with cobwebs, but still essentially intact. "Please, God, don't have let them brick this up," he prayed, as he put all his weight against the wood and pushed. It gave, but only an inch. "Is it moving?" Brody called, her voice barely penetrating the darkness and sounding tiny and terrified. "Just!" he grunted, as he shoved the door again, managing to shift it another inch. The space on the top of the steps was limiting him, but he knew if he could keep shoving, he might be able to open it enough for at least Brody to squeeze through. He took a huge breath and leaned his weight and effort against the door again. He gave out an almighty roar as he pushed. His voice echoed back down the passageway in an ever-dwindling and disembodied plea, passing Brody and the inert Elaine and disappearing into the darkness. The rusting hinges finally gave up their hold, and the door burst outwards in an explosion of breaking glass and china. Dan was thrown forward in the momentum. In one surreal move, he found himself sprawling on his hands and knees in a mess of glass, smashed china, and books. There were hundreds of books. He didn't have time to work out where he was. Wedging one of the books under the door, he turned back and re-entered the tunnel. Jack Pearson opened the door of the library onto a scene he had to look twice at to believe. A large, filthy man and a small, dusty girl who he recognized as Brody were hauling what appeared to be a body through a hole in the bookshelves. Around their feet lay the shattered remains of Albert's collection. "Call a bloody ambulance!" the big man bellowed, breaking the mesmeric silence in which Jack, Ada, and Pavla stood as still as tombstones. Both Pavla and Jack sprang into action, Pavla making room for Elaine on the cluttered sofa and insisting that they warmed her up slowly, while Jack rang an ambulance and started to clear the shattered collection out of the way. Brody noticed that Dan was bleeding from a deep gash in his hand, an injury sustained when he'd burst through the door and landed amidst the chaos. Ever practical, Pavla bound it with a strip of fabric torn from her apron. She asked Ada to fetch the first aid box. Ada ignored her and stood unmoving, fiddling with her pearls as if they were worry beads. Most of the attention was focused on Elaine, who lay on the sofa looking like a limp facsimile of her normal self. Pavla piled on blankets and throws, and eventually bustled off to find hot water bottles. She had dealt with cold people before, she informed them, back in the Czech Republic where winter could kill you if you weren't careful. Pavla was careful. Eventually, Elaine began to shiver. Her eyes flickered open, and colour began to return to her cheeks. When Pavla came back with the hot water bottles, she suggested that someone should lie down with Elaine and use their body heat to keep her warm. Jack looked horrified at the suggestion, and there was so little meat on Brody, she couldn't have warmed a pencil at close quarters. Somewhat embarrassed, Dan slid under the blankets and folded Elaine close into his body, willing her to get warm. The chill of her skin seeped into his bones, and it felt like a case of touch and go as to which of their body temperatures would win out. It took the ambulance half an hour to arrive, by which time Elaine was back to consciousness, though still drowsy and disorientated. At first, she had tried to fight Dan off, rambling and squirming against him with weak limbs. As full consciousness returned, she calmed down with the help of Brody, who knelt on the floor and held her hand. The paramedics fussed around, both curious and perturbed at the circumstances that had caused Elaine's condition. Both eyed the door in the bookcase suspiciously, and only backed off from their suspicions when Jack told them who he was, or rather, who he had been. Taking Elaine to hospital was mooted, but she was reluctant to go, claiming that she was fine and that everyone was making too much fuss. With reluctance, the paramedics conceded. Her temperature was stable and just within normal range, and they could find no evidence of hidden damage from the incident. Even so, Dan was forced to sign a disclaimer on Elaine's behalf before they finally agreed to leave, having given strict instructions to everyone about what should be done if she took a turn for the worse. Elaine couldn't help feeling guilty for having wasted their time. She felt foolish and embarrassed at the fuss her predicament had caused, and was still trying to work out how Dan had got there, and why she was in the library of Hallows Court. Fortunately, at that point, no one was putting too much pressure on her to provide answers. All she was required to do was to lie still under a ton of blankets and sip warm tea, as directed by the capable Pavla. She was still resting against Dan. Occasionally, she still shivered. She didn't know whether it was from the cold or the proximity to her builder. But equally, she didn't feel that she wanted to complain about it. Eventually, she was in enough command of her senses to ask the question on everybody's mind. So who's going to tell me what the hell is going on? All eyes turned to Ada. In the melee of the previous hour, she had discreetly placed herself away from the group and looked as if she were watching a badly directed melodrama unfolding in her own home. Under their collective gaze, she opened and shut her mouth a few times, unable to answer. Jack looked back to Elaine. "Why don't you start by telling us how you ended up in there?" he said, pointing to the hole in the wall. "I don't know. I remember going outside and I was sick. There was an ambulance next door and I couldn't stand the lights." She looked at Brody. "Why was there an ambulance? Did something happen?" Brody couldn't meet her eyes. The recent drama had only given her a brief reprieve from her guilt about Esther. "Esther had another stroke. She died?" She had to fight against the tears that had regrouped behind her eyes. "Oh, love, I'm sorry." Elaine stretched out her still trembling hand to the huddled figure on the floor. "I should go back, see if there's anything I can do for Miriam," she said, fumbling at the blankets. Dan's arms tightened their grip around her. "You'll do no such thing. You're in no fit state to go anywhere," Dan said, only relaxing his hold on her once he'd felt the fight go out of her body. "I think you're still confused." Ada gasped. "Esther is dead." Her voice was cracked and laden with ordeal. Brody nodded miserably, feeling the indictment of the woman's reaction. She looked at Jack to see if he had recognized her guilt, but he only had eyes for Ada, who was in receipt of his full attention. "Fetch her some brandy, or something, will you?" Jack directed this request to Pavla, without once taking his eyes off the elderly lady who clung to her pearls as if they were a rosary. "Brody, how did you know Elaine was down there?" Dan asked, over the top of Elaine's head. Brody shrugged. "I can't explain it, I just had a feeling. I think Derry knows about the tunnel. It must have been where he found the dog." She turned to Jack. "It's the only explanation, isn't it?" Jack considered this. "Well, it would certainly be the most likely explanation. It would also explain why our dogs went demented down there. I can't believe we never found the door." "You wouldn't have. Not if you didn't know it was there. We only found it because it had been wedged open with a stone. It's an amazing bit of design," Dan explained. Pavla returned with the brandy, which Ada drank in one shuddering gulp. "The tunnel has existed since the 12th century, Ada said, her voice rasping with the heat of the alcohol. "It was built by an abbot of the monastery that used to stand on the site of this house. I believe it was used to access the church that originally stood on the site of the chapel. Of course, both buildings have changed over the centuries, but the tunnel has remained. In recent years, since this version of the house was built, it was used to access the crypt where my ancestors are interred. It has never been in frequent use since I have lived here. In fact, the last time that door was open was when I was a child. I had almost forgotten it existed." Jack sat, arms folded, watching Ada speak. "Well, the fact that we didn't know about it speaks volumes." Why did you never mention it? Ada looked at him blankly. As I said, I'd almost forgotten it was there. I had no idea it was still accessible, as you can see, she said, waving her arm at the shattered mess. We haven't used it for years from this end. Why would we? Why, indeed, Jack muttered. Elaine had shifted away from Dan's embrace. I'm sorry to interrupt, but who exactly are you? It hadn't occurred to anyone that proper introductions hadn't yet been made. It was Brody who bridged the gap. This is Jack. He's the policeman who was looking for Mandy. I showed him the dog, she said, as if it explained everything. Elaine nodded. Okay. Pleased to meet you, Jack. Is there something I should know about why you're here? To be honest with you, young lady, that's a very good question, but probably nothing that need concern you. If I were you, I would think about getting yourself home and into a warm bed. You've had quite a strange ordeal, Jack said. Elaine sensed Dan stiffen beside her. She turned to him. And why exactly are you here? And can someone please pinch me so that I wake up? I'm having a little trouble getting my head around all this. Dan looked decidedly uncomfortable. Well, there was something I needed to talk to you about. When I got here, you were AWOL. And Brody here brought me to find you. And, well, you know what happened next. Elaine was confused. And not just from the post-migraine fog or the brush with hypothermia. And you couldn't just ring me? Brody interjected for him. He tried, but I switched your phone off. So what is it, Dan? You didn't drive 150 miles to tell me the tiles are the wrong colour. There was an awkward silence. All eyes were on Dan. No, I didn't, but it is something I think we ought to discuss in private. Why don't we take Jack's advice and get you home? Jack rose from the chair. My car is outside. I'll drive you. Brody, why don't you help Elaine out to the car? He tossed his keys across to her. Elaine stood too, still shaky on her feet and still swathed in a blanket. We ought to stay and help clear up. Look at the mess. They all looked at the sea of broken china and glass. No matter. Pablo and I will clear it. Please go home and rest, Elaine, dear, I insist. Ada said, looking almost as shattered as the shards of glass that littered the floor. Brody was already halfway to the door. Come on, Elaine. Elaine hesitated. I can't just leave. It's all my fault. And the damage. She looked at Ada. You must at least let me pay for the damage. Ada gave her a weary smile. My dear girl, I can assure you there is nothing in that mess with any monetary value, nothing at all. In fact, you may have done us a favour. My brother's collection holds some meaning for him, but to me it is merely the detritus of a lifetime self-indulgence. It will do no harm to sweep it into the bin, no harm at all. Brody was impatient. Come on, let's go, she said, tugging at Elaine's arm. This place gives me the creeps, she whispered. Reluctantly, Elaine allowed herself to be led from the room and loaded into Jack's car. Brody got in beside her, and Dan climbed into the front. She felt ridiculously ashamed that she had caused such a melee, especially one that had included Ada Gardner-Hallow. Esther was dead, and she, stupid, ridiculous, pathetic Elaine, had stolen all the thunder by causing chaos and destruction in a way that she couldn't even remember. That it had included Dan mortified her beyond belief, and to heap humiliation on top of humiliation, the kindly Jack had been sucked in too. She hunched down into the blanket and hid her face, hoping that the others would think it was a prolonged reaction to the cold. She didn't want to speak. She didn't even want to be seen. The reassuring squeeze from Brody's hand did nothing to make her feel better. Back at the cottage, she allowed Brody to make a fuss and languished on the sofa pretending to nap. Childishly, she hoped that if she closed her eyes and went to sleep, she would wake up and realize that the whole debacle had just been a bad dream. Her ploy seemed to work, as both Dan and Jack took themselves out into the garden, while Brody fiddled about in the kitchen making cups of tea. Outside, Jack removed a pipe from the inside pocket of his jacket and propped it, unlit, between his teeth. He turned to Dan, who was standing pensively by the garden gate. "Something bothering you, lad? Besides this afternoon's shenanigans, that is." Dan turned to face him and sighed, his face loaded with worry. "You could say that. Can I show you something? It's in the van." Jack followed him through the gate and waited as Dan retrieved the envelope and the brown paper bag from the footwell of his van. "Take a look at this little lot and tell me what you think." He passed the items over and leaned against the side of the van, arms folded, a look of worried anticipation on his face. "Start with the envelope first, then check the bag." Jack, pipe still hanging from his lip, gave him a puzzled look and delved into the envelope. He spread the contents onto the seat of the van, using the door to shield him from view of the house. He could see Brody peering at them through the kitchen window. Once he had perused the documents, he peered into the bag, moving the contents with the stem of his pipe so as not to have to handle them. Finally, he turned to Dan. "Where did you find this, lad?" Dan quickly explained about the pipes and the floorboards and Bob's search of the box in the attic. "So, what should I do? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" he said, his questions loaded with apprehension. Jack picked up the clippings and put them back into the envelope. 30 years he had worried about this case. For 30 years he had searched for Mandy. In the beginning it had been a physical thing, trudging through Hallows End, leaving no stone unturned. In later years it had been a mental search, a nagging urge to go over and over everything he knew, everything he suspected, in a bid to find the missing links. Now here it was. Proof, sitting in his hands, just like that. Discovered by a pair of nosy builders in a house Jack had never heard of, put there by a woman whose name was as strange and unfamiliar to him as the events of the day had been. The body, the whereabouts of which had given him sleepless nights for years, was sitting on a sofa a few yards from where he stood. A living, breathing, fully grown body in the guise of a shy young woman, whose whole existence was about to be blown to smithereens by what Jack held in his hands. "Jack, what should I do?" Dan asked. Jack turned to him and took in the strain that was written all over the other man's face. Strictly speaking, Jack knew he ought to say that they should call it in, let a family liaison officer deal with the fallout and play it by the book. But he was dealing with people, with feelings and thoughts, not just a case. Besides, he wasn't a copper anymore. He was just a man who felt as if he was holding an unexploded bomb in his hands. The anguish on Dan's face dictated everything. "We. Not I, lad. You're not on your own. We're going to show this to Elaine and take it from there. Step by step." "What about Brody? Should I get her out of the way?" Dan asked. Jack raised an eyebrow and snorted. "Do you think she would go?" "No, she's the one who came looking, and this is as much about her as anyone now. She won't thank us for squeezing her out. Come on, let's get it done." With great trepidation, both men walked back to the cottage. Dan paused in the porch and put his hand on the shelf, while Jack maneuvered through the door. As he followed, he realized he had picked up some kind of residue on his hand. Absent-mindedly, he wiped it on his jeans and walked in to face Elaine. Chapter 12. The scene inside Meadowfoot Cottage was playing out like a bad soap opera. Elaine sat shocked and vacant on the sofa, while Brody argued with Miriam in the kitchen. "I'm not leaving her," Brody said adamantly. Miriam had had enough. The argument had been raging for too long, and after everything that had happened that day, she was just about at the end of her rope. "Look, Brody, I know all this has come as quite a shock, but you have to think about poor Elaine." She was still hesitating over the name. The fact that Elaine was really Mandy had jarred her beyond comprehension. "She probably needs some peace and quiet to get her head around things. Come back with me and wait for Tony, there's a good girl, she pleaded, certain that Brodie must have a better nature somewhere in her. Brodie crossed her arms, planted her feet wide, and shouted, "I am not leaving!" Miriam's shoulders sagged, her body showing that she had reached a point of utter despair. "I can't cope with this." She pointed the statement at Dan, who was loitering in the doorway, unsure of who he should be dealing with first. "Look, let her stay, at least until her brother gets here. You've got a lot to sort out yourself. We'll be fine, I'll look after them," he said, with more conviction than he felt. Miriam hesitated but saw sense and potential relief in his words. "If you're sure. Only she's my responsibility." She trailed off. "Go, honestly. It'll be fine," Dan said, giving weight to the lie. Miriam hesitated at the door as if she was going to say something else, her gaze moving towards the lounge where Elaine sat. She looked wistful and brimful of sorrow. Dan shook his head. "Not yet." Miriam closed the door behind her, a move which elicited a sigh of relief from Brodie. "Thank God for that! I thought she was never going to leave." Her tone was derisive and intimated that she thought that she should be the one with all the choices. Dan had had enough. He didn't know why, but the whole situation was making him exponentially angry. "Look, you might have got your own way with that one, but it was only to keep the peace. That woman has just lost her sister and found out she's been living the same lie you all have for 30 years, so give her a break, will you? This is not just about you, Brodie." He wasn't shouting, but his words were still like a slap. He didn't know what was wrong with him, or why he was taking it out on this poor kid, whose whole world had just come falling down. The fact that he seemed to have no control over his own behaviour made him even more angry, and he snapped again. "In fact, give us all a break. There are bigger things to deal with than your teenage tantrums," he added, before stalking into the lounge, unable to cope with the fact that he had just behaved like a complete tool. Brodie gasped, shocked that he would turn on her like that after everything they had been through. All she had wanted to do was stay with Elaine and make sure she was all right. Couldn't anybody see that? It wasn't fair that she was being treated like the bad guy when none of this was her fault. As for Miriam, she was really to blame. If she had done her job and looked after Mandy, none of this would have happened. Dan was out of order and he had no right to be shouting his mouth off at anyone. What did any of this have to do with him anyway? Just because he fancied Elaine, it didn't give him the right to go around shouting orders at everyone. Just who did he think he was? Nobody, that was who. He was nobody. Just some bloody builder poking his nose in where it wasn't wanted. Bristling with indignation, she stalked into the lounge, ready to give him a piece of her mind. The sight of Elaine, reduced to a sobbing heap in Dan's arms, stopped her in her tracks, and she felt thoroughly ashamed of her own selfishness. She couldn't watch. Both the distress and the intimacy acted like a force field, and she had to turn away and walk outside, where she could nurse her reaction alone, and maybe try and make sense of it. Jack had decided to take himself off for a walk during the aftermath. It seemed both discreet and sensible for him to be out of the way while the dust settled. Besides, he'd need to phone Mary and tell her what was going on, and he also needed to contact his old colleagues. The first thing Jack saw as he made his return to Meadowfoot Cottage was Brodie, crouched outside the door and looking like a maleficent garden gnome. He spied a bench under the window not far from the girl, and eased himself into it with a sigh that told of old bones and weariness. "How is she?" he asked, removing his pipe from his inside pocket and resting it between his teeth, empty and unlit. All good actors need a prop. Brodie shrugged. "Upset? She's with Dan." Jack nodded and removed the pipe, tapped it pointlessly on the arm of the bench, then put it back between his teeth. "Bound to be. And how are you?" Brodie's shoulders rose in an impoverished movement which spoke volumes about her discontent. "Not about me, is it? As I've just been told by Mr. Wonderful in there. I mean, who does he think he is, throwing his weight about like God Almighty? Jack frowned, removed the pipe again and regarded it thoughtfully, wishing that he could fill it and have a proper smoke, but unwilling to incur the righteous wrath of Mrs. Pearson, who was the constant guardian of his health. Oh, I don't know. We wouldn't have come this far without you. I reckon you get to have a say. Brodie was having none of it. Kind of wishing I'd left it alone, to be honest. Jack sucked on the empty pipe, a most unsatisfying experience, but better than nothing. Oh? Why's that? She was fiddling with the rosebush that scrambled up and over the door in its bid to maintain the illusion of perfect country life. Through the corner of his eye, Jack could see her pressing her finger to the thorns, testing their metal against her skin. It's just that if I'd left it alone, everyone would be getting on with it, wouldn't they? Esther would still be alive, Elaine would be going home to her house and her life. Nothing would have changed, we'd all just be going on as we were. Jack leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and looked down the garden towards the lane. It was all very pretty, but he couldn't have coped with the disarray in his own garden. Everything should have its place, even plants. And is that always a good thing? In my experience, the truth has a habit of coming out sooner or later, whether people like it or not. But what good does it do if it makes people more unhappy than they were before? Brodie complained as she watched a bead of blood bloom on her fingertip. It depends what people choose to do with it. They can either live through it or learn to live with it. It's always a choice. Brodie sucked the blood away and looked at him. What do you mean? Well, you can carry it around with you like it's a burden, a weight on your shoulders, or you can set it to one side and use it. Treat it like a resource that shows you who you are and how you got there. It's not always easy, but you have the choice. Brodie nodded thoughtfully. I get what you mean, but what if you don't know the truth? What if people don't tell you? Jack pointed the stem of his pipe at her. Everybody knows the truth deep down. It's what motivates them for good or bad. Unfortunately, it can feel like mining. Sometimes you get diamonds, sometimes you get rocks. But at least you know what you've got. If you don't dig, you've got nothing. Brodie nodded, assuming that his words must have some profundity even if she hadn't grasped it. Unable to divine anything further from his wisdom, she said, So what happens next? I mean, none of us expected her to still be alive, did we? I thought that we were just going to find out what happened and maybe find her body. I just wanted to lay her to rest so we could all move on. Now I have a sister, there's no body to find, and it feels like we've got more problems than we started with. Dan's being an absolute arsehole and we still don't have a clue what happened. Jack sighed and replaced the pipe into his pocket. That's what I'm here to discuss. Shall we go in? Elaine had managed to regain a modicum of composure, but her tear-stained face and hollow eyes betrayed the depth of her shock. Feeling any better? Jack asked, wanting to kick himself as soon as he realized how inane the question was. No one answered him. Right. The police are on their way and they're going to want to talk to you, Elaine. I don't know how much I can tell them. It's all a big blank, to be honest. I don't remember anything. Her voice was husky and small. Jack paused. Well, they're going to want to know what you recall about the woman who brought you up. Elaine looked confused for a moment. Oh, she said as realization dawned. You mean my mother? Jack nodded solemnly. Yes. Only she wasn't your mother, was she? The question was purely rhetorical, asked only in a bid to prepare Elaine for what was to come. In addition to that, I'm afraid the press will get hold of this pretty quickly. You'll be hot news, Elaine, and it won't be pleasant. I'd like to suggest that you go home. Jack heard Brodie's gasp, but ignored her. She can't go home. There's no kitchen and no bathroom and not likely to be for a while. It's not fit to stay in, Dan said. I'm not sure I'd want to anyway. I can hardly call it home now. She surveyed the collective of concerned expressions. But I can't stay here either. Miriam has to deal with Esther's funeral arrangements, and piles of police and press aren't going to help her. Besides, I'm not sure I want to stay in the place where it happened. Not really, no, Jack conceded. What about a hotel? Elaine was about to agree that it seemed the best solution when Dan interjected. No, you can stay with me. If they find us there, then we can go to a hotel, he said, as if the decision had been made. Dan, I can't. It's not fair on you, Elaine protested. None of this is fair on any of us, but it is what it is. I'd be a lot happier trying to keep the walls from your door in my own place than in a hotel, he argued. But it's not your problem, Dan. I'm not your problem. You shouldn't feel like you have to take responsibility for any of this, Elaine said. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I'll be fine. I don't, and I'm not. I just want to help, so shut up, will you? Anyway, I promised Miriam I would make sure you were all right. He crossed his arms to indicate that he would not be moved on the matter. Well, maybe just for a day or two until the fuss dies down, Elaine conceded, much to the amusement of Jack, who raised his prolific eyebrows in response to her naivety. So what about me? I'm not leaving her, and I don't care what any of you say, Brody said, glowering at Dan. Dan started to speak, but Elaine stopped him, squeezing his hand and shaking her head to force his silence on the matter. Brody, it may not be our choice. Your brother will have a say in it, and he might want to take you home with him. So you don't want me with you, then? Elaine sighed and rubbed her forehead, as if the actions could erase the lines that had settled there in the aftermath of the day events. It's not that. Of course I'd like you to stay with me, but Tony is your brother. It's up to him where you go. With your mum in hospital, he's your next of kin. Her reasoning fell on deaf ears. Yeah, but you're my sister, so you get equal say. Anyway, I'm 16 soon and I can do what I like. Brody, I've been your sister for a matter of a couple of hours and I'm not sure it works like that. Besides, it's not up to me either way. I can't insist that Dan takes you in too, can I? Brody shot a look at Dan, putting him firmly in her sights. So you won't let me come then? Dan was in a tight corner. He didn't want to risk another eruption of Brody's temper or provoke his own. He had no idea what had made him speak to the girl so cruelly earlier. He could see how much this was screwing her up, and he really felt for the kid. He owed her an apology, and he wanted to help. When Tony comes, we'll talk to him. If he says you can stay with Elaine, you can stay, but it's up to him, okay? A look of glee spread over the girl's face. He will, she said, confident of her ability to convince everyone that she should have her own way. The adults exchanged glances. Well, either way, I suggest you ladies get yourself packed and ready to go. Brody, I'll come next door with you. I need to talk to Miriam, Jack said, holding out an arm to guide her lest she should protest. When they were alone, Dan turned to Elaine. You don't have to give in to her, you know. If you're not up to coping with her, I'll tell her. I can cope with Brody. She might be a stroppy teenager sometimes, but she's a sweetheart, really. But equally, you shouldn't have her if you can't cope. I have to say that I would be loath to walk away from her now, Elaine said. I'm pretty sure I can cope. It's just that I didn't enjoy the way she did that. I hate being bested by teenagers, he said, with a laugh so that she would know he didn't have a problem with Brody. Elaine laughed. Don't we all? But they seem pretty good at it. Anyway, I feel for her. She's had a really rough time, and to be cut out of the loop now would be awful for her. Besides, the brother might put his foot down. Dan pulled a face. Really? You reckon he won't back down? I caved and I only met her this morning. The person I care about is you, and you're the person I am more concerned for. I do feel for Brody, but she has a family. You're on your own with this. Me? I'm fine. Sure, it's all come as a bit of a shock, but I'll be fine, honest. She wasn't entirely sure whether she was trying to convince Dan or herself. Old habits drove her to reach up and touch the scar. She could see that he'd noticed and blushed. I need to stop doing that, don't I? You need to stop worrying about it. It's probably the least of your problems right now. The police have arrived. He nodded towards the window where a car had just pulled up. The police interview was long and arduous. There were questions that Elaine just couldn't answer. The part involving her disappearance seemed brief in comparison to the scrutiny they wanted to give the subsequent years. She couldn't tell them about Jean's history because she didn't know it. She couldn't tell them about Jean's husband, the man she had understood to be her father, because she hadn't known him. She had grown up in the one house with the one woman who she had believed was her biological mother. Whatever way they asked the questions, she couldn't spin it any other way. "So," the officer asked for the third time, "explain to me again how you came to be in Hallows End on this occasion." "I can only give you the same answer that I gave you before. My mother died, and I wanted to scatter her ashes. She had no particular affiliation with any other place, but was born here. It seemed logical to bring them here." "You said earlier that she had family here, the Tylers, and that you planned to scatter her ashes in their garden. What made you change your mind?" "Rosemary Tyler was very specific when she told me that she and my mother were not close. The property is in a very different state now to how it was as my mother remembered it. The whole thing seemed very inappropriate, so I changed my mind and scattered her elsewhere." "And where was that again?" Elaine groaned inwardly. Every time they made her say it, she felt more embarrassed about what she'd done. "I put her inside the clump of rhododendrons at Hallows Court. It seemed as good a place as any other. I know I should have asked permission, and I know it seems like a foolish and callous thing to do, but there it is. I can't change it." The young officer raised his eyebrows at the note of hostility in her tone. "No need to upset yourself. I'm just trying to establish the facts." Dan, hovering in the background playing T-boy, had heard enough. "I think you've established more than the facts and are straying into irrelevancies. Miss Ellis has had enough. Unless you have anything further to add or ask, I think we're done here, don't you?" The officer treated him to an imperious glance and turned to his notes. "I think we have enough for now." Dan opened the door and held it. "Good. Thank you." The officer took his time, despite the apologetic glances of his female colleague, but eventually they left. It was well into evening time by then, and Elaine had been acutely aware that Brody had been peering through the window at them every 5 minutes for the last hour. "Let her in, will you?" she said, looking at Dan and feeling as if she was going to pass out from sheer emotional exhaustion at any minute. Brody bounded through the door like an enthusiastic Labrador. "Tony says I can come with you." She was clearly excited at having secured yet another victory. Fortunately, the girl didn't see Dan's reaction to the news as he was standing behind her, but the rolling of his eye behind Brody's back wasn't lost on Elaine. She might have smiled if she hadn't felt so utterly wiped out. "He wants to see you, is that okay? He's over at Miriam's, I can go and get him." Brody's eyes were bright with enthusiasm at the prospect of reuniting the long-lost siblings. Something inside Elaine started to fray and unravel. The uncoiling of sorrow and despair made her question whether she wanted to meet a man who had let his sisters be taken by strangers, no questions asked. He'd had an excuse with her. He'd been a child, but he was a man now, and it ought to have been different for Brody. "No, it's not okay. I'm sorry, Brody, but I've had enough for one day, really. If he's still here tomorrow, I'll see him then. I'm going to bed. I need to sleep. I need to not talk, and I need to not think. Enough, okay?" Brody had never heard Elaine speak like that, and it shocked her. "Okay, aren't we going tonight, then?" She had brought her bag with her and was ready for the off. Elaine had stood and was making her way towards the stairs. "No, I doubt I could crawl to the car if I tried. We'll go in the morning." "But what about the papers?" Elaine paused and turned back to the girl. "Fuck the papers, Brody. If you want to stay here tonight, you can. It's up to you. But I'm done." With that, she hauled herself up the stairs and shut the bedroom door. A second later, she opened it. "Dan, will you make up a bed for Brody on the sofa and then get up here, please?" She slammed the door, leaving them in no doubt that she meant business. Dan and Brody exchanged astonished glances. "Well, I guess that told us then. You go and tell your brother that Miss Otis regrets and all, and I'll make your bed up. If you still want to stay, that is." Too right, I'm not staying next door. Tony can have my bed if he wants to stay, I'll tell him. As she reached the door, she paused. So what about you? Where are you going to sleep? Dan shrugged and held his hands out as if to say that her guess was as good as his. In the van? Brody shrugged. Whatever. Brody, before you go, I wanted to say sorry about earlier. I was pretty nasty to you and I shouldn't have been. I suppose we've all forgotten how this must feel for you. Brody shrugged. It's all right. Everyone was a bit stressy. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have been so pushy, but I want to stay with her and I did say sorry to Miriam. Good. And you are welcome to stay as long as you both want to. Brody nodded. Cheers. Right, I'll go and tell Tony. See you in a bit. When she had gone, he made a bed on the sofa using the blankets that had been wrapped around Elaine in Hallows Court. He didn't know where anything else was kept. When the bed was made, he made his way upstairs and knocked tentatively on the bedroom door. Elaine called for him to come in. She was sitting at the dressing table, a glass of water pressed to her forehead. My head is killing me. I don't suppose you know where my pills are, do you? As it happened, they were still in his pocket, where he had put them all those hours before when he and Brody had gone searching for her. He popped a couple out into his hand and passed them to her. Thanks. Gratefully, she pushed them into her mouth and washed them down with water. It's been a long and very trying day, and I admit I'm not thinking straight. Christ, I don't know whether I'm Arthur or Martha right now, let alone Mandy or Elaine, she said, with an incredulous laugh. This is a one-bedroom cottage with one bed, and I'm assuming Brody is going on the sofa, so I'm offering you half a bed. Dan looked at her and then looked at the bed. Wouldn't you be better off sharing with Brody under the circumstances? Elaine shook her head, which made her wince. No, she'll want to talk to me, and I'm all talked out. It's half a bed, Dan, nothing else, no agenda. He looked at the bed and looked at her again. Mind if I have a shower first? I'm still covered in muck from that tunnel. Dan, I couldn't care less if you were covered in pig shit right now, but help yourself. I just need to sleep. When he emerged from the bathroom, followed by a cloud of steam, Elaine was already asleep. She was modestly swathed in pyjamas and wrapped in the duvet, as good as her word. All he possessed in the way of nightwear were the same pair of boxer shorts he had been wearing all day. On the occasions when he had indulged himself with thoughts of sharing a bed with Elaine, this setup wasn't quite what he'd had in mind. He crawled in beside her and lay on his back, unable to relax, wondering if he should have attempted to sleep in the van after all. Before he'd showered off the grime of the day, the thought that he should have got in the van, driven away, changed his identity and moved house had crossed his mind several times. But that was unfair. Elaine was innocently embroiled in this mess just the same as he was. No, not the same. For her it was much worse. He would be 10 kinds of bastard to walk away from her now, and an even worse one to brush the kid off. Now that it was quiet and he had time to think about it, the fact that Brody's own brother was prepared to let her stay with strangers bothered him profoundly. He felt rubbish that he'd shouted at her and wondered what on earth had got into him lately. It felt as if an evil twin possessed him. His thoughts spiraled and came to nothing while sleep found him and nursed him into rest. Maybe it would all look much better in the morning. Brody launched herself back into the cottage, bursting to tell Dan about Tony's reaction to Elaine's rejection and how Miriam was fit to burst over the whole debacle. She was surprised to find the room empty. He had made up a bed for her on the sofa as promised and had disappeared. Disappointed by the lack of an audience for her tale, she sat down on her makeshift bed, assuming that Dan had gone outside to sleep in his van. As quietly as she could, so as not to wake Elaine, she crept upstairs to the bathroom. Surprised to find it damp and steamy, she assumed that Elaine had had a shower. Not wanting to make more noise than she had to, she had a quick look around with a face cloth, cleaned her teeth, and slipped into her onesie. Halfway down the stairs, she paused, mildly amused by Elaine's snoring. She suppressed a giggle and made her way to the sofa. For the first time in hours, she was left with entirely her own thoughts, and they were very strange and thrilling. She had found Mandy. Ever since Jack and Dan had told them about the things in Elaine's house and had showed them what had been found, she had been studying Elaine to see if she could find a trace of the little face which was so familiar to her. In Brody's assessment, only the dimples had remained. Anything else Mandy-like had disappeared long ago. She wondered how her mother was going to feel when she heard the news. She hoped it would make Shirley happy, though in her gut she doubted it. Happy and Shirley, used in the same sentence, were strange bedfellows. She turned over under the blankets and thought about Dan, deciding that she did like him after all. At least he'd had the guts to say sorry. Most blokes that she knew would have rather died than say they were sorry, which made her think about Steve, who didn't bear thinking about on any level. She tried to think about something else to put him out of her mind, and ended up thinking about children, which brought her back to Mandy, and the fact that even though she had been found, no one knew exactly what had happened that day. Except maybe Derry, and she wouldn't see him now, not if they were going to Dan's house. She drifted off to sleep with the vague thought of finding a medium floating around her 15-year-old mind, someone who could communicate with Esther from beyond the grave and make her spill her secrets. Elaine woke just as the first tendrils of dawn light began to ease through the curtains. For the first 30 seconds she felt fine, until the scenes of the day before began to intrude much less gently than the dawn. She was aware of a weight over her body, and looked down to see that Dan was holding her in an unconscious embrace. Oh God, had she really asked him to share her bed? With no idea of what had come over her the night before, she cautiously extracted herself and made her way to the bathroom. Brody's clothes lay in a crumpled heap, damp with condensation, and the sink was streaked with dribbled toothpaste. With a sigh, she cleared it up and hung the clothes on the landing to air. Sure that the events of yesterday were just some elaborate confusion, she undressed and climbed into the shower, hoping that the water would wash away the fog that was clouding her mind. She leaned against the cold tiles, letting the hot water stream over her, convincing herself that none of it could be true. People had false memories all the time. The incident with the barbed wire had just been a flash, an image that had whipped through her mind as quickly as a lightning strike. It couldn't be a memory. Memories were concrete and known. No, it was something she had manufactured as a result of the circumstances and the suggestion that she was the missing child. That had to be a more rational explanation than acknowledging that she had grown up with a woman who had abducted her. Whatever had happened to Mandy was a tragedy, but it couldn't possibly be related to her. The whole thing was just a series of weird coincidences, which was all it could be. As she soaped herself, her fingers slipped over the scar. It had stretched and distorted with the passage of time, but it had never really faded. Her mother had said that it was the result of her falling into a pane of glass in the garden. It was a logical explanation. Kids were accident-prone. It had always puzzled her that Jean hadn't felt the need to take her to a hospital and have it stitched, but that was Jean, averse to medical interference to the point of phobia. No, the scar was the result of a simple childhood accident, not the manifestation of a nightmare. She was Elaine Ellis, 33 years old, neurotic and shy, and that was that. Everything else had been a horrible mistake. Awareness dawned that she would have to break the news to Brody and apologize to the world and his wife for wasting their time. It would be awful, but not as awful as continuing the pretense. Resigned to her task, she switched off the water and wrapped herself in a towel. On the landing, she bumped into Brody, who was coming out of the bedroom. The girl looked her up and down with pained disappointment. "I made you a cup of coffee when I heard you get up. You should have told me I needed to make two," she said, with a note of contempt, which made Elaine feel even more naked than she was beneath the towel. She called after her. "Brody!" Brody was stomping down the stairs in her onesie, looking like a sulky Oompa Loompa who had traded its orange complexion for radiant puce. She raised her arm, presenting the flat of her palm to Elaine. Whatever. In the bedroom, Dan was sitting on the edge of the bed, sipping the coffee that Brody had relinquished with the grudge of ages. It was probably the bitterest coffee he would ever drink. "Well, that went down like a pair of lead knickers, didn't it?" he said, not looking at Elaine. "What's with that kid? It's like she's in love with you." Elaine pulled her towel tighter and sat at the dressing table. "I suppose that with everything that's happened, she feels a bit protective of me. I don't suppose she sees me as an adult, really. I dread to think how she's going to react when I put her straight." "What do you mean? Put her straight about what?" Elaine blinked at him with wide-eyed innocence. "That I'm not her sister, that I can't be, and that this has all been some horrible, confusing coincidence." Dan paused and looked at her, coffee cup halfway to his mouth. "Is that what you think?" "No, it's what I know. It's impossible. My mother was a strange fish, but I don't think she was the type to snatch a kid. Whatever was going through my mind yesterday was just a result of the hypothermia. I must have been hallucinating or something." She was convinced by her own logic. Dan put the coffee down. "Wait there, I'll be back in a minute." He slid off the bed and went downstairs. While he was retrieving the envelope and regretting the fact that the police had taken the bag, Brody walked in from the kitchen, a second cup of coffee in her hand. "Are you two going to be sleeping together when we go to your house?" She scathed him with a look of abject disapproval. Dan looked at the envelope, then across at Brody. "Nothing happened. We just shared the bed, that's all. Or would you rather I'd frozen to death in the van?" Brody raised an eyebrow as if to tell him that in her opinion it would have been a preferable outcome. "It's July," she said, pointedly. Dan sighed. "Look, if anything ever happens like that between me and Elaine, I promise I will respect her in the morning and every other morning for that matter. In the meantime, we have bigger problems." Brody gave him another scathing look. "Like what?" "Well, our favourite lady is currently enjoying a gentle cruise up a river in Egypt." Brody was confused. "Eh?" Dan sighed again. "She's in denial. Thinks it was all a horrible mistake. I think we need to convince her otherwise." He waved the envelope. "Time to show her this again. I don't think she really took it all in yesterday." Bemused, Brody followed him up the stairs. Elaine looked at the array of newspaper cuttings that Dan had spread out for her on the bed. "This doesn't prove anything, just that my mother had a thing for collecting cuttings. I'm sure that whatever happened to Mandy was compelling stuff at the time. I expect lots of people showed some curiosity." She was interested, but dismissive. Dan unfolded the death certificate and passed it to her. "We found this, and the clothes under the floorboards. People with a sense of idle curiosity don't hide blood-stained clothes." Brody was sitting close, her arm around Elaine's waist, her hand attempting to stroke and soothe as the woman fought to understand what she was seeing. Elaine's confusion and burgeoning distress were palpable. "I don't understand. I know what you're all saying, but why is there a death certificate with my name on it?" Dan shook his head. "I don't know, but I asked Jack about it. Apparently, it used to be a way of getting a new identity. You could buy a birth and death certificate of a baby who had died shortly after birth and use the birth certificate as ID. He said it's impossible to do now, but back in the 80s, it was a common scam." "But my parents' names are on my birth certificate, so that can't be the case," Elaine reasoned. "Jack thinks that your mother might have lost her own child, and that's why she took you." Elaine stared at the document as if her gaze could alter the arrangement of the ink and change the information. She turned to the girl. "I'm sorry, Brody, but I don't want any of this. I don't want to be Mandy. I have hard enough time being me." She dropped the paper onto the bed, then walked into the bathroom and locked the door. Brody made to follow her, but Dan put out an arm to restrain her. "Leave her. She needs time for it to sink in. If you want to do something helpful, pack her things. We need to leave, and soon. Brody hesitated. But Tony wants to see her. Tony will have to wait. When I was downstairs, I saw a news van drive past. If we don't get her out of here soon, all hell is going to break loose, and I don't think she's going to cope with it. Pack her things. Tony can come to my place in Syria if she wants to, but we've got to go. The implication of his words struck Brody hard, and she, as much as anyone, wanted to avoid a further debacle. Without a word, she slid off the bed and began gathering Elaine's belongings, unceremoniously shoving them into a bag. Dan knocked on the bathroom door. Elaine, we need to go soon. Brody has put some clothes out for you in the bedroom. I'm going next door for a minute. When I get back, we're leaving. No arguments. He left them to it and made his way to Hallow's cottage. Halfway there, his phone rang. The display identified the caller as Bob. He answered. Bob, what's up? What's up? What's bloody up? I'm still in the van. Elaine's house has been cordoned off, it's crawling with coppers, and the whole street is knee-deep in reporters. That's what's up, you plonker. I take it we were right, and it is her, then. Dan answered him with a weary sigh. Looks that way. Bloody hell, mate. I hope you know what you've got yourself into. Anyway, what do you want me to do? I can't exactly go in there and start fitting units, can I? They won't even let me pick up my tools. Go back to the yard and get on with something else. Keep yourself busy until I get back. I'm bringing her back with me today to my place. She's going to stay there until the fuss dies down. Bob gave out a derisive snort. Don't look like that's likely to happen any time soon, mate. Have you seen the news this morning? Besides, are you sure it's a good idea you getting so involved? I mean, it's a bit of a mess. You don't want to be saddled with this for the sake of a quick leg over, do you? Dan grit his teeth. Fuck off, Bob, because right now I don't feel very much like your mate. If you still want to be employed tomorrow, get your sorry ass back to the yard and keep your mouth shut. He had known Bob for a long time, but sometimes he could have cheerfully throttled him. Bob coughed. About that keeping my mouth shut bit. I tried, Dan, I really did, but they were on me like a pack of hounds. I didn't have a choice, mate. Dan cut him off in mid-flow. He was so angry he was liable to crush the phone in his hand if he had waited to make a response. He took a deep, calming breath and strode towards Miriam's door, knocking as gently as he could, despite the fact that he'd wanted to slam his fist through the wood. Miriam opened the door and beckoned him in, shushing him and pointing to the television. Tony sat in front of it, mesmerized by what was unfolding on the screen. Dan followed his gaze and watched the strapline smoothly slip across the screen. Missing girl Mandy Miller found, it said. Above it, a newsreader was talking. In the early hours of this morning, police confirmed that Mandy Miller, who has been missing since 1983, has been found. Unconfirmed reports say that she has been living in Bristol under the name of Elaine Ellis since the early 80s. Police suspect that she was abducted by a woman known as Jean Ellis, who recently died. It has been suggested that Elaine Ellis had no idea of her true identity until it was revealed yesterday in an extraordinary turn of events. Police have confirmed that they will be continuing their inquiries into what happened on that fateful day in 1983. Over to our correspondent, June Silverman, live at the scene. Dan watched in despair as the camera panned in to show the outside of Elaine's house. Crime scene tape fluttered from the edge of the skip as the reporter started her spiel. Thank you, Peter. As you can see, I am standing outside the house, thought to be the home of the woman police suspect is Mandy Miller. A builder working in the property confirmed this morning that he uncovered substantial evidence which led him to believe that the people that lived here, in this unassuming, semi-detached house, might have something to hide. Bob Roberts, who was reluctant to appear on camera, told us that he had found documents in the loft of the house that led him to suspect that Elaine Ellis might indeed be Mandy Miller. Subsequently, he found items of blood-stained girls' clothing buried under the floorboards. From these macabre discoveries, it would seem Elaine Ellis's true identity has been revealed. A bizarre twist of fate saw Miss Ellis return to the place where she was taken, Hallows End in Devon. Sources have told us that the woman police are holding responsible for the abduction, Jean Ellis, recently died, and her supposed daughter returned to the scene of the crime to scatter her ashes. Jean Ellis is thought to have been born in Hallows End. The circumstances surrounding the abduction of little Mandy remain shrouded in mystery, but are now subject to a reinvigorated police investigation. Miriam walked over and turned the sound down, then turned to the two men. Tony sat slack-jawed on the sofa, clutching a rapidly cooling cup of tea, while Dan remained standing, quietly seething, his fists clenched. "I came to say that I'm taking Elaine and Brody home in a minute," he said, barely able to restrain himself from bellowing in temper as he fantasized about what he was going to do to Bob. "If the press get hold of her here, there's no telling what will happen. Tony, she knows you want to meet her, but she's in a bit of a state. I'll give you the address and you can come later if you want." Tony nodded. "I've got to go and see Mum first. God knows what this is going to do to her. I spoke to the hospital last night. They're doing their best to keep her away from the TV, but I doubt they can manage it for long. You sure you're all right to take Brody? I mean, she can be a bit of a handful." Dan looked around and out of the window, where yet another news van was passing. A BMW had just pulled up next to his own van. "Well, she can't stay here, and she won't be parted from Elaine, so we'll have to make the best of it. Miriam, are you going to be all right? I don't like the thought of you facing this on your own." Miriam gave him a weak smile. She looked like she had aged 20 years in as many hours. "I've got friends in the village. They'll help. Besides, I have to arrange Esther's funeral. Not that it will mean much in the midst of all this. I can't believe all this has happened in less than a day." Tears began to spring from her eyes, and both men were left floundering uselessly in a sea of misery and confusion, which they couldn't hope to fathom. "Are we all agreed that none of us will talk to the media until we've taken some advice?" Dan asked. Miriam nodded unhappily. "Too bloody right. I've asked Jack Pearson if he'll act as a spokesman for the family. What do you think?" Tony said. As a rank outsider, Dan didn't really think he had a right to an opinion, but everyone seemed to be looking to him. "Sounds like a reasonable idea. He's a sensible man and familiar with the facts. Good call, I'd say. Look, I'm going to get going. Get them out of here before the circus is in full swing. We'll talk later." The two men shook hands, and Miriam gave Dan a grateful pat on the arm before he took his leave. A man who he vaguely recognized was standing in the lounge, hugging Elaine. When Dan entered, Elaine pulled herself away and blushed. "Dan, this is Alex Gardner-Hallow." Dan eyed the man from head to foot. Blonde, well-cut, and wearing a handmade suit straight from Savile Row. "Nice to meet you," he said, with more politeness than he felt. Alex took his proffered hand and shook it with warm sincerity. "Nice to meet you, too, though it would have been preferable under other circumstances. I was just saying to Elaine what a terrible shock this must have been for you all. Yet what wonderful news that little Mandy is still here with us, alive and well." Dan gave him a weak smile and glanced at Elaine, who seemed to still be shell-shocked by the whole thing. "Of course, we're very sad to see our lovely guest depart, but quite understand the need under the circumstances. I just wanted to call in and see if there was anything I could do to help." Dan suddenly realized why the man looked so familiar. He was the local Tory candidate. "You could start by getting the press off her back." "Indeed. I will gladly pull any strings that I can to minimize the invasion of privacy, but unfortunately there may not be much that I can do," Alex said, wringing his hands and giving all three of them a sympathetic smile. "Now, I can see you are waiting to leave, and I really must call in on Miriam and pay my respects. Poor Esther, I will miss her terribly. She was like a mother to me, you know. But, Elaine, do stay in touch and let me know if there is anything at all I can do for you." He pressed a business card into her hand, then leaned down and pecked her on the cheek, much to Dan's disgust. "My contact details are on there. Don't hesitate to call." As soon as he had gone, Brody muttered, "Sleazebag," under her breath. Elaine instantly admonished her, but Dan couldn't have agreed more. Dan managed to get a morose Elaine and a sullen Brody into Elaine's car. His van was full of tools and chaos, and there was no room for the three of them plus luggage. He'd asked Tony to drive the van down later, as he'd arrived by train and taxi, having left his girlfriend with his car, and he seemed grateful for the free transport. Dan collected the few things he might need and made himself ready for their escape. Fortunately, Elaine's car was parked at the back of the cottage, out of sight from the road. More and more people were arriving in Hallows End, and Dan wanted to avoid any altercation. They managed to persuade Elaine that she needed to lie on the back seat, covered with a blanket, so that they could avoid detection on their way out of the village. She resisted at first, complaining about the unnecessary drama. When Dan showed her yet another news van, she finally relented and allowed Brody to cover her up and make sure that she couldn't be seen. Miriam helpfully pointed out that one of the service roads that wound through the estate could get them to the main road without the necessity to drive past the cottages or into the village. Consequently, they managed to leave undetected by the throng of enthusiastic voyeurs and eager media people who were converging on Hallows End like the 8th deadly plague. The lane they took forced them to make a turn opposite the house where Rosemary and Derry lived. Elaine emerged from underneath her blanket just in time to spy the police car, which was sitting outside. Her heart sank even further at the sight, and she didn't know who to feel more sorry for. Poor Derry, or the police who would have to confront Rosemary Tyler in all her defensive glory. This was a nightmare, and Elaine sorely wanted to wake up from it. Chapter 13. The house where Dan lived wasn't the place Elaine had expected it to be. In her mind's eye, she had imagined a sparse bachelor pad, all hard lines and masculinity, in the same vein as she thought of him. Instead, she was greeted by warm wood and comfort. He had told her once that he was restoring his house, but the love and diligence that was shown by each item he had chosen to place there surprised her, suggesting that he had hidden depths that she would never have guessed at. The whole place was tidy and ordered, but softly so. It was a home in the way that Elaine's house never had been. It felt quiet and solid and safe. Even the ticking of his clock was tempered by the sense of homeliness. It was as Miriam had described the sound, calm and soothing. Elaine felt as though she could stay forever, which was dangerous emotional territory. Dan brought the bags in and directed Brody towards the kitchen, where she could exercise her excellent coffee-making skills. "Well, what do you think? Will it do?" he asked. "It's beautiful. I'm impressed," Elaine said. "Thank you for letting us stay, Dan. I can't tell you how grateful I am. You've been amazing," she said, wrapping her arms around herself as the chill of what waited for her outside his door touched her bones. "You're welcome. Both of you. As long as Madam out there is willing to make herself useful. Come on, I'll show you upstairs. You can pick a bed." He picked up her bags and led the way. On the landing, he pointed to a small, neat, and comfortable room. "Brody can go in that one. She's even got her own shower so she can mess it up to her heart's content." Elaine glanced inside and nodded her approval. "What about you? Where do you want to go?" he said, indicating another spare room, equally comfortable, equally appealing, and then pointing to his own room. "I don't know. Where do you want me to go?" she asked, still hugging herself, unable to look at him. She knew what she wanted to say, but didn't think she had the gumption. "Wherever you are most comfortable, but I should tell you that the other half of my bed definitely comes with an agenda." Elaine turned to him and reached up, touching his face with hesitant fingers. "I don't know who I am, Dan," she said, in a bid to warn him about what he might be taking on. She would be stupid to think that it would be a straightforward union. Many people came to things with excess baggage, but few with an entourage of scandal and a lost identity. He took her hand and kissed it. Then he bent and kissed her. I've wanted to do that since I was 17 and I let that woman chase me off. He bent to kiss her again. Elaine began to relax. All the tension that had racked her for what felt like an age started to ebb away, passing out of her body and seemingly into his as the kiss became more urgent. It would be easy to hide in what the kiss might mean. She could be 15 again and pretend that the turmoil of emotions was simple teenage angst. They were forced to break apart by Brodie's voice from the hallway below, stridently demanding their attention. "Coffee's ready when you two have finished snogging." Her voice was laden with the tone of a militant chaperone. Dan laughed. "Nearly 40 years of age in my own home, and I'm still being bested by a chopsy teenager." Elaine buried her blushing face in his shirt. "Oh my God, what are we going to do with her?" she mumbled from the depths of the fabric. She pulled away from him. "Duty calls." Dan bent to pick up the bags. "So where am I putting these?" Elaine took her bag from him and walked into his bedroom. "Well, mine's going in here. You better put Brodie's in her room," she said, with a shy smile. Brodie bellowed up the stairs again. "Are you two coming down or what?" "My God, it's like sharing the house with a mini Mary Whitehouse," Dan muttered as he started down the stairs. Elaine took her bag into Dan's bedroom and put it on the bed, wondering at the wisdom of her decision and the fairness. Her conscience prodded at her, asking her to consider whether she was taking advantage of Dan as a convenient port in an unusually turbulent storm. Fate had put him in her path for a second time, and she would like to believe that meant something. However, the ghost of Jean was still looming inordinately large, and as usual, she was clouding everything. Brodie announced that she was starving, and it was mutually decided that Dan would go out and get them a takeaway. Tony had phoned a few minutes before to say that he was on his way, so they were hoping to have eaten by the time he arrived with whatever the next batch of news was going to bring. While Dan was gone, Brodie and Elaine pottered in the kitchen, finding plates and cutlery and washing up their coffee cups. "He's got a really nice house, hasn't he? I reckon he must be pretty minted," Brodie said, as she carefully dried up one of the china mugs before passing it to Elaine to be put away. "Yes, it's a lovely house, but I don't think he's rich. He just works hard." Brodie tipped her head to one side and studied the mug she was holding in her soapy hand. "You do know that relationships that start under traumatic circumstances rarely last, don't you?" she said sagely. Elaine peered at her, a look of bemusement on her face. "Where on earth do you come up with these things?" "I saw it on a film. Sandra Bullock said it to Keanu Reeves when they had just got off a bus that was going to blow up." Elaine laughed. "Well, remind me to thank Mr. Reeves and Miss Bullock for their relationship advice." Brodie shrugged. "Just saying." Elaine put the last of the mugs away and leaned on the worktop. "Brodie, why does me being with Dan bother you so much? I mean, I've known him longer than I've known you. In fact, I was about your age when I met him." Brodie fiddled with the tea cloth, pulling at the loops of thread, and gave another of her habitual shrugs. "It's just that with everything that's happened, I think you might be a bit vulnerable and all. I don't want you to get hurt, that's all. He seems nice, but he's a bloke, and blokes are crap, aren't they?" It was true. She did feel that, but she was also experiencing an unreasonable prod of jealousy. She had only just found her sister, and she didn't want to share her. "Not all of them. Or did you learn that from films too?" Brodie shook her head. "No, from my mum. It's what she says." That was true too, but she also had her own experience to reinforce the assertion. Blokes were selfish shits and always left you with more than you had bargained for. Elaine smiled at her. "I'm sure I'll be fine, Brodie. I have done this before, you know. Anyway, right now, and I hate to admit this, but I think I need him. Can you understand that?" If it was anything like how much she felt she needed Elaine, then she could. Yeah, I get it. But it didn't mean she had to like it. They didn't speak for a moment. Brody watched Elaine wipe down the sides and make sure the room was how they'd found it. It was Brody who broke the silence. I knew. When I met you, I knew. What do you mean? Elaine said, as she folded the tea cloth and surveyed their handiwork. That you were her. Mandy. What I mean is, I knew there was something special about you. I didn't know you were Mandy then, but I knew there was something. Elaine walked over to the kitchen table and sat down, pushing a chair out for Brody with her foot. She waited until the girl was seated before speaking. This is important, Brody, so I want to make sure you understand. I'm not Mandy, and I will never be Mandy. I accept that biologically there isn't much doubt that my DNA would match hers. I don't want to accept it, but I have to. But I'm Elaine. I was brought up as Elaine, however wrongly, but I am still Elaine. I can't be that other girl because her life has been imagined by people in 1,000 different ways. Like the ghosts we talked about, remember? Well, my life was real. I know the papers will say that I've lived a lie, and that's true to an extent. But I was there, and it happened, and it's mine. I can't change it. I can't be Mandy, not for anyone. Whoever Mandy was going to be, she died on that day, and everyone is stuck with me instead. Look, what I'm trying to explain is that this is not going to end up with roses round the door and everyone living happily ever after. I'm glad we found each other, Brody, but your mum is not my mum, Tony is not my brother, and Fern is not my sister. You and I are friends, maybe even like sisters, and I love you like one. But I can't be Mandy, and I can't make this turn out well. Do you get it? Brody nodded unhappily. It was like Jack had said. Everyone knew the truth deep down, and sometimes you got rocks instead of diamonds, but you still had more than you had before. But what if they don't see it like that? Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Dan said from the doorway, making both of them jump. But for now, I have 3 tons of Chinese food going cold. Brody, go and light the fire in the lounge, will you? It might be July, but I'm bloody freezing. We'll eat in there. I fetched it so Elaine can dish it up. When Brody was gone, Elaine turned to him. How long were you standing there? Dan shrugged out of his coat and began passing her the food containers. Long enough to hear you speak a good deal of sense. I don't think she realizes how crap this thing is going to be. Elaine's voice was heavy with worry as she turned away from him. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her, dropping a kiss on the top of her head. Your hair smells of fruit. Elaine smiled. And this food smells of starvation. Get off and let me dish it up, will you? He turned round to face him and cupped her face in his hands. In a minute, it can wait. None of us realize how crap this thing might turn out to be. This is only the beginning, and it might get worse. It might get better, but we'll do it together, okay? Me, you, and that demented midget in there, he said, nodding towards the lounge. Thank you, she said, reaching up to kiss him. Oh my God, will you two get a room, please? You're putting me off my food, Brody groaned from the doorway. More for me, then, Dan shouted, throwing a bag of prawn crackers at her as she ran off down the hall, squealing like a small, black-clad banshee. As she stretched up to catch them, a look of concern flickered across Dan's face. He had spotted something, and it worried him. After they had eaten, Brody asked if she could have a bath, leaving Dan and Elaine alone for a few precious minutes. Dan was pensive as Elaine cleared away their plates, wondering if now was the right time to bring up his concerns about Brody. He was sure Elaine would be worried about it if she saw it for herself, but he felt odd about having noticed it at all. He was still contemplating broaching the subject when the doorbell rang. Tony had arrived, looking careworn and weary. Whatever concerns he had about Brody would have to wait. Maybe they should wait anyway. Elaine already had enough to deal with. The first few minutes of the meeting between the long-lost brother and sister were tense and awkward. Elaine just couldn't make eye contact, and Tony couldn't take his eyes off Elaine. It was as if he was trying to find something that would identify her as the child he had known. Dan watched them both, fascinated by this strange reunion dance. While Elaine loaded the dishwasher, Dan offered Tony a beer and led him through to the lounge. "So, did you manage to see your mother today?" he asked, settling onto the sofa while the other man took the chair. Tony took a long swig of his beer, followed by a groan of satisfaction and relief. "Yeah, not good. She doesn't believe it, thinks that Elaine is an imposter. She was pretty hysterical by the time I left. No doubt they will have jammed her full of sedatives by now." He paused and took another long pull of beer. "I had a chat with the charge nurse. She thinks it will take time for it to sink in. I don't think it's a good idea that they meet yet." Elaine had slipped into the room. She sat down on the arm of the sofa next to Dan. "That's good. I'm not sure I'm ready to meet her yet either," she said. Dan placed his hand on the small of her back, just so that she would know he was there in her corner. It's a strange business, and to be honest with you, I'm well out of my depth," Tony said. He looked at Elaine. "I hate to say it, but I think we were all convinced you were dead. I just can't get over it. The Mandy I remember was a tiny dot of a thing." "I'm not her. Think of me as Elaine. It helps." Under his hand, Dan was aware.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. Sometimes out alone, but it keeps we lit. The mother willows, I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. Cause I
of the tension building in her body. "Thanks for having Brodie, by the way. I really appreciate it. I'm in the Navy, see, and I'm not really best placed to look after her," Tony said, draining the bottle in 2 gulps. "Oh, I thought you lived with your girlfriend. Kerry, isn't it? I didn't realise you were in quarters." Elaine forced her words through a gritted smile. Dan gave her a little squeeze. Whether as a warning or reassurance, he didn't know. But Tony must be pretty dense if he didn't recognise that she was getting more and more wound up. "Oh, no, I'm not in quarters. Me and Kelly have a house. It's just that, well, she works a lot. She's a hairdresser. Got her own business and, well, she doesn't really have time to look after a kid. Besides, she's only 19 and hardly older than Brodie herself. I didn't feel like I could ask her to take it on, to be honest." Elaine launched herself to her feet before Dan could restrain her. For a moment, he thought she was going to explode with all the things he too wanted to say. He found himself catching his breath in anticipation of a coming storm. "Just going to get myself a drink. Back in a moment," she said with the most forced smile Dan had ever seen on a human being. As she walked away, he breathed a subtle sigh of relief. "Any chance of another, mate?" Tony asked, waving the empty bottle at him. Dan had barely sipped his own drink and was surprised at the speed with which Tony had downed his. "Sure, back in a minute." In the kitchen, he found Elaine leaning against the table, gripping its edge with knuckles so white they looked like bone. He fetched another beer from the fridge and poured a large glass of whiskey for Elaine. "Knock it back. It will taste like shit, but it will help." He forced the glass into her hand. She did as he said, swallowed and grimaced, looking as if she was going to bring it straight back up. Fortunately, she kept it down. "You can do this," he said. She nodded, still fighting the acrid heat of the alcohol. "Give me a minute," she gasped, grimacing at the potency of her own breath. Back in the lounge, Tony accepted his second drink gratefully and polished half of it off in 2 mouthfuls. "God, I needed that. You have no idea how stressful this shit has been." Dan smiled at him, remembering the day before, and recalling how he'd thought that Elaine was dead or dying. He thought about being stuck in a pitch-black tunnel and Elaine's devastation as she'd listened to the revelation. "I can imagine," he said mildly as Elaine came back into the room. She was looking a bit more composed as she sat next to him on the sofa. For good measure, he took her hand and squeezed it. "Listen, mate, I know this is a bit of a cheek, but is there any chance I can beg a kip for the night? I'm knackered and I can't exactly drive your van to a hotel after drinking, can I?" Tony waved the half-empty bottle at them. Dan felt Elaine's hand squirm in his, so he held it tighter. "Sure, there's a spare room. I can drive you to the station in the morning if you like." Dan made the offer calmly because even though he didn't really want to accommodate Tony, he wanted to do something for Brodie. "Oh, you're a star, mate. Cheers," Tony said, draining the rest of his drink. "Where's our Brodie, then?" Elaine jumped in. "She's upstairs. She was having a bath. I'll go and see if she's out and I'll check that the room's made up for you." Her words were filtered through another tight smile. Dan let her hand go and watched her walk from the room, her frame as taut as a bow. He had the feeling he'd have to ply her with a whole bottle of whiskey before the night was out, if only to stop her battering her newfound brother to death for his incomprehensible level of self-absorption. As soon as she had gone, Tony leaned forward in his chair. "While she's gone, there's something I've got to tell you, mate." Dan wondered why these men kept thinking that he was their mate. What kind of arsehole did they think he was? "Go on," he said, waiting for the next gem to fall from Tony's lips. Tony had the good grace to look a little shamefaced before he spoke. "It's Fern, my other sister. She did an interview today with one of the papers, an exclusive. She was kicking off at me about where Brodie was staying because Miriam wouldn't tell her. Only, I think the press might have got wind that they're here." Dan closed his eyes and flung his head back against the sofa, groaning. He couldn't believe what was coming out of this idiot's mouth. "I'm sorry, mate, I had no choice but to tell her." Dan was a great believer in there always being a choice. "Really? Why's that? Well, there's something else. It's going to come out anyway, so maybe it's better coming from me. You see, Fern is Brodie's real mum. That's why I had no choice but to tell her. I mean, she has some rights. Dan took in a long, patient breath. Maybe he would try some of that whiskey himself. So, does Elaine have to break that to her too? Break what to who? Brodie said from the doorway. She sidled in wearing her onesie, her hair still damp from the bath. All right, Tone, she said as she shuffled on cloth-covered feet to the other chair. Jesus, Dan thought as he looked at her curled up in the chair. She's only a baby herself. At that moment, he wondered if her life could get any worse. Brode, I've got some news, love. It's about Fern. It might come as a bit of a shock to you, so I don't want you to get upset, okay? Tony began, looking at Dan for reassurance. Brodie was picking at a loose thread on the leg of her onesie. Tone, if you're about to tell me that Mum isn't my real mum and that Fern is, don't worry about it. I already know. I've known for years, she said baldly, seizing the thread and snapping it off with her fingers. Only she isn't my mum, is she? She's just a pisshead that doesn't give a shit. Both men sat there in stunned silence. If you're wondering how I found out, I worked it out. It wasn't hard. First of all, it didn't add up. If Mum, Shirley Mum, that is, had me when she was 40-odd, who was my dad? Your dad buggered off years ago, before I was born. And Mum might be a lot of things, but she was never a tart. Fern, on the other hand, is the biggest tart going, so it stood to reason. Anyway, I found my birth certificate in Mum's bedroom. It said Mother, Shirley Fern Miller, and Father, unknown. That told me two things. First, Mum's middle name is Jane, and second, she has to be the worst forger on the planet. A monkey could have told you that she'd added her name to make it look like she was my mum. Dan had to admit to himself that he was impressed. The sanguinity of the scatty, bedraggled midget was admirable. He was also beginning to think that Jean Ellis had done Elaine a favour. God knows who she would be if she'd grown up with this shower. You all right about it then, Brode? Tony asked, looking both relieved and incredulous. Brodie bit her thumbnail and shrugged. It is what it is. Sometimes you get diamonds, sometimes you get rocks. I wish Mum was my real mum, then Elaine would be my real sister. As it is, I don't know what she is. It seems pretty gutting that she's your sister and not mine. Is she my aunt? I don't suppose it matters, really. She's mine more than she's anybody's. I found her. Dan wanted to laugh, but settled instead for shaking his head in amused disbelief. He stood up. Excuse me, will you? I'm just going to see where Elaine has got to. Want another beer while I'm out, Tony? Cheers, mate. Nice one. Elaine was still loitering in the kitchen, her fingers drumming on the worktop. She turned as Dan entered, her face flooding with relief when she saw it was him. This is unbearable, she said. Dan went to the fridge and took out more beer. Did you hear all that? She nodded her head. Am I really supposed to admit that I'm related to these people? I don't have a problem with Brodie, she's a child, but him? Fern? Dan just looked at her. He didn't know what to say. Instead, he put the beer down and put his arms around her, crushing her face into his chest in an attempt to stem the tears that he knew were coming. Can't we just wind the clock back a week and make it all go away? She mumbled into the cloth of his shirt. No, we can't. I wish we could. Besides, I'd still be looking at having to buy you dinner before getting you into my bed tonight, he quipped, hoping the humour might lighten her mood. It seemed to work because she pinched him. I'm sorry I'm being a complete pain in the arse, she said. He pulled away from her and grabbed the beer. No, you're not, but he is. Right, pour yourself a drink and grit your teeth. We're going back in there and we are going to do this graciously for Brodie's sake. Okay, for Brodie's sake, she agreed. Tony finally made the decision to go up to bed at 11, closely followed by Brodie. Elaine breathed a huge sigh of relief. It had been an arduous night. Despite her origins, she could feel no connection to the man, or see any connection between him and Brodie. She thought of Shirley languishing in the hospital and wondered how the woman was coping, if she was coping at all. Were any of them coping? From her corner on Dan's sofa, she watched him as he cleared away the empty bottles and glasses, the contents of which had lubricated a very difficult evening. The little devil of doubt, which was grafted onto her shoulder, whispered in her ear, demanding to know what on earth Dan could see in her. She was such a mess. He was a good man and deserved better than a screwed-up woman and a screwed-up kid riding the coattails of his good nature. It occurred to her that she should leave and take Brody with her. She should allow this man to have his uncluttered, uncomplicated life back. The devil told her that she wasn't that brave or that generous, and she hated the little creature for its honesty. In the kitchen, Dan was putting the last of Tony's bottles in the bin. He looked up as Elaine came in. "He can't half think of you," he said. "I think we all did tonight. Even Brody looked like she could have used a drop of the hard stuff at times. That's the first time in my life that I've ever relied on alcohol to get me through something." Dan turned to her. "But you got through it. That's the important thing. By the way, the press know you're here. I imagine they'll be here by morning. It appears that Fern sold everyone out." Elaine groaned. "I am so looking forward to meeting her." "Yep, she sounds like such a sweetheart," Dan said with a laugh. Reaching up, she put her hand over the scar, suffocating and silencing the devil which fed on it. "Dan, in all seriousness, I think Brody and I should leave. You don't deserve to be embroiled in all this. It's not fair. I can't believe you've done so much for us as it is." Dan rounded on her. "Will you stop with this? I'm doing what I think is right and what I want to do. Stop feeling so bloody responsible for everyone. If I want to make it my problem, then I will. It's a choice, not an obligation. Now, if you're saying you don't want me to be involved, that's your choice and I'll respect it." He faced her with a mixture of exasperation and frustration. "Is that what you're saying?" Elaine was taken aback. She had expected him to be relieved that she was going to let him off the hook. "No, I mean, well, why on earth would you take this on?" Dan balled his fists. "Christ, woman, are you really going to make me say this now?" "Say what?" She was genuinely confused. He turned away from her and leaned against a cupboard, banging his head against the wood. "Dan, what? What is it?" She was worried now. The tension in the room was escalating and it was raising her anxiety exponentially. "And I had you down as an intelligent woman," he said, shaking his head. "I can't believe you're making me say this. I thought you knew. I bloody love you, you stupid woman. Ever since you threw orange squash in my face and your bloody mother told me I couldn't see you, you've been up here." He tapped the side of his head, "getting in the way of everything and making me feel like an idiot for not being able to get you out of my mind. I'm a grown man, Elaine. I should be married, have kids, but I never did because of you. I'm a grown man who couldn't get over a childhood crush. Do you have any idea how many women have had to suffer because they weren't you? You've been squeezing the life out of my masculinity for 20 bloody years, and I ought to hate you for it, but no. You come trotting back into my life, and here I am, mooning after you like a lovesick puppy. Do you have any idea what it's like to be a man and have a woman hold you by the balls for your entire adult life, and then hear that she hasn't got a clue?" It was a speech made without romance, without hearts, flowers, or sentiment, and it left Elaine reeling. "Well, don't look so surprised," he said, looking like a man who had just condemned himself to a lifetime of ridicule. "But why? Why me?" was all she could say. "Do we have to have a bloody post-mortem on everything? I don't know, you're beautiful, you're funny, you're kind, and you're also seriously dense sometimes. I just do, and any more of this and I'll be beginning to wish I didn't. Now can we please just go to bed before I end up punching something out of sheer frustration?" Without speaking, she watched him as he moved around the house, locking the doors and switching out the lights. Then she followed him up the stairs, nursing a sense that beneath the awfulness, Beneath the torrent of misery and despite the devil on her shoulder, she probably loved him too. When the lights were out, the bedroom door was shut, and the house was quiet in the night, Dan's coat slid off its hook and slumped to the floor. A few grains of jean, picked up from the boot of Elaine's car, dislodged from the fabric and set themselves into a crack in the floorboards. From there they seeded and put down roots, spreading a fine web of doubt and discontent throughout the house. Jean had not been a woman who had ever given up what she coveted so easily. Chapter 14. Elaine peeped through a tiny gap in the bedroom curtains and groaned. The press had arrived. Men with long-lens cameras were scanning the house, and mobile camera units jostled for position along the road. "Come back to bed, it's too early," Dan said, pulling back the quilt. "There are hundreds of them. What are we going to do?" Dan let out a weary sigh. "Drink our coffee and enjoy what bit of the morning we can before one of us has to face them? I ran Jack Pearson last night after I found out about Fern. He's coming over this morning. I think we should let him speak to them." Elaine nodded. It seemed like a good idea. It's like being under siege. "I'm going to have to get Tony out of here somehow." That's not going to be easy," Elaine said, chewing her lip. "If it were me, I'd go out through the back garden, then call a taxi to pick him up. I don't fancy any of our prospects if you go through the front. Even if you don't talk to them, you and the van will be all over the news." "True, and that's not a bad idea," Dan said. Elaine flopped back onto the bed and picked up her coffee. She had spent too long at the window and the liquid was tepid. Wincing with distaste, she put it down. "I'm going to have to face them sooner or later, I suppose. I haven't switched my phone on since, she said, waving an arm as if it would illustrate what she meant. Even a double dose of the cold light of day hadn't made accepting what had happened any easier, and she still felt that if she named the event, it would make it indelible. Some tiny, irrational part of her was still hoping that it would all go away. Like a small child playing peep-ho, she felt that if she couldn't see them, they couldn't see her. "So, how are you feeling about everything? We haven't talked much about it," Dan asked, wary of stepping into uncharted territory. Elaine interpreted his reticence as an indication that he didn't really want to know. It didn't occur to her that he might have been cautious because he was concerned for her feelings. "Oh, I'm coming to terms with it. I'll be fine," she said, knowing full well that it was a lie. She was angry, lividly angry. All of the people responsible were milling about in her head like nightmare creatures looming up out of the dark. Even though she couldn't see their faces and had no memory other than a single, half-imagined flash of something, at that moment she hated them all. If there were a way she could run away and hide, she would take it. If Shirley hadn't left her that day, if Albert hadn't been ill, if Miriam hadn't gone to help, if Fern and Tony hadn't resented her... She shook her head. Where had that come from? Right now it was she who resented them. From somewhere in the depths of the house she heard Brodie stir and cross the landing, the old boards creaking under her slight weight. How this small, curious girl had managed to inveigle herself into her emotional landscape was a mystery. Elaine was not a woman who invited intimacy with ease. She had never been allowed to learn how. Perhaps Mandy would have been, but given what she knew about her family so far, Elaine had her doubts. Despite her issues with the woman who had brought her up, the current demonization of Jane as the thief of Mandy's childhood struck her as ironic. Would Mandy have fared better with Shirley Miller? Or was the absence of Mandy the catalyst that had changed everyone's fortunes for the worse? Elaine didn't know. All she was sure of was that she didn't want to be either Elaine or Mandy, but that sooner or later she would have to choose. Elaine had Dan, a career, and prior to this, a clear and free future. Mandy seemed to have qualities of mythical perfection, born of rose-tinted glasses in retrospect, if what Elaine had heard and read were to be relied upon. In the weak light of early morning, with its hinted suggestion of yet another bounteous sun-soaked day, Elaine felt bitter towards any such promise. Neither option could be sustainable, yet it remained a Hobson's choice. As far as the world was concerned, she was Mandy. Jack Pearson parked his car and with steely determination pushed his way through the throng of the curious towards Dan's front door. While he waited for admission, he stoically shut out the shouted demands from the crowd beyond the gate. When the door was opened, Jack slipped in through the narrow gap and breathed a sigh of relief. "How are things?" he asked as Dan took his coat. He was given his answer when he looked along the hallway and caught sight of Elaine's wan, flat expression. "To be honest, Jack, we are out of our depth," Dan said, leading him into the sitting room. "I managed to smuggle Tony out the back earlier, but as Elaine says, it's like a siege out there." Jack nodded and took a seat. "Is the girl still with you?" Dan nodded. "Yeah, she's upstairs. Normally she's following Elaine around like a lost puppy, but we've managed to fob her off with a DVD and a pizza. It'll be a brief reprieve," he said with a smile. "You shouldn't have had to take her on, really," Jack stated. He had formed a grudging fondness for Brody, but it didn't stretch to wanting to take responsibility for her. He both admired and felt sorry for Dan. How he felt about Elaine right now was a mixed bag. Empathy was at the top of it, but the rest was pure confusion. He just couldn't reconcile the little girl who had haunted his career with this grown-up conundrum of a woman. But she was offering him tea, which he accepted. When she came back in with their drinks, he posed a question. "Have either of you seen the papers or caught the news?" Dan shot Elaine a surreptitious glance. "No, I've been deliberately avoiding it, to be honest." Jack frowned. Avoidance was never a wise move in his book. Forewarned was always forearmed. "Well, the media are having a field day in the absence of any concrete statement from you, Elaine. As you know, Fern Miller sold her story to the highest bidder and fed the frenzy. Hallows End hasn't seen so much activity in a long, long time, because though you have been found, the world still wants to know what happened. Elaine, I'm afraid all your neighbours have had something to say about Jean, and little of it was positive. The press need a statement from you, and they need it soon. Otherwise, speculation will do more damage than the truth." "But I don't know the truth. What can I tell them?" "There's nothing to tell. It is what it is," Elaine said, anguish carving lines on her face where there had been none before. Jack was a patient man, and he thought he understood how she might feel, but he had to persuade her to come out of hiding and face her future. Burying her head wouldn't make the storm lessen. "Elaine, you have got to give them something. If you don't, they will make it up. Look, why don't I go out there as your spokesperson and tell them that you aren't able to comment on an ongoing investigation, that you are coming to terms with the situation, and that we will give a press conference in due course." "Will that get them off my back?" she asked, hopeful of a reprieve. "Temporarily," Jack said. "But you need to plan out what you do next." Elaine covered her face with her hands and groaned. Through the nest of her fingers, she mumbled, "Do it." Dan reached out a hand and stroked her hair, then squeezed her shoulder. From where Jack was sitting, it looked like she had flinched away from his touch, just slightly, but the movement had definitely been there. Mary would call him an old romantic, but he'd hoped that his instincts about these two would hold out. Dan seemed like a good man, and Elaine sure as hell needed him. From what he was starting to understand about the mysterious Jean Ellis, he hoped that her influence wasn't going to ruin things from beyond the grave. According to the papers, she had raised Elaine like some hothouse flower, too precious for others and for her own enjoyment only. Only God knew what effect it must have had on Elaine. The thunder of small feet on bare wood interrupted them as Brodie launched herself down the stairs and into the room. She was clutching her phone. "The hospital just rang. She wants to see you, Elaine. Mum wants to see you." Jack glanced at Elaine. She looked as if she would rather face the throng of press collected on the street outside than face Shirley Miller. Having had past dealings with the woman, he couldn't entirely blame her. Shirley Miller had far more in common with her sour Aunt Esther than she had with Miriam, her natural mother. Now there was a tale that would jar a few people if it ever came out. Teenage pregnancy and illegitimate babies weren't a big deal these days, but back then it would have been scandalous. In the absence of anything concrete regarding Mandy's mysterious abduction, Jack fervently hoped that the press wouldn't resort to digging too deeply into the past. He had kept Miriam's secret close to his chest for 30 years, out of respect for her and because it had no bearing on his case, or so he believed at the time. What worried him now was that it might not have been much of a secret to start with. The people in Hallows End who had set him on the path of it were still there, and they were no more discreet for the passage of time. But nonetheless, Shirley Miller was the product of scandal and had been palmed off on a childless, married sister for the sake of decency. Jack had often wondered what had fostered her mental health issues, or, having known Esther, whether it was a family trait. Far be it from him to say, but Esther Davis had been as mad as a fox in a henhouse and as jealous as hell of her sister. As he looked at Elaine now, the grown-up Mandy, he prayed that she had not inherited the strain of instability that seemed to run in her family. Getting away from Dan's house unseen hadn't been too difficult a task after Jack had made his announcement. Most of the press had packed up their gear and left. Only a few stragglers had remained, and it had been fairly simple to bypass them by leaving through the garden. Jack had collected his car and met them on the narrow road at the back of the house, and had given them a lift to Dan's yard, where Dan's pride and joy, his Aston Martin, was stored. Brodie had been immensely impressed with the DB9, even though Dan confessed that it was an old one and explained that no, he was not loaded. She was less impressed with it when she was forced to travel several miles in the rather cramped back seat, and consequently was somewhat less effusive when they arrived at Woodlawn Hospital. Elaine had been amused and distracted by Brodie until they arrived, when her heart began to sink at the prospect of meeting the woman who had given birth to her. Woodlawn itself wasn't as bad as she had imagined. In her mind's eye, she had constructed a forbidding and oppressive Victorian institution, along the lines of abandon all hope. Instead, Woodlawn was a modern, purpose-built unit designed to be neutral and uplifting. The neutrality was reassuring, but for Elaine the jury was out as to whether her visit here would prove uplifting. The way she was feeling, she was half tempted to request a bed and book herself in. Shirley occupied a room on the secure ward, where the nature of the cheery decor and comfy furniture was belied by the presence of the staff, who were all in possession of large bunches of keys and weary expressions. It was not a place of asylum in Elaine's eyes, but a place where people would be enthusiastically and forcibly rehabilitated by grim determination and budget cuts. She pictured people leaving the place, clutching the raffia table mat they had made in occupational therapy as compensation for the fact that their sanity was still in tatters. A member of staff showed Elaine and Brodie into the day room, which stank of cigarettes and unwashed flesh. Dan had opted to stay outside and wait for them, and Elaine envied him the choice. Brodie was clutching a crumpled bag of pear drops, Shirley's favourite sweets, a gift for her which Brodie had pressed them to stop and buy on the way. Elaine wondered if she should have bought something herself. Flowers, maybe? Or some other item she could have held before her as a ritualistic offering? After 30 years of pain and suffering caused by her own absence, she couldn't imagine a single thing that would be up to the task. She doubted that the entire display of the Chelsea Flowers Show could compensate for Shirley's sense of loss. The string-haired, shuffling, bloated mess that entered the room to be introduced by Brodie as her mum couldn't have had a less motherly vibe if she'd tried. If Elaine had had to describe this first impression, She would have said that Shirley was more akin to a zombie than a living, breathing, functional human being. Shirley barely gave them a look as she shuffled to a chair, eased her doughy bulk into it, and lit up a cigarette. She exhaled a stream of smoke that stung Elaine's eyes like tear gas, and regarded her long-lost daughter with a hollow, hungry stare. She didn't speak. Brody went over to her. "Hiya, Mum. I bought you these." She presented the pudgy woman with the sweets. Elaine winced as Brody dropped a kiss on the woman's cheek and was rewarded by a defensive retraction of the said body part. At least they had something in common. Elaine wasn't comfortable with physical affection either, though that was easing as she got used to Dan. The thought made her wish she had insisted he came in with them, but she had concluded that overexposure to the darkness in her life couldn't possibly be a good thing for either of them. Shirley resumed her staring once Brody had moved away. Elaine felt like something that had been picked, rolled, and held subject to scrutiny. Any minute now, the woman would lose interest and wipe her somewhere unobtrusive. If she had ever indulged in the imagining of a tearful, loving reunion, the concept of it now was being rapidly shot down in flames. Elaine was almost relieved by it. This grim indifference felt easier somehow. Shirley leaned forward and peered more closely. Discomforting though it was, Elaine offered her a weak smile, which was completely ignored. Still, Shirley did not deign to speak. Elaine was used to stubborn silences. Jean had been the master of them, but Brody was not. "How you feeling then, Mum? Any better?" she asked. Elaine could see the anxiety etching itself onto the small face. Shirley treated Brody to a derisive, low-lidded look that made Elaine's hackles start to rise. Whatever Shirley had been through, or suffered from, Brody wasn't responsible for it. Eventually, the woman spoke. "So you're her, then?" she said with what appeared to be dry disinterest. "So I'm told," Elaine said with another weak smile. Shirley puffed on her cigarette. The ash dangled several centimetres long and was perilously close to falling. "No, I don't buy it. You aren't my Mandy." It was said with languorous certainty. "You're right. I'm not. I'm sure I'm very different from what you imagined she would have grown into," Elaine said, her voice a little too bright and high. Shirley gave her a look of utter contempt and took a last drag on her dwindling cigarette. She blew out the smoke in a final, concentrated stream, stubbed the butt out in a flimsy tin ashtray, and leaned forward. "You're missing my point, love. I said you ain't my fucking daughter. I should know. Now fuck off and leave me in peace. I don't need this shit. I've had enough." With that, she hauled herself out of the chair and shuffled towards the door, letting it swing shut on an astonished Elaine and a mortified Brody. "She doesn't mean it. It's her illness. I'll go after her," Brody said, rising from her own seat in order to chase after the woman. Elaine stayed her. "It's okay, don't worry. It's fine. This has hit everyone like a ton of bricks. God knows it's hard enough for me to accept it. Give us some time, Brody." Brody looked from Elaine to the door, then back again. Her face had crumpled with disappointment and defeat. "I thought it might make her better. I thought finding you would make her happy," she said, as shiny beads of tears started to form in the corner of her eyes. Elaine stood and folded the small, stiff figure into an embrace. "It might in time, Flower. Shall we go? We can come back another time." Brody wiped her tears on the sleeve of her ever-present hoodie and nodded miserably. Elaine had wanted to say, "Let's go home," but it would have been a misnomer. Neither of them had a home. Instead, she said, "Let's go and find Dan." He was the only North Star either of them had. Dan knew it had all gone wrong when they both emerged from the hospital doors much earlier than he thought they would. He didn't speak, just opened the car for them and drove home, trying to ignore the bated silence in the car. He felt a frisson of annoyance when Elaine, rummaging in her bag for whatever women rummaged for, managed to release some kind of gritty dust onto the carpet in the car. He noticed that she hadn't even acknowledged the mess and found that the observation irked him. He hadn't realized he could be that precious about something that was so trivial, but that dust seemed to be turning up everywhere. Every time he noticed it, he felt a worm of irritation niggle in his gut. Dan dropped them in the lane at the back of the garden and took the car back to his yard. As Elaine drew the curtains in his lounge, she noticed that a thin straggle of reporters had maintained their vigil beyond the gate. God knows what they hoped to see. Brody brooded in her wake, following her about like a lost soul as Elaine prepared the house for the coming night. She had asked Dan if he wanted her to cook, so it was when she was rummaging in the cupboards for ingredients that Brody asked her question. Was Jean that bad? As bad as Mum, I mean. Elaine paused, a bag of pasta in her hand. She wasn't easy, if that's what you mean. She was cautious in her response, always wary of bringing Jean back to life, even in the smallest of ways. What was she like? Brody asked. Elaine weighed her options. She could either shut down the topic for her own sake and shut Brody out of yet another thing, or she could please the girl and hurt herself. Well, she was difficult, full of contradictions. Sometimes she was kind and nice, sometimes she was hard and indifferent. I never knew from one minute to the next how she was going to be, so being her child was quite nerve-wracking at times. Brody sat at the kitchen table with her shoulders hunched and her head low, giving the impression of a dishevelled starling. She nodded. Yeah, Mum could be like that. 1 minute happy, 1 minute sad. Puts you on edge. Do you think she loved you? Elaine thought about it as she poured pasta into a pan. Yes, I think she did. As much as she was able to. She was fiercely protective. I was never allowed out of her sight, and she wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with our life. School was a nightmare. She wouldn't even speak to a teacher. It made life hard. When I very first met Dan, she sent him packing without a thought, and I never did manage to keep a boyfriend once they had met her. But that's not about love. That's about control. She was just frightened someone would find out who you were and take you away, Brody said. Elaine watched the bubbles in the pan rise and pop with increasing regularity as the water began to boil. Sometimes Brody's insights were painfully accurate. The kid astounded her. She could see her reflection in Dan's shiny glass splashback, her image fading and dulling as the steam began to rise and billow. When she looked at herself, she always saw the scar first, whether it was covered or not. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. It was an inappropriate quote for the occasion, but it summed up how she felt. Jean had patched the wound with Germaline and bandages. She hadn't taken Elaine to a hospital, or even a doctor, but had dealt with it herself. Not to protect Elaine, but to protect herself. She was saved from any further exploration of the subject by Dan coming in through the kitchen door. "Something smells good," he said. Elaine's attention was dragged back to the food she was cooking. "It's a pasta thing. I'm not even sure it's a proper dish. I just used what I could find." He dropped a kiss on her head. "I'm starving. I don't care what it is as long as it's food." The dinner was a quiet, contemplative affair, each one caught up in his or her own thoughts. Other than a couple of requests for more parmesan or more pepper, there was little conversation. After they had cleared the dishes, Brody sought permission to play games on Dan's laptop and disappeared upstairs to entertain herself. Elaine thought she could sense a slight tension in Dan, an almost imperceptible distance that hadn't been there before. It was hardly surprising, she reasoned. Given what he'd taken on, he was entitled to some reticence. But when he poured her a glass of wine and led her through into the sitting room, she was wary of relaxing too much as they settled on the sofa. A tiny web of fear was forming in her mind, and she couldn't ignore it. Chapter 15. The phone call came at 5:30 in the morning. Elaine was already awake, having spent a restless night next to Dan, with a space between them that she hadn't had the courage to broach. Brodie's talk of Jean had brought her back, and it felt to Elaine like her mother had been present in the bedroom, tinging her intimacy with Dan with Jean's familiar brand of shame and disdain. Her instinct was to answer the phone, but it wasn't her house, and whoever might be ringing might not be aware of her presence in Dan's life. So she ignored its shrill ring while Dan, wrenched from sleep by the intrusive noise, fumbled for the receiver. His greeting was less than courteous, and his reaction to the caller proved anxiety-provoking. He didn't say much, just asked what had happened, thanked the caller, and ended the call. "That was Tony," he said. All trace of sleep vanished by the intrusion of the phone. "Shirley is dead. She killed herself last night. The staff found her a few hours ago." Elaine felt a wave of horror and dismay wash over her. It pulsed and writhed and pulled at her consciousness like a bird of prey making a kill. She couldn't articulate a response. There had been a disconnect between her brain and her voice that felt like white noise, static and impenetrable. Dan patted her hand and gave her a look that spoke volumes to her about a man who was fast reaching the end of his rope and who was wondering how much more life wanted to throw at him. "I'll go and wait, Brodie. She won't thank me for not telling her straight away. You put the kettle on," he said, rising from the bed. His movements seemed dogged by overwhelming weariness, and Elaine felt the weight of them settling on her conscience. Brodie took the news surprisingly well, saying it was bound to happen sooner or later, but nevertheless she sat hunched and unhappy in her onesie. Nursing an undrunk, rapidly cooling cup of coffee, she looked like the epitome of misery. Dan was his usual, capable, reassuring self, while Elaine stood apart, consumed by inadequacy and failed by instinct. She had no idea how to reach out to Brodie and felt tremendous guilt now that the static had cleared. Scared to even admit it to herself, she also felt relief. Shirley was gone and was one less problem to deal with. Horrified by her own lack of compassion, she said nothing and hung back, letting Dan look after things as he always did. It was becoming a habit. She took her coffee and made her way into the lounge, standing by the window and peering through a crack in the curtains as if the creeping dawn could provide insight and sanity where age and experience could not. Dan followed her. "Brodie's gone upstairs for a bath. I think she wants to be on her own for a bit. You okay?" he asked. Elaine couldn't even look at him as she nodded. Her instinct was just to keep looking at the world outside and hope it would give her answers. "She wants to go back to their flat today, get her things. I think she's frightened that Fern will get there first and she won't have a chance to take what she needs. I said we'd take her." His voice was dull with resignation. Elaine nodded again. "Okay." There was a long pause. She knew that Dan was still there. She could sense him. "This might change things. Shirley was her legal guardian. I don't know whether Tony will step up to the plate now, but she might not be able to stay with us." This was one subject Elaine felt confident of being able to discuss. "He won't. He cares about her, but not enough to stick his neck out and do what's right. He's not like you, Dan. She has no one, only us. Whatever happens, I'll keep her with me. Besides, she's 16 soon. She can make her own choices." She heard him sigh, and it made her wince. "Okay, we'll see how it pans out. I'm going to phone Jack in a minute. I think the press will liven up again in light of this, so I'd like his advice on how we proceed." Elaine finally turned to him and nodded, wondering how Jack, the man who'd spent half his life trying to find Mandy, felt now that he had found her. She doubted he was finding much gratification in the event. Dan parked the Aston in the courtyard that constituted parking for the 3 tower blocks that surrounded it. The dull, concrete blocks purported to be homes, evidenced by the fluttering laundry that flourished on the balconies and the litter of neglected toys, rusting bikes, and rubbish bags that flanked the rank of huge wheelie bins. It was a depressing, miserable place, and it summed up how he felt. Oppressed. Given that their arrival had aroused significant attention from the locals, in particular a group of youths, Dan was reluctant to leave the car but felt obliged to accompany Brody and Elaine on their quest. One of the lads had called out, "Nice car, mate!" So figuring he would catch more flies with honey, Dan offered him 20 quid to keep an eye on it, praying the bribe would do the trick and that his pride and joy would be intact on his return. He should have bought the van, or driven Elaine's car through the reinvigorated throng of reporters who were cluttering up the road outside his house. This cloak-and-dagger existence was beginning to grate on him. All he wanted to do was wrap Elaine and Brody up and spirit them away to a better life, though it seemed that fate had other plans. They managed to run the gauntlet of concerned neighbours expressing their less than heartfelt condolences to Brody, not to mention the curious stares which Elaine drew from those familiar with who she must be and the story attached to her. It wasn't pleasant, but they coped with it fairly well. They managed to reach the worn and uninviting flight relatively unscathed. An odour of stale air and rotting food greeted them in the hallway. Embarrassed, Brody explained that when Shirley had been sectioned, everything had happened quickly and they were forced to leave in a hurry. Dan gathered that the contents of the kitchen had been happily rotting and fermenting ever since, not helped by the lack of electricity. The flat had a key meter and the money had run out. The whole flat was tainted with squalor and indifference, and he had to wonder how Brody had survived at all in such a place. No wonder she was such a defensive little thing. She would have had to do something to keep the desolation at bay. It clutched at his heart to think that she had grown up in such awful surroundings. Brody went off to her bedroom to gather her things, and he and Elaine were left in the lounge. He watched Elaine as she took in the shrine to her unknown self. Every surface bore an image of Mandy. Even the television was topped and dominated by the face of the smiling, happy toddler. That particular picture sported a dusty plastic rose that had been taped to its corner. That single relic seemed to embody and emanate the interminable sadness that hung around the room, as cloying and penetrating as a damp fog. Dan could feel the desperations reach his bones, and it made him shiver in a vain attempt to shake it off. Elaine moved towards the picture and extended a hand, as if she wanted to stroke the face of the child who had been perpetually suspended in time by the photographer. She withdrew her fingers at the last moment, as if the action might acknowledge her sorrow. It seemed as if she was searching the images in the room for something familiar, something of herself that had been lost. The niggling doubts that Dan had been experiencing about the troubled woman in front of him disappeared as he watched her move around the room. In that moment, he would have lain down and died if the action would have brought her happiness. The gap between them suddenly felt too great, and he stepped across the sad room and put his arms around her, bringing her back where she belonged. Brody came in, dragging 2 black bin liners that obviously contained her worldly goods. "Isn't there anything else you want to take?" he asked. Brody scanned the room. "Nope, I've got what I came for. This is all hers. Tony and Fern can do what they like with it," she said, dismissive of the place that had been her home. Dan sensed the anger that was brewing for what Shirley had done. Brody may not have cried yet, but it would come. Grief was a strange bedfellow at the best of times. He and Elaine followed her out of the flat and stood like mourners at a graveside as she shut the front door on her old life. Like a bearer, Dan hoisted one of the bags onto his shoulder and carried it down to the car, which was mercifully still in one piece. As Dan and Brody wedged the bags into the car, Elaine moistened a tissue with her tongue and dabbed at the remains of Jean that lay in the footwell. Elaine knew that Dan loved the car and hated to think that she might have sullied it in any way, much like she hated the fact that she was sullying his life. The pity hug in Shirley's lounge had been unbearable. It seemed like everything was being filtered through the actions of the two people who had called themselves her mother. In fact, the only thing that did feel bearable was the love she felt for Brody, who seemed to her more lost than Mandy had ever been. As she thought about the little girl and tried to relate what she knew about herself to the angelic image, it occurred to her that she didn't know how to be loved. Shirley had obsessed, Jean had cleaved, and every man she had known before Dan had treated her as if they were doing her a favor in accepting her flaws. She didn't know how to be loved, and consequently had never learned how to love. Yet she was mastering it with Brody. Despite their age difference, it felt like there was an equality between them. Each was happy to accept what was available from the other. Brody did not demand self-esteem as Dan seemed to. Neither did she demand unquestioning devotion as Jean had. Elaine wasn't sure what Shirley would have wanted from her, but judging from the shrine to Mandy, it would have been something extraordinary and ungivable. Realizing that Dan and Brody were waiting for her, she wiped her hands on the jean-sodden tissue and climbed into the car. As they pulled away, she looked at Dan, wishing she could be the woman she thought he wanted, the woman he had been imagining for all the years they had been apart. Jean was having none of it. Chapter 16. Fern arrived the next morning in a cloud of cheap perfume and indignation. Her entrance was accompanied by a flurry of excitement from the press, who still thronged the road. Both Brody and Elaine winced when flashbulbs fired as Dan opened the front door and Fern pushed her way in, demanding to see Brody. Dan stood by looking affronted as the blousy woman clutched Brody in a fume-laden false embrace, to which Brody objected most strongly. After the child had extracted herself, scowling at the assault, Fern turned her eyes to the adults and hand on hips demanded, "So which one of you fuckers thinks you've got rights to keep her here against her will?" Both Elaine and Dan were struck dumb by the assertion. "I'm not here against my will, they're looking after me," Brody said, in a tone laden with contempt for the woman. "Oh, is that right? Well, there's no need now, is there? Get your stuff, you're coming with me," Fern said, moving to the door and indicating that Brody should do her bidding without argument. Before either Dan or Elaine could speak, Brody interjected. "No chance. I'm not going anywhere with you." "Now listen here, Brody. I know you know the score, Tony told me. So get your stuff. I'm your mother. You're coming with me." Brody looked at Elaine helplessly. "I don't think we should be forcing her to make any decisions at the moment, do you? She's been through enough. She's welcome to stay as long as she likes," Elaine said, her words more assertive than the look on her face. Fern wheeled round and treated Elaine to a look of utter contempt. "And who the fuck are you to tell me what I should be thinking? It's down to you that we're all in this mess in the first place. I fucking hated you when you were a kid, and I hate you even more now. You should have stayed dead, lady. You always were a spoiled little brat, looks like nothing's changed," she spat. The pronouncement stunned Elaine into silence, but galvanized Dan, who had already moved in front of Brody. "Get the hell out of my house," he shouted. Fern looked at him as if he were an annoying fly. "I'm not going anywhere without my daughter," she said, taunting them with her cocksure confidence. Dan took a breath and calmly said through gritted teeth, "Leave now, or I will pick you up and throw you out." The controlled calm seemed to have more effect on Fern than the flash of temper, and she took a step back. "I know my rights," she said, her arrogant composure appearing shoddy and ludicrous in the face of Dan's livid stare. "I'm sure you do, lady, but before rights come responsibilities, and it's a shame you didn't take more notice of those. Now get the fuck out of my house, now!" He delivered his message with a coldness that chilled everyone in the room. Fern faltered and took another step back. "I'll go to court! I'll have you!" she said. Dan moved towards her. "Well, off you go and do that. In the meantime, Brody stays here. Got it?" Fern treated them all to one final scathing look, turned on her heel and slammed out of the house. Elaine watched with mounting dismay as Fern paused to talk to the reporters outside. Pointing at the house with one hand, the other resting on her hip, she told the eager newsmen her tale of woe. When Elaine turned to Dan, she saw he was still shaking with temper. She looked at Brody, who shrugged and said, "Welcome to my world." "I've got to get out of here," Dan said. "I need some bloody space." Elaine followed him into the hall and watched as he wrenched his jacket from its peg and rammed himself into it. "Are you okay?" she asked, realizing instantly that it was a really stupid question. "I'll be fine. Just need to go and work this temper off. I'm going to the yard." He grabbed his keys from the hall table and stalked towards the back door. Elaine knew from bitter experience that when someone was in that kind of mood, the best thing to do was to leave them well alone. She also knew that generally people told you everything you needed to know by the actions that they took. Brody was close behind her, looking frightened and upset. "Is he okay?" she asked, her voice tremulous. "He will be," Elaine said, her heart sinking. "Brody, I think it's time we left. Dan has been wonderful, but we can't keep bringing this kind of thing into his life. It's not fair." "But we can't leave without talking to him," Brody said, her words agreeing, but her tone worried. "We won't. I'll write him a note. If we stay and talk to him, he'll talk me out of it because he's a good and caring man. I just don't feel we can keep on imposing on him like this." Brody nodded as if she could see the sense in Elaine's argument. "I know, but I thought you liked him and he liked you." "I do. I like him very much. Probably too much. That's why I want to spare him any more of this. I don't want Fern coming back and shouting the odds. We're not his problem, Brody," Elaine said, appealing to the girl's sense of justice. Brody sighed, her shoulders slumping with resignation. "I really like it here. I like him too. Where will we go?" "I don't know. A hotel, probably, at least until I work something out. Go and get your stuff together while I sort out somewhere to stay and write a note for Dan, and hurry. I want to be gone by the time he gets back." "Good job I didn't unpack," Brody grumbled. Her disappointment was tangible, but she went upstairs to gather her things nonetheless. Through the window she could still see Fern, leaning against the front wall and smoking a cigarette. On a whim, she tapped on the window and gestured to the woman to come back up to the house. Fern raised her eyebrows, turned, said something to the reporter she had been talking to, then started to amble up the drive towards the front door. As Elaine opened it, Fern ground out her cigarette on the step. "Where's the guard dog?" she said, as she stepped back into the hall. "Gone to cool off," Elaine said. "Come through to the kitchen." Fern followed her down the hallway and coolly took in her surroundings. "Nice gaff. You fell on your feet, didn't you? Anyway, what do you want? Changed your mind about Brody already?" Elaine shook her head. "No, not at all. But I wanted to talk to you. It seems wrong that we should get off to such a bad start after everything that's happened. After all, it's not Brody's fault, and to be honest, it's not mine. I was 3 years old, Fern." Fern gave her a scathing look. "You trying to fucking say it was mine? You think it's my fault that kid was an evil little shitbag and that some woman stole you? You might have been 3, but I was only 14. Fuck you, Mandy. You ruined my life then and you're trying to do it again now." "I didn't sell you out to the papers, though," Elaine said distractedly. Fine lights were starting to prickle in the corner of her eye. It meant a headache was brewing. Fern bristled. "Huh! You don't think that some of us should get something out of this, then? Doesn't seem to bother you that your little boyfriend is milking it for all he's worth, though, does it? Just as long as us scumbags don't profit. Is that it?" Elaine didn't have a clue what she was talking about. The lights had begun to oscillate and her head was getting fuzzy. "Sorry, I don't know what you mean." "Old Alex, hoity-toity. We can't get away from how marvellous he's been about you being found. I suppose you don't mind him benefiting from the good news, do you? Quite the little vote puller, aren't you? Does the guard dog know about your special friendship, or is he happy to share? I thought I was supposed to be the slutty one in the family." By this point, Elaine was clutching her forehead, unable to see. Fern's words had become a dull hum. "Leave her alone and just go," Brody said from the doorway. Fern glowered at her daughter. "Didn't anyone tell you shouldn't listen at keyholes, kid?" "No need with you talking, you're like a foghorn," Brody parried. She walked over to Elaine and pressed a couple of her painkillers into her hand. Then she fetched some water. "Drink that and sit down," she said, pulling out a chair for Elaine. "What's that with her?" Fern asked, wrong-footed by Brody's TLC of Elaine. "You! That's what's up with her. That perfume alone is enough to give someone a migraine. Oi! Watch your lip and show some respect." Brody snorted. "That was a joke, right?" "Ladies, please," Elaine muttered. "This isn't helping anyone." Brody bristled at the castigation. "Well, she started it, going on about stuff and being horrible." She turned to Fern. "Anyway, what do you mean about Alex?" Fern shrugged. "He's all over the papers, banging on about her, how wonderful it's been that she's been found, how her disappearance has haunted his family, blah, blah, and how he found fucking friendship with her and all. Some people have short memories, that's all I can say." Brody frowned. She looked at Elaine, who didn't seem to be taking any of it in. "What do you mean?" Fern pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "When they was kids, he was as cruel as fuck to her. Used to treat her like a pet dog. He was always making her cry. Not that she needed much help with that, she was a whiny little shit." "What I want to know," Brody said, trying to absorb this new information, "is where you were the day she went missing." Fern stiffened and looked away. "Minding my own business, that's where. It weren't nothing to do with me, she weren't my problem." Brody scrutinised her. "You know something, don't you? You know something and you never said a word." Fern stubbed her cigarette out in Dan's Belfast sink and immediately lit another. "I don't know nothing, never did. Besides, it's all ancient fucking history now. So you coming with me or what?" "Am I buggery? I'm staying with her like you should have done," Brody stated angrily. "Well, I'm wasting my fucking time then. I've had enough of this shit. You and her are welcome to it. I've had enough of this shit. You and her are welcome to each other. You needn't think you're getting any of Mum's money. You walk away now and you're on your own, Brody Miller." "What frigging money?" Brody asked. "She didn't have any frigging money." Fern stubbed out the second cigarette. "No, but she had life insurance." Elaine piped up from her place at the table. "I doubt it will pay out. She committed suicide." "Time to go, I think, Fern." "You've perked up. Was it the mention of money?" Fern said, about to light another cigarette. "No, you just have a very sobering effect. And no one gave you permission to smoke in here. Dan will be back any minute, and I don't suppose he'll be too happy to find you here, so I really do think it's time for you to leave." Fern shrugged and put the cigarette back in the packet. "Suit yourself, no skin off my nose." She sauntered to the front door and let herself out. Brody looked from the front door to Elaine. "What the chuff was all that about?" "Your guess is as good as mine, Flower. Are you ready to go?" "Yeah, but what about your head? You can't drive like that." "I'm okay. The tablets are kicking in. Give me a minute and we'll get going." Elaine sat at the kitchen table and tried to compose a letter to Dan that would explain why they were leaving. No matter how she thought it through, she just couldn't find the right words. In the end, she wrote, "I'm so very sorry for everything. Thank you for all you have done for us. You have no idea what it means. Please take care of yourself. Love, Elaine." She folded the note and left it propped against the kettle. Knowing that coffee would be Dan's first port of call when he arrived home, she cleared up the mess Fern had made in the sink and sprayed the room with air freshener. Then she went upstairs to pack her own things, pausing only to lay a hand on the pillow where Dan's head usually lay. Brody stood in the lounge, watching the journalists who still lingered at the gate. "What are we going to do about them?" she asked. Elaine added her bag to Brody's pile. "We're going to put the bags in the car and drive straight through them, but brace yourself. It's not going to be pleasant. Ready?" Brody took a deep breath and nodded, and together they picked up their bags and headed for the front door. As soon as they emerged, the group at the gate surged forward, shouting questions. Elaine, how do you feel about discovering who you really are? How do you feel about your mother's suicide? A question which made Brodie wince and grit her teeth as she stoically ignored the barrage of demands. Tell us about the woman who abducted you, Mandy. Who was Jean Ellis? It went on and on, a cacophony of requests, which were nothing but a series of insults, thinly disguised as public interest. With grim determination, Elaine got into the car and shut them out. Fastening her seatbelt and checking that Brodie wore hers, she started the engine, engaged first gear, and slowly drove forward, forcing the prying people out of the way as they shouted and snapped pictures of the fleeing pair. Some chased them to the end of the road. "What do they want from us?" Brodie asked, perplexed and amazed at the determination of their pursuers. "Just a story, nothing more. Just something juicy to entertain the public while they drink their tea and eat their cereals," Elaine said. She felt a rising bitterness and could taste bile. Whether it was from the damped headache or a reaction to the press invasion, she didn't know. The feeling lasted until she turned onto the main road and was at last able to put her foot down. Dan stared at his desk, contemplating the pile of paperwork that he should be concentrating on. He had run to the yard, and the activity had gone some way to calming him down, but disgust at Fern Miller's behaviour was still pulsing through his veins. Not only that, there was no sign of Bob, and his secretary, Kate, had decided to give herself the day off. He didn't blame her, really. Even though she had known he would be out for a few days, he was pretty sure she had been inundated with inappropriate phone calls and had simply given up trying to be diplomatic. She had left him a note saying sorry and had at least organised the upcoming jobs. Which reminded him, Elaine was still minus a functioning kitchen and bathroom. Kate had left a post-it telling him the police were finished at the house and that they were free to complete the work. Fat chance of that any time soon. He picked up the phone and rang Kate and, to her obvious relief, didn't sack her, but gave her the rest of the week off. Then he rang all the clients who were waiting for work to be done and explained that there would be a slight delay. All but one was understanding, but that one hadn't yet paid a deposit and would either have to suck it up or go elsewhere. Then he rang Bob, who sounded low and unhappy. Once Dan had extracted an apology from him, he told him to come back to work on a final warning. Apparently he was once more Bob's mate. It was a decision Dan thought he might regret, but Bob was a good worker, and the business couldn't function effectively without him. Having completed the office housekeeping, he began to tidy his desk, thoughts of Elaine and Brodie intruding into his industry and damping his efforts. He gave up trying not to think about them when he came across the cheque that Elaine had written for the work he was doing for her. He should have banked it weeks ago, but he hadn't. Like a prat, he'd hung onto it because he liked her signature. It was precise and elegant, with curves and lines in all the right places, and it brought his impression of her to the front of his mind. He shook his head at his own lunacy, but nevertheless blue-tacked it to his monitor rather than putting it in Kate's tray for processing. Looking at her curling, cursive name made him smile and did more to release his anger than anything else had. Why was it that when he was away from her he could feel nothing but love and overwhelming affection? When he was in close proximity to her grief, her distress and her helplessness, he felt like a useless idiot. He concluded that maybe it was because he was a useless idiot. A foolish man who wanted to mend everything for her and the girl, but who didn't have a clue where to start. The thought brought him to Brodie. He was still waiting to find the right opportunity to broach her predicament to Elaine. As it was a situation that involved time limits, it would have to be soon. Baggy jumpers or not, the kid wouldn't be able to hide the bump forever. The thought that Fern might be the one who had to deal with it made his blood run cold. What she'd done to her own child was bad enough, let alone what she might force Brodie into. Brodie coping alone with a baby was a picture he didn't want to contemplate. He had no idea how far along she was, but he was sure it was too late to broach the option of abortion. When he had been mucking about with her that night and she had stretched up, he had noticed quite a bump. He was no expert on human gestation, but he was confident that baby had been there a long while already. What worried him most was that it was clear she hadn't told a soul. Hell, He didn't even know if she understood what was going on herself. She was such a complex little thing. The fact that she probably hadn't seen a doctor worried him too. So regardless of whatever else life had decided to chuck at them, it would have to be tackled soon. Maybe he would wait until after Shirley's funeral. As if there could ever be a right time. The phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts and back into the moment. He answered and gave the company name. Mr. Collier, Dan Collier? Yes, how can I help? He said, picking up a pen in readiness to take down the details of the building work the caller might be contemplating. My name is Toby Ash, I'm with the Herald, and I wondered if you would be prepared to comment on where Mandy Miller has gone. It took a moment for the words to penetrate. What do you mean, gone? She left your residence about an hour ago in the company of Brodie Miller. We've been unable to establish her current whereabouts, and we're hoping you'd be able to enlighten us and add anything to her story you might feel to be relevant. The chirpy tone belied the man's intent. Dan stared at the phone. Mr. Collier, are you still on the line? Dan stared at the phone. Mr. Collier, are you still there? Dan stared at the phone, then put it back to his ear. Fuck off! It was all he could think of to say. Jack Pearson pulled onto Dan's drive, gratified to see that the press were now absent. They had clearly decided to follow their story, and it wasn't the story of an unhappy man at the end of his rope trying to deal with a situation he couldn't control. He found Dan in the kitchen, nursing a large glass of whiskey in one hand and holding Elaine's note in the other. Mind if I join you? Jack asked, pulling out a chair. Dan pushed the bottle towards him and pointed to a cupboard. Help yourself. Glasses are in there. His voice was dull and spoke the volumes that his words hadn't. Jack fetched a glass and poured himself a finger of whiskey. Monkey shoulder. An interesting choice, he said, savouring the smell of the golden liquid. Might as well be meths, to be honest, was Dan's flat response. Jack took a sip. Tastes better than meths, but probably just as likely to rot your brain in large enough quantities. So, what went wrong? Dan threw up his hands. Who knows? They just went. She left this, he said, sliding the note across to Jack. Short and sweet, Jack said. And this was not long after Fern arrived, shouting her mouth off. Dan nodded sullenly. She's a delight, isn't she? I remember her well. She wasn't much better then, and she was only Brodie's age. She makes Brodie look like she had a private education polished off by finishing school, Jack said with a chuckle. Yeah, not a woman it would be easy to like, though she looks like she's had a fair share of men who've tried, Jack smirked. You don't have to look at the mantelpiece when you're stoking the fire. Dan managed a wan smile in response to the joke. Do you think they ran out because of what she threatened? To get custody of Brodie? Jack shook his head. No. The court would take the girl's wishes into account, especially at her age. Fern wouldn't stand a hope. Besides, Brodie's 16 soon. By the time it got to a hearing, she'd be able to make her own mind up. Elaine doesn't strike me as a stupid woman. She'd work that out. So why? Dan said, his face creased with confusion and despair. Jack rolled the whiskey in its glass, watching the spirit cling to the sides and crawl down like thin oil. I reckon she thought it was too much of a burden for you. She was being kind, taking herself and Brodie out the loop so you could get on with your life. Mrs. Pearson had been of great help with this conclusion when he had talked to her after receiving Dan's plaintive phone call. He would never fathom the conundrum that was the female mind, no matter how hard he tried. Dan groaned and lay his forehead on the table, covering his head with his hands. Bloody women, was his muffled response to Jack's explanation. Aye, they're not simple creatures, Jack concurred. So where are they? Where have they gone? Dan asked. Jack puffed out his cheeks and exhaled. I've called in a couple of favours and put a track on her bank records, but it will take a bit of time to get any information about where she might be using her card or drawing cash. Favours rarely take priority, and because she hasn't committed a criminal act, someone's having to do it on the sly for me. So, until I hear anything or she decides to get in touch, we're at a loss. What if I call it in? Say Brody is a missing person. You can't. She's nothing to do with you. Tony would have to do it, and he's up to his neck in stuff right now. Brody is the least of his worries, Jack said with wry disapproval. He doesn't think Brody's whereabouts are of great concern. He figures if she's with Elaine, she'll be okay. How about Fern? She'd call the police in, Dan suggested, scraping the barrel of options. Yes, no doubt she would, and she would thrive on the attention, but it would sell Elaine out big time. Is that what you want? Dan nursed his head again. No, of course not. It was said with an air of defeated desperation. I love them, Jack. I know it's insane, but they're my girls. I hadn't quite factored Brody into the scheme, but she kind of gets under your skin, you know? Besides, they kind of come as a package deal now. Jack nodded. He understood. When men fell, they fell hard and fast into imperfect, unstable love. He'd seen it 1,000,000 times and had picked up the pieces 1,000,000 more. You've just got to sit it out, lad. It's all you can do, Jack said, knowing his words offered much sense and little comfort. Dan leaned back in his chair, and Jack noticed that he looked rough. Raw emotion was aging, and it often carved lines where there had been none before. Everything became dulled by heartache. Like acid, it stripped the polish from life. Brody's pregnant, Dan said. Jack paused, his glass halfway to his mouth. What? I don't think anyone else knows. She's hiding it under those clothes she wears. That and the scars on her arms, it looks like she cuts herself too. Christ, Jack said, reeling from the revelation. He already knew about the self-harm. The first day she turned up, he pulled some favours and got the number for her social worker. She shouldn't have talked to him, really, but confidentiality was as big a joke now as it had always been. The pregnancy was news and unwelcome as that. She didn't strike me as the type. For getting herself up the duff, I mean. The self-harm is no surprise. I know what you mean. For all her bluster, she's a shy kid, really. Makes me wonder if it was something she consented to, Dan said, raising the very question that was filtering through Jack's mind. She's underage. It's a crime, he stated. Only if she tells someone who the father is, and as we don't know where she is, she can't tell us. Does Elaine know? Has she guessed? Dan shook his head. I don't think so. She didn't say anything, but it's not something that can be hidden for long. You'd be surprised. She wouldn't be the first kid who's hidden it, given birth in a bathroom on her own and dumped the baby. Jack could remember at least 2 cases where that scenario had played out. One child had lived, the other hadn't. Jack, I can't let that happen. I need to find him, Dan said with urgent desperation. I'll do my best to get a location, but it might take time, Jack said. He was thinking fondly of his garden and wishing to hell that the missus hadn't opened the door to Brody that day. What you didn't know about, you couldn't worry about. You know, there's a good chance they'll pitch up at Shirley's funeral, he said. He watched a spark of hope flicker across Dan's careworn face. Good point. I also figured Elaine will have to pitch up at her house sooner or later, so I'm going to finish the work there. Dan was suddenly reinvigorated by hope. Well, there you go, lad. It's not all hopeless, is it? Jack said, clinking his glass against Dan's. Chapter 17. Generic hotel rooms always gave that sense that you could be anywhere in the world and wouldn't know it unless you looked through the window at the outside. For Elaine, it felt like a kind of suspended animation, reminiscent of a time loop. If she could only stay there, Everything would stop moving and she could start to get a grip on what was happening to her. But teenagers cannot live on coffee and biscuits alone. Brody was hungry, and food existed in the real world where there were no locks or privacy. Next door to the hotel, there was an equally generic pub-cum-eatery. Brody seemed excited. Not only had she never stayed in a hotel before, she had never eaten out above and beyond chicken shops or burger bars. That she could be so energized by such a simple thing, given what they were facing, both amused and dismayed Elaine. If all their problems could be solved by novelty, they would be home and dry. Home? Where was that? It wasn't Shirley's tacky, grimy flat, and neither was it the grim mausoleum that had belonged to Jane. Elaine wasn't short of money, but lurching from one hotel to another in a baseless daze wasn't an option either, much as it appealed. Elaine was independent and free, but she was no Jack Reacher. She needed more than a toothbrush and a kick-ass attitude in order to survive. As she watched Brody tuck into cheap steak and chips, with extra onion rings and garlic bread, she prodded at her own Caesar salad despondently. Thoughts of the cottage in Hallows End kept intruding, like an invitation that she was trying to ignore. Whichever way she looked at it, there was no way they could go back to a place that was owned by the Gardener Hallows. The press would be all over it. But it didn't mean to say that there weren't other places to rent in the area. Maybe it would be a good thing to go back. After all, there were demons to face and gaps in the story to fill. Brody had finished her gargantuan feast and had just ordered dessert, a festive-looking glass of E-numbers and chemicals that was masquerading as ice cream. Elaine had settled for coffee, ordering from a waitress who clearly thought she recognized her but didn't like to say anything. It was bound to happen. When they had stopped for petrol, Elaine hadn't failed to notice that her own face was plastered over every newspaper. It had been even worse when she had turned her phone on. The thing had practically blown itself to bits as message after message had buzzed through the small device. Overwhelmed, Elaine had taken out the battery and thrown the thing in the bin. Whatever life had been before, it was something different now, and she didn't want any attachment to Elaine Ellis's past. She was a hybrid now. Half Elaine, half Mandy. A smile crossed her face as she played with the initials and realized that they spelt the word me. Brody noticed it and spoke up. "What's tickling you?" she said, unaware of the slick of neon-pink sauce that was dribbling down her chin. "Your face," Elaine said as she passed her a serviette. Brody scowled and wiped her chin. "Brody, I want to go back to Hallows End. If you don't want to come with me, I can call Tony." Brody looked at her aghast. "Is the Pope Catholic? Does a bear shit in the woods? Of course I'm coming with you." "But what about your mum's funeral? You'll want to be there." Brody licked her spoon. Ice cream and sauce had bled onto her fingers and she was a sticky mess. "I don't want to go. Why should I? Funerals are supposed to be about paying respects. I can't respect a woman who topped herself when we needed her most." The comic mix of melted food, which made her look like a naughty toddler, and the adult logic of her words were an incongruous combination. "You might regret that choice, Flower. Funerals only happen once. Think it over, will you?" Brody frowned at her. "I have thought it over. I don't want to go. Did you go to Jean's funeral?" "Of course," Elaine said, remembering the unceremonious dumping of Jean's ashes and still feeling mild guilt. "Did it make you feel better? Did it allow you to forgive her for everything she'd done? Did you feel you'd paid your last respects?" Brody challenged. Elaine was taken aback by the questions. In truth, she had gone because she was obliged to do so for appearance's sake. "I did what I felt I had to," she said, still astonished at how easily this child could put her on the spot and extract a confession. "Exactly! You went for other people, not you. Jean was dead, so it didn't matter to her, did it? You did it to please other people, and where are those other people now that you need them? Selling their stories to newspapers, that's what. So doing what you had to do hasn't paid off, has it?" It was pronounced with a calculated rhetoric beyond Brody's years. Elaine was stunned to silence. She could feel the blush reaching her cheeks and was grateful for the distraction provided by the waitress who had brought the bill. While Brody was settled in the room with a pile of chocolate from the vending machine and full access to the film channel, Elaine trawled the internet looking for places to stay near Hallows End. She found a place, cheap and available due to a last-minute cancellation, and paid for it with her debit card. On a server 100 miles away, the transaction pinged and wheels were set in motion. At Dan's house, a knock on the door interrupted the drinking session that he and Jack were enjoying, having drowned their sorrows and moved on to more positive things. Dan, in a benign alcohol-fueled fuddle, opened the door and assumed the man on the doorstep was some grizzled hack trying his luck for a story. He was about to shut the door in the man's face until what was being said penetrated his whiskey-addled brain. "I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Elaine Ellis. I was told she's staying here. My name is Graham Ellis, and I'm here to talk about her claim on the house." Jack had followed Dan down the hall, ready to give any lingering press hawks a piece of his mind. "Who did you say you are?" he asked, his mind befuddled by the possibilities. The man looked down at his feet. "Graham Ellis, Jean's husband," he murmured. "But you're dead," Dan argued, unable to take in what he was being told. "I'm afraid not. It's a long story. May I come in?" Staggered by the appearance of this unexpected caller, Dan held the door wide and admitted the walking dead into his house. He exchanged glances with Jack, who shrugged his shoulders behind Graham's back to show he was none the wiser. Graham Ellis sat at Dan's table and refused the offer of whiskey, asking instead if he might have a cup of tea. His self-effacing manner belied the reason behind his visit. To all intents and purposes, he came across as a meek and mild-mannered man, prone to fiddling with his tie and clearing his throat often. "I'll have a cup or two, Dan. I've got a feeling I want to be sober when I hear this one," Jack said, as Dan retrieved mugs from the dishwasher. Graham Ellis said nothing while the tea ceremony took place, just sat and took in his surroundings like any normal guest might. Once he was in possession of his drink, he said, "Am I to take it that Elaine is not here?" Dan shot a surreptitious glance at Jack. "She's out at the moment, I'm afraid, but I'm her partner and her interests are mine." It was a necessary lie. Graham took a tentative sip from his mug. "Perhaps this might be better coming from someone else, given the circumstances," he said. "What are the circumstances?" Jack asked. His eyes were narrowed with suspicion, as if he had spotted one too many untold things crawling out of the woodwork. Graham paused, placing the mug on the table and carefully aligning the handle so that it pointed at a direct right angle to himself. "Perhaps I should start at the beginning. You see, Jean and I never divorced. We met when I was young, and so was she. We were both shy people and were thrust together by our parents. I don't think either of us wanted to get married, but it was expected, so we did. It wasn't a happy union. You see, my shyness came from the fact that I am attracted to men, but in those days that was much less acceptable than it is now. I worked away from home a lot. It meant I earned decent money and was able to, let's say, indulge myself away from my own doorstep. It would be fair to say that this was hard on Jean, and she didn't thrive. I tried my best, knowing that who I was could never make her happy, even going so far as to agree to having a child. When our daughter died, Jean was distraught. It changed her into a person I didn't recognize. To my shame, I left her. It was cruel and selfish, I realized, but we couldn't go on as we were. I met my partner David shortly before the split, and as we could never marry, the option of divorce seemed unnecessary, and Jean did not demand it. By way of compensation, I deeded the house to her and paid off the mortgage. David and I are mercifully not short of money, so I also set up a trust fund which gave her an income. Guilt comes at a high price, I'm afraid. Anyway, we had no contact. I got on with my life, and she got on with hers, such as it was with all her bitterness and anger. To be honest, I rarely gave her a thought until all this hit the papers. Jack and Dan listened to his soliloquy in rapt attention. "So what does that have to do with Elaine?" Dan asked, already guessing the answer but wanting to hear it confirmed. "Well, I didn't even know of her existence until recently. And she's not my daughter, is she?" "My daughter died," Graham said, apparently reluctant to put his whole story on the table. "So are you suggesting that because she is not your daughter, you are challenging her inheritance?" Dan asked. Graham nodded. "I'm afraid so. I had a responsibility for Jean, but this is something different. I feel very sorry for Elaine or Mandy, whoever she is, but I don't have any obligation to her, financial or in any other way." The look on Dan's face told Jack he obviously thought otherwise, but Graham seemed indifferent to the man's glare. "But Jean left a will. Everything went to Elaine," Dan argued. Jack intervened. "I think Mr. Ellis is implying that, as strictly speaking, Elaine doesn't exist. She may not have a legal right to inherit, despite Jean's intentions." "Quite," Graham concurred. "I'm aware that it's a distasteful business, but fair is fair," he added, with a nonchalant shrug. Dan banged his fist on the table. "Fair? You call this fair? That woman has done nothing wrong. She is the victim in all of this, and now you want to rob her of her security. For Christ's sake, I think she deserves some compensation from the woman who stole her from her family, don't you?" He was shouting and shook off the calming hand that Jack had placed on his shoulder. Graham cleared his throat and adjusted his tie. "With all due respect, I was not the one who abducted her," he said, with unexpected assertiveness. Dan stared at him, mouth open. "Maybe not, Bud, but you might like to think about what you did to your bereaved wife and how it might have affected the balance of her mind," he said spitefully. Graham Ellis had the good grace to blush, but asserted himself nonetheless. "I tried my best to compensate Jean for my failings, but I was not responsible for her actions. I am only looking to regain what is rightfully mine." He was so consumed with angst that he looked like a demented chicken stretching its scrawny neck, ready to peck out the eyes of anyone who challenged him. "I have put the matter in the hands of my solicitor. I just felt that it was my duty to inform Elaine, Mandy, whoever she is, of my intentions." "I meant no hard feelings," he said. Dan treated him to a look of disgust. "Well, you might not have meant them, but be assured you got them." His lip curled as if Graham represented a particularly noxious smell. Graham shifted in his seat, his face betraying the shock he obviously felt at the onslaught of his sensibilities. "Well, I had hoped for a more tolerant and understanding reception," he said. By that time, Dan was positively snarling. "Jack, please tell me that this dude is joking," he said, as he scraped his chair back and got to his feet. Graham rose, the Adam's apple in his chicken neck bobbing up and down like a fishing float in heavy weather. "What are you doing?" he asked, as all 6'2" of Dan loomed over him. Dan laughed. "I'm showing you the door, you odious little man." Graham started to protest, but was hastily chivied to the door by Jack. By the time he had unceremoniously been ejected, he was sporting a dudgeon so high it was hitting the stratosphere. As Jack returned to the kitchen, Dan turned to him, calmer than he ought to have been. "Can this shit get any worse?" he asked. "Don't hold your breath, lad. There's no point," was Jack's cynical reply. "I'll be damned if I'm going to finish the house so that greedy prat can profit from it," Dan said, folding his arms. "What state is it in?" "Stripped out, floorboards up, no wiring, no water. We had to down tools when Bob found those clothes. I expect the police have torn it up even more. I'm frigging glad I haven't cashed her check yet." Jack looked at him. "I don't like it either, but the law is the law. I don't know if a court will find in his favour or not, but in the meantime it would be foolish to interfere with a property that might be subject to a lawsuit. Might I suggest that you go back and retrieve any and all property belonging to you, and Elaine for that matter, and then return the keys to Elaine's solicitor with a letter of explanation, he said with a wink. What if the removal of my property caused any damage? Dan asked, a wicked look on his face. Well, as long as it's damage you can put right should the circumstances turn out to be favourable. Dan grinned at him. I'll get around there in the morning. I don't want to know. I didn't see or hear anything, Jack said, throwing his hands up and feigning ignorance. Anyway, it's time I got going. Mrs. Pearson will have my hide at this rate. Think I'd better call for a taxi. I can't imagine an ex-copper being done for driving under the influence will go down well. Mind if I borrow your phone? Brodie ended the call. She'd been trying to ring Dan, but the constant beeping told her his phone was engaged. Elaine wouldn't like it, but Brodie felt that Dan had a right to know where they'd gone. Besides, she had a bad feeling about the return to Hallows End, and Dan was her only ally. Elaine's mood was worrying her. It seemed as though she was a bit spaced out, not quite with it, and Brodie found it pretty unnerving. She had enough on her plate without Elaine flaking out on her and having a nervous breakdown. What if Shirley's mentalness was genetic and Elaine had inherited it? Brodie shuddered. It didn't bear thinking about. Just like the fluttering in her belly didn't bear thinking about. She tried to imagine that the little movement was just indigestion, an artifact of the huge meal she had just eaten. But the baby was having none of it, as it fought against the burden of her stomach as they competed for space in her small frame. It would have to be faced one day, she knew that. But it was hardly like she could tell Elaine now. Besides, what could anybody do? She would be 16 in a few weeks and could do what she liked. If Elaine didn't like the fact that she came with baggage, she would manage on her own. How? She hadn't thought of, but something would come up. She wondered what the baby would be, and who it would look like. Please God it wouldn't look like its father, that spotty, greasy little scrounger who had looked so cute when she had been pissed on cheap cider. He'd promised her it was just a cuddle, and that he'd look after her. But he left her lying in a pool of her own puke with a baby growing inside her. She bloody hated him. Stephen fuckface Lewis. Oh God, what was she going to do? For all her bravado and thoughts of independence, there was no way she could cope with a baby. With her family history, the kid would be better off being raised by a pack of wild dogs than a mother with the name of Miller. So far she had tried laxatives, scalding hot baths with mustard in them, and had even resorted to making herself sick on neat gin, which she had stolen from Miriam's kitchen cupboard. Nothing had worked. She had practically boiled the thing alive and turned her innards inside out, but still the creature clung to life. She couldn't think of it as a baby, and saw it in her mind's eye like Ridley Scott's Alien. If she thought of it as a baby, she would have to identify with it, and if she did that, she might have to love it, and if she did that, she was going to get hurt. There was no way anyone was going to let some bastard kid with scars on her arms bring up a child. She would rather give it away than have it taken. So that was her plan. Ignore it until she couldn't ignore it anymore, then give it away. Was this how Fern had felt when she was pregnant? Had Brodie been the alien growing in her belly, getting ready to tear her life apart? Like mother, like daughter. But Brodie wouldn't give it to some half-assed Looney Tunes like Shirley. She would give it to someone like Elaine, who was married to someone like Dan. She would give it to people who could love it like kids should be loved. There had been a day or two where she had hoped, that Dan and Elaine would stand by her and take the thing off her hands. But Elaine had flaked out on Dan, and now that couldn't happen. Thoughts of Dan made her look down at her phone again. Even if Elaine didn't want him, Brodie needed him. She was going to try Dan again, but shut off the phone when she heard Elaine coming back into the room. Find anything? Yes, it looks okay, and it's available tomorrow. Do you know they want £5 an hour for internet access downstairs? What a rip-off, Elaine said. Anyway, what are you watching? Anything good? She didn't tell Brodie that she had emailed Alex and told him that she was coming back. Maybe it was because she wasn't entirely sure why she had contacted him. It hadn't even been a conscious decision, just an instinct based on something Fern had said which had triggered the vaguest of memories. She wasn't even sure it was a memory. Perhaps it was just a conjuring of a childhood nightmare triggered by all that had happened. Even so, Alex had been in it, and she wanted to talk to him. Brody thought she looked happy, more happy than she had in days, even when they had been with Dan. It made her sad because, in a fair world, they would still be with Dan, and he would be the one making Elaine happy, and it wouldn't be this fake, temporary jollity which was just an illusion and a complete hiding to nothing. Independence Day. Not that I've seen it a million times, she said. Great, I love that film. Elaine made room for herself amidst the chocolate wrappers on the double bed, which Brody had commandeered for a better view of the TV. Brody moved her body away from Elaine, but rested her head against her shoulder, hoping that despite her gut feeling, they would, in the end, be all right. The small house Elaine had rented was next to the church in Hallows End. They arrived in time to see a black-clad cortege entering the church, and with some embarrassment realized that it must be Esther's funeral. Brody spat on the ground and uttered the words, "Good riddance," much to Elaine's horror. She was hard-pressed to stop the girl before someone noticed them staring. It suddenly occurred to her that their presence in Hallows End might not be entirely welcome, and that they would be advised to lie low. Fortunately, she had brought plenty of food with her, so they wouldn't need to venture into the village and could spend their time in the small house, which had little of the charm of Meadowfoot Cottage, but all of the relief of no attached memories. It was a bland little place, functional and habitable, but nothing more. Elaine had a clear view of the churchyard from the bedroom window and watched the graveside ceremony with detachment as Brody put their food away and made coffee. She could see Miriam, her plump form swathed in respectful black, as she scattered her handful of earth on the coffin. Surprisingly, Alex wasn't there, and only a few of the villagers had turned out to say their goodbyes. Elaine wondered if it was because Esther hadn't been popular, or whether Miriam had asked people not to attend because of the press melee. In either case, it was a poor turnout for a life long lived. She couldn't feel sorry for the dead woman. In fact, she was hard-pressed to feel anything anymore. Leaving Dan had shut her down, and all her emotions were in a blissful stasis. Only the sight of Miriam had stirred something, a slight frisson of pity too weak to break through. Feeling like an idle voyeur, Elaine let the net curtain drop from her fingers and turned away. Brody had made them beans on toast for lunch, her pièce de résistance. Elaine was disinclined to eat it. She felt queasy, and something about all those little beans slithering over each other on the plate was quite repulsive. "Do you mind if I leave this?" she asked. "I'm not feeling too good." She worried about the look of disappointment and concern on Brody's face. "What's up?" Brody asked, moving the plate away from Elaine, who was beginning to look quite grey. "A migraine, I think," Elaine said, narrowing her eyes to decrease the light that was entering them and causing the fireworks at the edges of her vision. "I think you're allergic to this place," Brody said. "Go up and lie down. I'll bring you your tablets." Elaine did as she was told, and gratefully slipped into velvet darkness where the pain lurked in the black edges of dreams. Brody wasn't happy. Coming back had been a mistake. She felt as though something dark and brooding was pressing in on them, and she didn't like it. Hallows End didn't want them. The fact that Elaine had got another migraine almost as soon as they had arrived was proof in Brody's book that they shouldn't be there. The place was evil, and she wanted to get out as soon as possible. She crept upstairs to make sure that Elaine was asleep. Relieved to find that she was, Brody crept down again and took her phone outside, scrolling down to Dan's number, only to find when she dialed it that she didn't have enough credit to make the call. Elaine's phone was in a bin at Gordano Services. She had disposed of it in a fit of irrational weirdness that Brody couldn't fathom. Who binned a perfectly good smartphone? There was no alternative but to trek into the village and find a phone box, if such a thing existed these days. She couldn't recall having seen one before, but then again she hadn't been looking. With only a tiny reservation about the wisdom of leaving Elaine alone, she set off. Hood up and hands in pockets, she hoped that no one would recognize her and give her grief. An hour later, she had given up. The call box on the village green took cards only, and with only a pocket full of change, she couldn't even buy one of those. The post office had been shut, and there was no way she was going to attempt to get into the pub and use their phone. In desperation, she trudged back to the little house by the church, wondering what the hell people did before phones were invented. Then she remembered the vicar. He'd been quite nice when she'd met him by the Folly. Vicars were supposed to be helpful, so there was a good chance he'd let her use his phone. Brightened by this new solution, she quickened her pace and headed for the church. She found him in the vestry, changing out of his robes after Esther's funeral. The sudden appearance of a black-clad hobgoblin in the sanctuary of his church seemed to frighten the living daylights out of him, and it took him a few moments to recover while Brodie explained her urgent need for telecommunication. Brodie had expected him to quiz her and ask questions she wasn't sure she could or wanted to answer, but he was in a hurry to get to Esther's wake. With brisk efficiency, he led her to the rectory and let her use the phone in his study while he waited by the door, impatiently checking his watch. Dan wasn't picking up, so to the vicar's dismay, Brodie phoned his mobile. She left a message on his voicemail telling him where they were and asking him to come because Elaine was ill again. Feeling guilty for having used church facilities and knowing the vicars weren't paid much, Brodie offered the harassed cleric 50 pence for the call. It was all she had, and it seemed meagre even to her. The vicar had laughed, closed her hand over the coins, and told her that she probably needed it more than God did. With that, he had chivied her out, no doubt pressed by the prospect of the dry sherry and paste sandwiches that awaited him at Hallows Cottage. He left Brodie on the doorstep of the rectory, and she watched him hurry away, his jacket flapping in the breeze that his brisk walk had created. He looked like a fat, lame crow lolloping along the lane. She felt bemused. She had always thought vicars were patient, caring people. Shrugging her shoulders at the revelation that they were just as unlovely as everyone else, she made her way back to the rented house. Secure in the knowledge that Dan would be coming to their rescue soon, she allowed herself to smile. Once inside, she didn't want to wake Elaine, so made more toast and coffee and settled down with an old copy of Country Life, which seemed to have come with the house. It bored her rigid. There were only so many bespoke kitchens a 15-year-old girl could be amused by. Besides, there must be a hell of a lot more rich people in the countryside than she had imagined if they published a magazine just for them. Anyone else would have to win the Euro Millions to afford any of the houses. It was a joke when people like her had to live in grotty council flats. The thought reminded her of Shirley, and she felt a pang of grief for the sad, mixed-up woman who had tried to be her mother. The thought left her feeling strangely hollow and tearful, something which she hadn't anticipated. For all of Shirley's faults, she had at least tried to be a mother, even if she had been really lousy at it. The faint scars on Brodie's arms were proof that at one time she had attempted to hate Shirley, but had ended up hating herself more. She remembered the time Shirley had found out about the cutting, and had cleaned and bandaged the wounds without recrimination. In that moment, Brodie felt utterly lost and lonely. She was in a strange house with only a magazine, which couldn't have alienated her more, for company, and she wanted Elaine. Migraine or not, she needed her sister. The bedroom was empty. The only evidence that anyone had been there at all was the rumpled duvet and the dent in the pillow. With mounting apprehension, Brodie stared at the space that Elaine had occupied just a short time before. Remembering the last time Elaine had wandered off in Hallows End, Brodie began to panic. Memories of the dark tunnel made her shiver, and tears threatened her diminishing composure. Knowing that Dan wouldn't arrive for another few hours at the soonest, she ran from the rented house and began to scour the area for any sign of Elaine. Elaine was having the most extraordinary dream. In it, she was on her knees in the centre of the conclave of rhododendrons where she had scattered Jean. There were no signs of her pretend mother. Wind and weather had mingled her with the earth and air, and there was a feeling of peace inside the meeting of trees. Elaine felt strangely benign and detached, as if she were looking in on a little diorama of something that had once happened to another Elaine. This other Elaine looked up from the ground as the leaves and branches moved, and Derry squeezed his huge frame into the gap. "Mandy," he said. But the other Elaine said, "No, Derry, it's me now." She took his huge hand and squeezed it, as if to tell him that he didn't need to worry. Gave you to Jean? She was sad. Looked after you. Yes, she did, Derry. The other Elaine rose to her feet and led Derry from the trees. You can go home now. I'm okay. She waved him away, though he seemed reluctant to leave her. The edges of the light which lit the scene were sharp and angular, full of zigzags and flashes which made it hard to see the dream and follow where the other Elaine was going. She recognized the lavender path and could make out the other self as she walked along it, trailing her hands through the fragrant flower heads. Soon the other Elaine reached the house, walking through the knot garden and towards the terrace where the old man sat in a steamer chair. Elaine saw in her dream that his head was covered with an ancient Panama hat and that his knees were draped with a blanket. He looked frail and wasted, as if he was made of tissue paper and would disintegrate at the slightest touch. He spoke to the other Elaine as she approached. "Ah, my dear, I wondered if you might come back. Have you found yourself yet?" His voice was thin and wheezy. It had no vigour and made the other Elaine frown with concern and dip her knees to hold his fragile, age-speckled hand. "Not quite yet, but I'm hopeful," she said. "We must be hopeful, my dear, we must have that. Alas, I am still searching, but I may find myself by the end." "I think it will be soon," he said, a beatific smile on his wasted face. The other Elaine looked sad. "Will the end make you happy?" "Oh, yes, my dear, I think it will. Like Peter Pan said, it will be an awfully big adventure. Who knows, I might even find my marbles just like Tootles." He gave out a wheezing laugh that sounded like the last gasp of leaking bellows. He raised her hand to his lips and dropped a gentle kiss on her skin. "Now run along and find Ada. I think she would like to give you a cup of tea, to make up for everything that happened." The other Elaine nodded and rose to her feet. The Elaine who watched sensed darkness and tried to call out, to beg her not to go in, but her voice had been stolen by the other Elaine, and she could do nothing but watch as the inky shadows of the house swallowed her ghost self. She was afraid. She didn't want to go in. Fearful things lurked in those shadows, but she was forced to follow the scene as it played out, and the other Elaine wandered through the rooms searching for Ada. She found the woman in the morning room, looking almost as frail and worn as her brother. At first sight of the other Elaine, Ada gasped and reached for the pearls, which looked dull and listless against her greying skin. Elaine was surprised to find that she remembered those pearls. "You!" Ada cried. "Why have you come?" The other Elaine smiled. "Albert said you would give me tea. Tea makes everything better. And I came to play with Alex." "There is nothing here for you. You shouldn't have come. You've taken enough from us." Anguish twisted Ada's wrinkled skin and forced her to turn away from the apparition. The shadows closed in on the watching Elaine as she saw the other self shrink before her eyes. "But I've come to find Mandy. She's here somewhere. I lost her," the other Elaine said as she got smaller and smaller, like Alice in search of the key. "You are her, you foolish child. And she was nothing. You are nothing. Do you think that a snit like you has the right to bring down a family such as ours? Crawl back to your gutter and leave us in peace." Ada tugged on the pearls so hard that the string broke, and the precious, creamy beads were sent skittering to the four corners of the room. "Now look what you made me do, you evil girl!" Ada screeched as she fell to her bony knees and scrabbled on the floor for her darling, sea-born babies. The Elaine who watched had to look away. The scene before her was one of wretchedness and despair, and it had shrunk the other Elaine to a mere shadow. A child of 3, afraid and tearful. A child who wanted to run from the room in search of comfort and loving arms which would protect her and take her home. Ada crawled across the floor, gathering her pearls and muttering, "We thought you were dead. There was so much blood. Esther knew what to do. She always knew what to do, and we thought you were dead." The old lady got to her knees and faced the child. "We couldn't let everything be ruined by a silly game gone wrong. He was only playing. It was just an accident. He was just a boy, and we thought you were dead. We were too late, and we thought you were dead. I was so frightened. 1,000 years of a good name, a reputation to uphold, and all ruined by a silly game. He didn't mean it, but you were dead, and there was so much blood. But Esther knew what to do. She always knew what to do. We carried you into the tunnel and locked you away. No one would ever find you there, and we could keep him safe. He was only a boy, and he didn't mean to do it. It was just a game, don't you see? We thought you were dead.
Then it was Elaine who was running, trapped inside the body of the child, breathless and terrified, as she ran straight into the arms of the monster. The thing of her nightmares. The beast under the bed, the creature in the wardrobe who had dogged her midnight terrors all her life. He was laughing at her, his breath foul and laden with the tang of alcohol. He grabbed Mandy's arms and made her wince and squirm. It rendered Elaine trapped inside the tiny body, frozen and defenseless.
Well, well, well. Look who we have here, the monster laughed, his clammy hands clutching and pinching the skin on her arms. If it isn't my little friend Mandy. Want to play a game, Mandy? Cowboys and Indians, wasn't it? His voice was a narrow, fetid hiss. He pulled back his arm, balled his hand into a fist, and punched. From inside the tiny frame, Elaine felt the lights around her vision dim, and the velvet darkness take its place as Mandy was blanketed in unconsciousness. The image of Alex Gardiner-Hallow's face floated, like a photographic negative, for just an instant before the blackness won. Consciousness came gradually, in slow waves of realization, which lapped at her like the rising of the tide, carrying with it the debris and grit of reality. There had been no dream, only disassociation born out of pain and distress. It had made her mad and weak. Now she was facing the demon she had come in search of, but he had rendered her useless with his usual tricks. Her hands were tied, her feet were bound, and he had filled her mouth with a stinking cloth which made her want to retch and choke, just like he had the last time. They were in near darkness. Only a flickering candle with its dancing flame illuminated the space. It sent Grand Guignol-like shadows flickering across the walls and shaded Alex's face into something even more grotesque. Elaine sensed damp stone behind her, and over the stench of the cloth that gagged her mouth, she could smell mold and mildew. They had to be in the tunnel. She struggled against her bonds, realizing even before she started that the effort would be futile. Alex laughed at her. I'm afraid I've got a bit better at securing my captives these days, Mandy, he chuckled. It's a shame there was no barbed wire to hand this time. It would have made a nice touch, don't you think? He reached across the narrow space between them and traced the scar with his finger, making her squeeze her eyes shut and squirm in revulsion at his touch. I like this. It suits you. Think of me as an artist who likes to sign his work, he said, the words dripping from his tongue like old oil. I suppose you could say that we ought to be even by now. I took your future from you, and now you've taken mine from me. In a fair world, that would make us equal, but it's not a fair world, is it, Mandy? You should be dead. Yet you're alive. I should be out there, living my life to the full, lauded and successful. But because of you, I'm here in this shithole, mouldering with those walking corpses upstairs. Do you know how many people have crawled out of the woodwork because of you? I have no life now. I have no future, and that's your fault, Mandy. I should have done a better job, but practice makes perfect. He reached down into the darkness for something that she was unable to see from her place on the bench. What I did to you back then was no childish prank, no accident. I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see how far I could go, how much I could get away with. Childhood is a rehearsal for life, Mandy, and you were just a prop. He raised the object that he'd picked up from the floor, and in the flickering light, Elaine saw that it was an axe, its blade slick with menace. Let's see if we can't do better this time, eh? She closed her eyes and curled her body up as tight as she could against her bonds, waiting for the first blow to land.
But he carried on talking. "Don't cringe yet, dear girl. I want to enjoy this. I'm taking you with me, you see. I knew the moment I saw you in dear old Esther's lounge that you had come back from the dead, and that sooner or later what I did to you would come back to haunt me too. I didn't know if you would remember, and at first I thought you wouldn't, and that maybe we could be friends. For a moment or two I even fancied we could be more. That would have been a delicious irony, wouldn't it? I'm sure the public would have loved such a cozy story with a nice, neat, happy ever after. But you don't come from good stock, do you? No. You come from the gutter just like that white trash sister of yours. You can blame her for this if you want to blame anyone. You might have been safe if it wasn't for her." He was sitting now, on the end of the bench, just out of reach from her feet. "Do you know that she offered to sell you? She must have hated you a great deal. Of course, she had no leverage over me until you popped up again. No body, no proof. But with you back in the picture, well, the sky was her limit. She thought she was set for life." He laughed. "I don't think this family has had that kind of money for 200 years. Do you think we've been selling off the family jewels for fun? Not that we've had any of those for a while, but you get the picture. So here we are, Mandy. Your big sister took her pound of flesh from the papers instead, and now I'm ruined. Labelled as a child molester, called a psychopath, and my reputation in shreds. All because your sister hates you and loves money. What a sorry pair we are, dear girl. Isn't it good that neither of us will be here to read all about it in tomorrow's papers? If we're going to be famous, let's really give them something to write about." He stood and raised the axe while Elaine descended into blind, tied-and-bound panic. Brodie was frantic. She had tried everywhere and she couldn't find a trace of Elaine. She stood on the edge of the knot garden, breathless to the point of puking, and trying to convince herself that there was no way Elaine would have gone back into the house. Not in a million years. She could see the old man on the terrace lolling in his chair. It was no good. She'd have to go up there and ask him, much as the prospect freaked her out. Gathering herself together, she moved forward on legs that were shaking with the effort of too much running. "Excuse me," she said to the old man as she climbed the terrace steps. He didn't respond. Perhaps the old boy was deaf. "Excuse me!" She said it louder as she approached. There was something off about the way he was sitting, like he had collapsed and folded in on himself. With reluctant fingers, she reached out and touched his blue-grey hand, which dangled like a limp rag, skimming the flagstones by a fraction of an inch. It was stone-cold and inanimate, a realization that made her jump back and gasp as the possibility that he was dead penetrated her racing mind. Steeling herself, she touched him again, feeling for a pulse where none remained. "Shit!" she said, dropping the rigid hand. "Shit!" Now she would have to go into the house and get help. Gingerly, she stepped through the French windows and into the room beyond. It was the room with the entrance to the tunnel, but she didn't have time to worry about that. Moving forward, she called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" She received no answer, so she headed deeper into the house, hoping she would stumble across the pragmatic Pavla. Instead, her journey was interrupted by the sound of weeping, a low keening that emanated from a room across the hall and echoed around the stairwell like a distant siren song. Drawn towards it, she discovered Ada, on her knees, a handful of tiny beads in her cupped hands. "My pearls," she said, holding them out to Brodie as if the action would demonstrate the depth of her despair. "My pearls," she repeated in a breathless grizzle. Brodie found herself quite repulsed by the spectacle of this once grand woman on her knees, grovelling on the floor for something that would cost a couple of quid in Argos. She pulled a face, as if Ada were emitting some noxious smell instead of raw emotion. "Where's Pavla?" she asked, vaguely hopeful that the woman on the floor would pull herself together enough to answer. Ada was still gazing at the depleted treasure in her hands. "Gone. She left. She couldn't cope with poor Alex and his temper," she whispered. Great. Wonderful, Brodie thought. "Well, if she's not here, you're going to have to pull yourself together, lady, because I think your brother's croaked it. Best you call an ambulance." Her sympathy for the woman was beyond non-existence. Her priority was finding Elaine. Ada seemed stunned by the words, remaining on the floor like a supplicant.
"It's that girl. She brings nothing but trouble with her," she said finally, with a great deal of venom.
"What girl?" Brody demanded.
"That child, that devil,"
Ada spat. "Look, lady, I don't know what you're on about, but I need to go and find my sister." She turned to leave, but was stopped in her tracks by Ada's next words.
"We should have bricked the damn thing up when we had the chance. At least the child would have stayed dead."
Realization dawned, and Brody, ignoring Ada completely, ran back into the library and towards the tunnel entrance. The door hadn't been closed properly, though it looked that way at a quick glance. As she approached, she could feel a draft lifting the ends of her hair as ice-cold air squeezed its way through the gap. She cast around the room for something that would provide some light, but found nothing that didn't need electricity in order to work. It was no good. She'd have to brave the dark and find her way by touch. If what she suspected was true, Elaine would have made her way back to the marble bench where they had found her before. Swallowing down her fear and revulsion, she pulled the door open and wedged it with one of Albert's books. There was nothing like a bad horror film cliché, and she wasn't going to take the chance of justifying one by making it real. Cautiously, she made her way in, using the residual light from the room behind her to help find the steps. The light ran thin and soon disappeared, forcing her to feel her way along the wall and watch her footing just as she had done before. Her biggest fear was of spiders, or the chance of walking face first into a cobweb which might cling to her face and choke her. That fear was soon replaced with something more, as she crept forward and saw the flickering light. She heard an echoing voice booming with menace. Terrified, she clung to the wall and tried to stay in shadow as she inched along towards the speaker. A few feet from the ranting man, she glimpsed the axe in the dancing light and realized that it was intended for Elaine, who, Brody could see, lay on the marble slab trussed and tied like a specimen of game. She had nothing. No weapon, no light, no chance. If she ran back now, it would be too late. Elaine would be dead and would be coming out in a body bag for sure this time. The only tool Brody possessed was herself, and if that's what it took to save Elaine, then that's what she would use. There was no way Mandy was dying twice, not here and not now. Too damn much had been sacrificed in saving her. Doing the only thing that Brody knew how to do best, she stepped forward into the light and shot her mouth off. "Fucking hell, mate, you sound like some cliché psychopath from a bad movie. If you're going to kill her, cut the bloody bullshit and get on with it, will you? There'll be a van load of coppers down here before you finish waffling, so either piss or get off the pot." Her words ricocheted off the tunnel walls like gunshot. Alex wheeled round, his face a picture of shock and surprise as he faced the hooded, black-clad nemesis who had just ruined his finest moment. In a roar of anger and indignation, he rushed forward. With no time to raise the axe, he rammed it into her. As she dropped, he stood over her sagging form, axe raised and eyes flaring, ready to make the killing blow. From her corner on the marble bench, Elaine saw the shadow of a gigantic figure move forward and raise its arms, a deadly weapon held aloft. Brody's voice still echoed round the walls as the creature roared and brought its weapon down upon his prey. A scream of horror, which she couldn't emit because of the filthy rag in her mouth, hurtled through her, bouncing off every cell in her body and settling like a malevolent stone in her head. The weight of it called back the velvet blackness, and it curled around her consciousness in dark ribbons, like fronds of smoke from a toxic fire. Brody's scream rang in her ears, feeling like a second, echoing heartbeat as it pulsed through her. She couldn't fight the looming darkness and sank down into it, hoping that there wouldn't be time to wake before the final blow fell. Chapter 18. Dan picked up Brody's message when he stopped for coffee at Taunton Dean Services. He was already one step ahead of her, having received a call from Jack, telling him the location of Elaine's last financial transaction and what it was for. He had kicked himself for not guessing that she would go back to the beginning. Jack's call had come just as Dan and Bob were removing the last of their kit from Elaine's house. The fact that some of the kit had pulled plaster from the walls unnecessarily and had stripped out fixtures that didn't strictly need replacing was neither here nor there. If Graham Ellis did get his mitts on the property, what he didn't pay in legal fees would be more than taken up by the repairs which would be needed to make it habitable again. If Elaine could keep the property, he and Bob would put it back bigger and better than before. Along with the tools, Dan had picked up anything he thought Elaine would want to keep, mostly personal things, clothes and ornaments, and the few photographs that were in the house. God knows what Ellis was planning, but if it involved any kind of injunction, it might be the last chance Elaine would have of getting into the house and retrieving the things she valued. It felt strange to try and choose the things another person would want to keep. However, he'd done his best, and now all her worldly goods were rattling about in the back of his van on their way to Devon. Hallow's End looked like a film set that had been mothballed. Not a soul was about as Dan drove through the village. The absence of any signs of life gave the place an eerie feel, as if everyone had just walked away, leaving their kettles boiling, their dinners on the table, and their TVs blaring. Not even a dog was barking, and the trees were still. Not so much as a leaf daring to flutter or fall in case it broke the spell. Dan knew from Jack that Elaine was staying in a house near the church, so that was where he headed. Unless she had rented the rectory, there was only one other option. A small, squat house which sat next to the churchyard. The fact that her car was parked outside offered him the relief of knowing that he'd got the right place. The relief was replaced with trepidation as he walked towards the door. Much as he wanted to believe Jack when he had argued that Elaine had only left because of concerns that he would find her and Brody a burden, he was fearful that the truth was something different. He wondered if he'd pushed Elaine too quickly, taken advantage of her vulnerability and put her under pressure. If that was the case, he needed to apologize and ask her if they could start again. If Jack was right, Dan needed to convince her that it was rubbish and that she and Brody weren't a burden, they were a purpose, his reason for being. The door was ajar and swung wide open at his touch, revealing the house to be as empty of life as the rest of the village. Brody's clothes were strewn over the back of a chair, and used cups sat on the table. Upstairs, the bed had been slept in, and Elaine's bag sat on the floor, though the only thing she had unpacked was the one-eyed, mouldering dog that had been her childhood companion. It sat on the bedside table, the remaining eye fixing Dan with a vacant stare. The sight of it made him feel hopeless, as if whatever he had come here to achieve would be a losing battle. It would be harsh to expect Elaine to relate to him if she couldn't even relate to herself. He was about to sit down on the bed and nurse his despair when the oppressive silence was broken by the shrill wailing of an emergency vehicle moving at speed through the village. 30 seconds later, it was followed by another. The bedroom window only gave a view of the churchyard, so Dan wasn't able to see where they were headed or know whether they were the police or paramedics. All he could see was the passing flash of blue lights announcing an emergency. Brody was finding it hard to breathe. She was convinced that the axe-wielding maniac had broken her ribs. She had no idea how long she had been there, poleaxed and waiting for his blow to fall, but it had seemed like an eternity. The fact that her scream was still echoing around the walls told her that it couldn't have been. It had been seconds at most. She tried to stand, but the pain in her chest wouldn't let her, so she was forced to lie in the dark, panting for breath. The candle had blown out, and she couldn't see a thing, but she sensed movement and it terrified her. Something was moving in the dark, grunting and huffing as it groped about. Fearful that it was the lunatic about to make his second bid, she tried to push herself back and further into the tunnel, away from the fingers of candlelight that might reveal her if he relit the flame. The movement was too much, and she saw stars as pain coursed through her like a tidal wave. She and Elaine were going to die in here, and there was nothing they could do. She heard scritching as a match was dragged across the stone. She closed her eyes before it flared, not wanting to see the coming of her own demise. It was seconds before she dared open them, compelled against her own fear to at least glimpse the Grim Reaper. She allowed a tiny crack of light to enter through her eyelids, then opened her eyes wide as she registered that the grinning face that loomed above of her belonged to Derry. Tears of abject relief blossomed, bloomed, and fell as she took in the scene. The man with the axe lay prone on the floor behind Derry. What looked like copious amounts of blood seeped from his head and mingled with the dirt of the floor in a congealing, sticky mess. From where she lay, Brodie couldn't see Elaine, but she could hear her moving on the marble slab. "Untie her!" she gasped, the pain in her chest booming with every breath. Derry nodded and moved out of her line of sight, so that she was left to stare at the prone body of the axeman. He didn't appear to be moving, but she couldn't be sure. Tears were blurring her vision. The pain was making her dizzy, and the fear that at any moment he might rear up and drag them all back into the nightmare was making her crazy. From the corner of her eye, she saw Elaine's legs swing down as she slithered from the marble slab, landing in a shaking heap on the dirt floor. She crawled towards the prostrated form and barely looked at Brodie. Instead, taking her own undone bonds and with sobbing, shaking fear, using them to tie the unconscious man's hands behind him. Brodie noted that she had done a lousy job, but that it would be enough to slow the fucker down if he tried to get up. Only when Elaine turned to her, reaching out for her hand, did Brodie realize what he had done. Elaine's face was an unrecognizable mess of swollen, bloody flesh. She tried to speak, but was damped into silence by a strident voice bolting like a coursing hare along the tunnel. "Derry Tyler, so help me God, if you're down here messing about again, I will have your ruddy arse. You know what the police said? No bloody entry!" The voice resounded, flooding the passage with furious confidence. Brodie couldn't think of a time she had ever been more grateful to hear someone's anger. She tried to call out, but all the breath she had couldn't be afforded on speech. Rosemary Tyler rounded the bend, her torch beam bouncing and playing over the walls. She spotted Derry crouching on the ground with his hands over his head. "There you are, you great lump! I swear you'll be the death of me!" she boomed, having not yet noticed what lay beyond her cowering brother. Brodie's gasping drew her attention and she wheeled round, the light from her torch revealing the havoc that had taken place. It was a rare moment for anyone to witness Rosemary Tyler struck dumb. Dan's day was becoming more and more surreal. He had followed the sound of the sirens only to see a stream of black-clothed people, some clutching what looked like sandwiches, following a vicar, Benny Hill style, across the grounds of Hallows Court. The bizarre tag team appeared to be heading towards the ruined chapel, where the oscillating lights of an ambulance and a police car played across the ravaged stones, making it look like the venue of some sinister rave. He spotted Miriam amongst the crowd of funeral voyeurs. A feathered fascinator hung drunkenly from her hair, its bedraggled feathers making limp attempts to draw attention in the feeble breeze. A paper serviette dangled from the front of her dress. "What's going on?" He wondered if she was in any fit state to tell him. She shook her head, causing the fascinator to slide down even further, where it clung precariously, looking like it had just sprouted from her ear. "I don't know. We were having Esther's wake and all of a sudden there were sirens blasting past the house. The vicar went out to see and everyone followed him. Where are the girls?" she asked, looking behind him as if he had concealed them from her sight with his large frame. He was about to shrug when he caught sight of two paramedics emerging from the ruins of the chapel, carrying a stretcher. Brodie lay on it. He recognized her from her hoodie. Behind them, a police officer was helping a woman over the fallen stones. He saw that it was Elaine, though he wouldn't have known it by her face, which was swollen beyond recognition. Only her clothes gave her away. "Over there!" he said, pointing his finger in the same direction in which Miriam's astonished stare had been drawn. Another ambulance roared and screamed its way into the clearing, suggesting that there were more injured people on the scene and only adding to the confusion of what was going on. Dan ran forward in a bid to reach Elaine and Brodie, but was held back by a burly, strident copper who barred his way in no uncertain terms. "Stand back, sir. No one is to go past this point." Dan tried to argue, to push past whilst willing Elaine to look over and call him. The uniformed protector cut him dead and shoved him back. bawling at the rest of the observers to move back and let the professionals do their jobs. Forced to just stand by and watch the scene unfold, Dan waited with the twittering throng until the second team emerged from the ruins, carrying another stretcher. No one could see who lay on it. The brace around the person's head obscured their view. Next to emerge were Derry and Rosemary Tyler. Derry had been handcuffed, and Rosemary was shouting obscenities at the two officers who were guiding him over the uneven terrain. She was waving a torch in one hand and held a mobile phone in the other. More police cars arrived, scattering the gathering crowd and adding to the speculation. Then, the most bizarre thing of all happened. Ada Gardiner-Hallow strolled out of the trees, carrying a shotgun nestled against her shoulder. She stalked towards the group, which parted before her as if she were Moses on the banks of the Red Sea. For Dan, everything seemed to slow down, becoming an ambiguous blur of movement. The only people he could see clearly were Ada and Elaine. The barrel of Ada's shotgun was pointing straight and true towards Elaine. Screams and shouts surrounded him, blunted and burbled as they filtered through the torrent of adrenaline that was coursing through his body. He tried to move, tensing every muscle against the sensation that his feet were made of lead and were stuck firm in a pool of thick tar. Derry moved into his line of vision, placing himself in front of Elaine like a shield of flesh and bone. He took the full force of Ada's shot, which boomed around the clearing like the retort of a cannon fired from the battlements of a castle. Everybody dropped to the ground as if their strings had been cut, all except Elaine. Ada and Derry, who hovered for a moment, looking down at his ruined chest as if surprised that he wasn't bulletproof after all. His mouth formed an O of shock as he fell forward onto his knees, his body sagging towards the earth like a sack of coal falling in slow motion. Blue uniforms flashed past like streaks of ink across the otherwise frozen scene, but it was Elaine who got there first, leaping over Derry as his life force ebbed away and wrenching the shotgun from Ada Gardiner-Hallow's hands barrel first. Ignoring the heat of the hot metal, she swung it round, bringing the stock crashing into the old lady's shoulder and felling her like a sapling. The whole move was accompanied by a bellow of rage so primal, so fueled by fury, that it made the still echoing gunshot sound as innocent as the popping of a balloon in comparison. Dan watched transfixed as Elaine dropped the gun and looked at her hands, which had been branded by the searing heat of the metal. It was only then that she looked up and met his eyes, her gaze traversing the chaos and revealing that she had sunk to the absolute depths of despair. In the hell that was breaking loose around them, it seemed like she was at the epicenter, burned and burning in a fire fueled by the sins of others. A police officer scooped her up and bundled her into the back of the ambulance, as others forced everyone back in order to secure the scene. There was so much noise, a cacophony of shouts, screams, and demands. Such was the chaos, the scene, had someone thought to record it, would have looked like a misguided collaboration between Hieronymus Bosch and Jackson Pollock. In the midst of the pandemonium, Dan fragmented, deafened and defeated as his world fell apart. It was all he could do to stay on his feet in the midst of the furore. Chapter 19. Derry's funeral took place a fortnight later. Half the village had turned out to see him off, much to the open indignation of Rosemary, who stood to the side of his open grave with the other mourners at her back. She stood upright and stern-faced, radiating hostility. Her black suit was creased, and her grim-set jaw refused to allow her eyes to shed a single tear. It wasn't from a lack of sorrow. Losing Derry had ripped her to her core. It was the other mourners who determined her pride. She would be damned if she would let them see that she was weak. Across the yawning hole she could see Elaine, clinging to Dan's arm and looking down at her shoes. At least he'd had the courtesy to ring and ask if they could attend. Apparently he'd been worried that she would hold Elaine responsible for Derry's death. Angry though Rosemary was at the injustice of his demise, she didn't blame Elaine. She blamed herself. She blamed Esther Davies, and she blamed Ada Gardiner-Hallow. But mostly she blamed Fern Miller. Derry had been her responsibility from the day he'd been born, and one look at his soft features had forced their mother to reject him. From that minute he had been Rosemary's baby. The appellation nearly forced a smile. Rosemary enjoyed a joke, no matter how incongruous it might be, but even she drew the line at smiling at a funeral. She missed him. Derry's absence from her world was so painful, so acute, Rosemary felt as though Ada had blasted that hole through her own heart, not her brother's. She set her jaw more firmly. She would not cry, not in front of these two-faced bastards anyway. The vicar droned on, using words she didn't care for and issuing sentiments she could have no truck with. Rosemary did not believe in his God. God was love, and her God had died with Derry. When she was prompted to throw the handful of earth she held clutched in her hand, it hit the lid of the coffin with a heavy thunk. The pressure of her grip had moulded it into a hard pebble, and it rolled across the wood without breaking. At that point she knew she was supposed to walk away and allow the other mourners to make the gesture. But she didn't. She stood sentinel at the graveside and watched each and every one hurl their handfuls of hypocrisy onto her brother. Only Elaine's contribution made her falter. She had thrown down a little toy dog. It was a grubby-looking thing, and it only had one eye. At first, Rosemary felt affronted by the gesture, assessing the tawdry little offering as an insult to her brother. Then she thought about it. The dog was exactly the kind of thing that Derry would have coveted. It occurred to her that Elaine was probably the only other person at the funeral who understood who Derry had been. It was an oddly comforting thought. There was no wake. She would be damned if she was going to feed the buzzards with tea and cake. No, they could take themselves off to the village pub where they could make her ears burn with their gossip. As the mourners walked away in scattered, whispering groups, she hesitated. Dan and Elaine had remained. She contemplated inviting them back for a cup of tea, but thought better of it. She had nothing to say, and by all accounts, Elaine hadn't spoken much since the day Derry had died. No, it was a bad enough day for it, without two women sitting in silence, brooding on the presence of the elephant in the room. She didn't mean Derry. He'd been a clod-hopping giant, it was true. She meant Jean. For Rosemary, the elephant was the lie she had told and the promise she had never broken. It was such an old lie she hadn't thought of it in years. The lie and the promise had become part of the fabric of her reality, and in her mind had mutated into truth and loyalty with the passage of time. The only challenge to it had been Elaine's appearance at the cottage just a few weeks before. She and Jean had been the best of friends. Closer than sisters, really. When Jean had visited on the 15th of July, 1983, Rosemary had been at a loss to stem the grief her cousin had felt at the loss of her child. Jean's loss had seemed like a cavernous, unfathomable thing, compounded by the fact that her husband had left her for another man. Rosemary had never been a woman familiar with the subtleties of solace and had floundered in the face of Jean's unhappiness. When Derry had stumbled through the door with the child in his arms, it seemed like the perfect solution. Rosemary had never liked Shirley Miller. She was a Davies before her marriage, and a Davies had never liked a Tyler. They had attended school together, and their families had maintained a feud that had rivaled that of anything Shakespeare had imagined. A feud so old that no one could remember what had started it. It had been the feud that had driven Jean's family from the village, so it seemed fitting that Jean should take something back from the Davies. Resentments ran deep in the countryside, and hatchets were rarely buried, unless in the back of someone's head. Jean had taken the child with her that day, and Rosemary had promised to never breathe a word of it. She had kept the promise and nurtured the lie. But the price was the loss of her relationship with Jean, and the women had not spoken since. Rosemary had felt her loss more keenly than anyone would ever know. When Elaine had left Jean's ashes on her doorstep, Rosemary had taken some. Just a teaspoonful, a token, really. She kept them in an old OXO tin, on top of the dresser where Jean could keep her company and no one would be any the wiser. Old friends, nursing their privations and keeping their secrets in silence. After Derry's funeral, Elaine had been like a demon in the house. Dan could do little but stand back and watch as she scrubbed and vacuumed and scrubbed some more. By the time she had finished, she doubted that a speck of dust had survived the onslaught. Unbeknownst to either of them, she had cleaned away every trace of Jean. Even the finest hidden particle had been bleached to buggery and beyond. She still wasn't talking. It was as if the events at Hallows Court had robbed her of the ability to vocalize. Dan could sense an anger in her so great that he suspected that she dared not give it voice, even if she wanted to. He had fallen into the habit of just letting her get on with it. Any challenge or protestation only seemed to make her worse. She would turn away from him and make the gulf between them even greater. Even Brody couldn't break through. But Brody was wrapped up in her own grief. Shirley's suicide had hit her doubly hard after Derry's death. With everything else that had happened, she was hard-pressed to get dressed and make it downstairs, let alone play a role in rehabilitating Elaine. It was a nightmare, and one that Dan sincerely hoped they would all wake up from very soon. He wasn't sure how much more he could take, but knew that he would never leave them. Elaine rammed the vacuum back into the understairs cupboard and slammed the door. Dan watched as she stalked from the house and into the garage. Wondering what on earth she was planning to do out there, he followed. He stood aside and watched as she dragged the bags and boxes he had retrieved from her house into the back garden. At first, he thought she might have decided to go through them and seek the solace that could be gained from a nostalgic look at her past. Instead, she piled everything up in the middle of his lawn. When she emerged from the garage, lugging a jerry can full of the petrol, which he normally used to fuel the lawnmower, he started to panic. "Elaine? You don't know what you're doing!" She shot him a furious glance as she slopped petrol onto the heap, even throwing on the can itself once it was empty. "Elaine, please! You're going to regret it! Don't—" His words fell on ears deafened by determination. She took a windproof lighter from her pocket, also purloined from the garage, and struck it. She looked him straight in the eyes as she threw it onto the pyre. Then she walked away. He stood agog as the flames leaped, reaching the petrol can and sending it up like a rocket as the fumes inside exploded with the heat. It landed somewhere to the rear of the house, in a field, thank God, where the only damage it caused was to frighten the retired donkey who resided there. The thing set off, running like it held first place in the Grand National. Dan winced, hoping the poor creature wasn't going to drop dead of a heart attack, and turned his attention back to the fire. Elaine's life melted and popped in a slurry of molten black plastic and smouldering cardboard. In the midst of the fire, Dan could hear glass and china shattering in the cherry-red heat. He thought about trying to put it out, but it seemed pointless. Nothing could be salvaged. The destruction would be total. He turned to find Elaine, unsure of how he should react to her wanton destruction. She had gone back into the house. In the kitchen, she had helped herself to his whiskey and was pouring out a second liberal measure. "Elaine!" He trailed off, so far out of his depth with this that even a life raft couldn't save him. She slugged down her drink, wincing at the bitterness and the heat. "Don't call me that. It's not my name. If you love me as much as you say you do, you will never call me that again." Dan stood, open-mouthed. It was the first time she had spoken more than a perfunctory word or two in weeks. He reached for the whiskey bottle and took a swig. She was shaking now, so much so that she could hardly put her glass on the table without knocking it straight back off again. Dan took her hand and tried to steady it as the shaking turned into shuddering. She started to take huge gulps of air, which mutated into sobbing. Then she sank to the floor in a tear-sodden heap. The dam she had built to contain the reservoir of her feelings had broken, and Dan had nothing with which to stem the flood. She cried like that for nearly an hour. Sometimes the tears receded only to gush out again as a fresh wave of distress washed over her. Brody had wandered in at one point, shuffling in on the quiet feet of her onesie. She had looked at them with eyes far too familiar with the grief and unhappiness that was pouring out. She hadn't said a word, just loitered in the kitchen for a moment, too tired from the constant effort of drowning, not waving. Dan's own eyes watered at times, though whether it was from emotional contagion or a reaction to the acrid smoke that billowed in through the open door, he wasn't sure. Everything was gone. Every trace of Elaine and every trace of Jean. Even the clothes she was wearing belonged to him. She looked both ridiculous and vulnerable in the huge t-shirt and shorts she had stolen from his laundry pile after the funeral. She raised her head from his chest to speak. Her breath was sour with old whiskey and dehydration. "Would you take me shopping?" He stroked her hair. "Sure. What do you want to buy?" She looked down at the clothes she was wearing. "A new wardrobe, a new life, and some grass seed. I think I just ruined your lawn." He was tempted to laugh, but it twisted and died in his throat. He felt like he had lost her. The woman he knew was in the garden, tangled in the dying embers of the fire, soon to be extinguished completely by the summer rain that had started to fall. When the three of them returned from their shopping spree, Dan could finally admit to a whole new understanding of the term retail therapy. Even Brody seemed to have cheered up from the acquisition of a few new items of apparel. The only thing that had truly suffered from the experience was Elaine's credit card, which must have been wilting from overuse. Even Dan had enjoyed it, though loitering self-consciously in women's clothes shop wouldn't have been his favourite way to spend an afternoon. He had loved the spark of life that the activity had engendered in his two favourite people. The kitchen table looked like the aftermath of a high-end jumble sale as Elaine and Brody reviewed their haul. Dan nursed his coffee and smiled at them, nurturing a flicker of hope for the future. When the clothes had been put away, the torn labels put in the bin, and Brody had made a fresh pot of coffee, Elaine spoke. "We need to talk." "About what?" Brody asked. "Everything." Brody and Dan exchanged glances that were loaded with trepidation. "When you were both at the supermarket yesterday, Tony called round. It was Fern's court hearing yesterday morning. She's been charged with blackmail and perverting the courts of justice." "Good," Brody said. Dan said nothing. "I've arranged to go and see her." "What the hell for?" Brody demanded. "I would have thought you would never want to see her again after what she did." Elaine sighed and squeezed her brow between thumb and fingers. "I don't particularly, but she's the only one who can tell me what really happened that day. I need to see her, I need to know, because we all need to put this to bed and move on." "Well, I'm coming with you," Brody said. "No, not this time. I'd like to do this on my own." Brody opened her mouth to argue, but one look from Dan and a slow shake of his head stayed her. "I still don't think it's a good idea," she muttered under her breath. "I don't think she's asking us, Brody. I think she's telling us." He'd resorted to calling her she after the ban on the use of Elaine. He felt like he was talking about the cat's mother and kept expecting a clip around the ear for saying it, just like his own mother would have dished out. Brody looked as if she was about to sulk, but seemed to think better of it. Dan was strangely heartened to see it. Brody sulking because she couldn't get her own way was a sign of normality, and the first marker that things were slowly getting better. He had his own doubts about the wisdom of Elaine's decision, but under the regime of her fledgling assertiveness, he was learning not to argue. "I suppose you'll want to borrow my car," he said. She had refused to drive her own, and despite the fact that he had offered to have it thoroughly valeted, still insisted that too much of Jean still lingered. It was currently sitting at the yard awaiting sale. "If you wouldn't mind." "If you accept that it is a measure of my complete faith in you and see it as a gesture of absolute and unconditional love, then no, I don't mind. However, if you dent it, I will throw you out onto the street and disown you." He was pleased to see the flicker of a smile twitch at the corners of her mouth. "I won't dent it, don't worry." It was probably the nearest he was going to get to a statement of undying love from her, but for the time being, it was enough. Elaine drew some strange looks from other drivers as she made her way down the M5. She was probably the only person on the planet who would voluntarily drive an Aston Martin under the prescribed speed limit. Taking unnecessary risks with Dan's pride and joy was not an option. She was still struggling to accept that he loved her more than the car, but taking care of it was her way of showing him that she was trying. One day soon she would tell him what it had been like growing up with Jean, how claustrophobic it had been, and how hard it was to identify with a sense of self and know how to be. Being the most precious object in another person's world was not all it was cracked up to be. She hoped he would understand that she loved him too, but didn't want to be consumed by his feelings as she had been by Jean's. At this stage of things, she found herself chronically averse to the concept of love. All thoughts of that were pushed aside as she approached the junction where she needed to turn off. Fern had agreed to meet her on the neutral territory of a country pub, and only a few minutes of driving remained before they were due to meet for probably the last time. Brodie had been astonished to learn that the doyens of the justice system hadn't clapped Fern in irons and thrown her into an oubliette. Elaine had carefully explained that being exponentially greedy and immoral weren't, in legal terms, capital crimes. Morally, the jury was out. Brodie had declared, "That dude who said the law is an arse was dead right." Elaine was inclined to agree, but she didn't want to save the world. Just herself, Dan, and Brodie. Fern was waiting for her at a picnic table in the pub's garden, the ubiquitous cigarette hanging from her fingers. Elaine bought herself a drink and sat down opposite, surprised to find that she didn't feel nervous at all. Fern looked worn, and 10 years older than her 44 years. "I suppose you want to tell me what a scumbag I am, and how I ought to be ashamed of myself. Well, join the queue, love, you won't be the first," Fern said. "No, I haven't come to say that. Neither have I come to let you off the hook or to forgive you. You'll have to work all that out for yourself, Fern. I came because I wanted to know what happened to me and why." Fern snorted. "Yeah, 'cause it's all about you, isn't it? No one ever bothers to ask about me, do they?" Elaine swallowed in a bid to ingest some stoicism. "I'm asking now. Tell me, how was it for you?" Fern stared at her and seemed to think about it. She stubbed out her cigarette, took a swig of her drink and lit another. "Okay, so you want a family history lesson. Where to start? Shall I start with my mum dying when I was 7? Or shall I start with your mum getting herself up the duff so my dad would marry her? Or shall I start with the fact that after my mum died, the only thing my dad ever loved was the bottle? I could tell you what it was like for me and Tony, but you don't want to know about that, do you?" she said, bitterness dripping from her tongue like acid rain drips from broken guttering. "You seem to forget that he was my father too." Fern laughed and leaned forward. "Really? Well, that fact might be debatable, but thank your lucky stars you didn't have to know him. He fucked off and left us when you were 6 months old. Don't ask me where he went, because I don't know and I don't care. But I did care that I got stuck with Shirley, and I did care that I got stuck with you, the friggin' golden child. Everything was always about you, and it still is. That's why I left you to it that day. I could have done something, and perhaps I should have. But I didn't. And when you went missing, I kept my mouth shut. I didn't see why I should get in trouble over you. As far as I was concerned, it was good riddance. Alex fuckface wanker had done me a favour. Do you honestly not remember what he did?" Elaine shook her head. She had snatches of recall, but nothing concrete, and it all added up to jumbled feelings of fear and panic rather than images. The only thing she could picture clearly was Ada's pearl necklace. "I'll keep it brief and spare your feelings," Fern said, her mouth twisting into a snide smile. "He tied you to a post in the stables with barbed wire. He had it wrapped round your neck. Then he tried to poison you with rhododendron leaves. When I found you, he had a penknife, and I reckon he would have cut you if I hadn't scared him off. He was gouging the eyes out of that bloody dog you used to carry everywhere, and you were screaming your head off. And you just left her. I mean, me, there. Like that." "Jesus, no! Do you think I'm that much of a frigging monster? I went and got Esther and that old woman Ada." "But you said you kept your mouth shut, that you didn't tell anyone." Elaine was confused. Fern had the grace to blush, a florid, blousy puce. "Well, I did after. When they came, you were out of it, blood everywhere. The barbed wire was all the way into your neck, and Esther had to go and get pliers to cut it off. We all thought you were dead. Ada was freaking out, and when Esther got you free, she checked your pulse and said you were a goner. I don't know what they did then, they never told me." She said it as if it was an inconsequential detail. "And you never said a word? Not to Shirley, not to the police, not anyone?" Fern didn't say anything and refused to look at Elaine. Her silence seemed to stretch out into long, uncomfortable minutes. Nature abhors a vacuum, and like her daughter, Fern was compelled to fill the gap. "All right, she fucking paid me. 200 lousy fucking quid to keep my mouth shut. Happy now?" Elaine stared at her, wide-eyed and incredulous, her mind working 19 to the dozen, connecting all the dots. Eventually she spoke. "Exactly how long were you blackmailing Ada?" Fern shrugged and looked mildly shamefaced. "Long enough. Put it this way, life on benefits isn't much fun, you know. You had it easy, we all did you a favour. Elaine's shout drew the curious stares of several customers. Had it easy? You left me for dead! Calm the fuck down, people are staring at us, Fern hissed. Anyway, you didn't friggin' die, did you? Elaine took several deep breaths and tried to regain some composure. She was gripping the edges of the table with both hands and felt as if she might snap the wooden plank at any second. Excuse me if I'm finding all this a little hard to take in, she said through gritted teeth. So what happened? I turned up alive and kicking and you decided to up the ante? Something like that. I figured what with him running for election I might get a bit more out of them. Not exactly short of it, are they? Turns out he wasn't as easy to scare as Ada, and there was no money left if you can believe that. If you can't get it one way, you get it another. I figured the papers would pay even more for the truth. Anyway, what's it to you? I'm getting my comeuppance. Elaine peered at her in feigned indifference. Oh, I don't know, Fern, not much, I suppose. Only that you making laughable that monster over the edge and nearly cost me and your daughter our lives. You're hardly worth worrying about, really. Though she had fairly oozed sarcasm, the whole effort was lost on Fern. You lived, didn't you? At least you aren't facing a prison sentence. Wasn't she? Not all prisons had bars on the windows and locked doors. Elaine looked at her, weighed her up, and tried to decide if it was plain old narcissism or outright sociopathy that made Fern Miller tick. Maybe it was just bog-standard stupidity, given that her greed had outweighed her sense. Either way, Elaine knew she was on a hiding to nothing. She stood to leave. One more thing. Why did you give Brodie away to Shirley, and why did you want her back? Fern seemed surprised by the question. Might as well be totally honest while we're at it. Not going to save me now, is it? I didn't want a kid, and Shirley did. It was compensation for you, I suppose. I felt I owed it to her. Stupid, really. And if you really want to know how low I'll go, I'll tell you. I wanted her back so I could get the tenancy on Shirley's flat. You can't look a gift horse in the mouth. I hope, Elaine said, that one day you'll discover that there is a special kind of hell just for people like you. In fact, you're probably already in it, but too stupid to know. She turned around and started to walk away. Fuck you, Mandy Miller! Fern shouted. Elaine just carried on walking. She had one more visit to make before she finally turned her back on the past. Miriam seemed to have shrunk from the inside. Her once plump flesh had started to sag away from her bones, as if she was folding in on herself. She had developed a tremor, evidenced by the way the cup rattled in the saucer as she handed it to Elaine. Half-filled boxes littered the room, and, like Miriam, the cottage was fast becoming a shadow of its former self as all the life was sucked from it. I can't believe they're making you move out. It seems so unfair after everything you've been through, Elaine said. It was Esther's cottage, not mine, and only grace and favour at that. Besides, the original receivers, or whatever they call them, aren't exactly known for their sympathy. They've given me 3 months, but I'd rather go sooner than later, Miriam said with phlegmatic resignation. I'm not sure I want to live with the memories now anyway. Elaine could see her point. Things had not turned out well for anyone. Where will you go? I've still got a few friends in the village. I'll stay with Elsie Sutton for now. The vicar is trying to find me a nice flat in a sheltered housing scheme, but it takes time. I'll be all right. It's not the end of the world. Is there anything I can do to help? Oh, bless you, love. The best thing you can do is put it all behind you and have a good life. And look after Brodie. She deserves better than what she got. Miriam looked as if she was about to cry. I'll do my best, I promise, Elaine said. She leaned across and squeezed the old woman's hand, though it felt like a paltry gesture under the circumstances. They sipped their tea and endured a moment's quiet. I met up with Fern earlier, Elaine said, casually slipping it into the silence. Miriam set her tea down on the side table and sighed. You know, I never did like that girl. She was always so devious. You have to wonder if some people are just born that way, or if life makes them that way. I mean, look at my family. There's definitely a bad gene somewhere. I spent half my life wondering if I carried it, or if it was going to pop up somewhere. When I look back, Esther was always a cruel creature, even as a child. Yet you were so loyal to her. You cared for her. And was she all bad if she loved Alex so much? Everything she did was about protecting him. She was my sister. I didn't think I had a choice. I come from a generation where you just do your Christian duty and don't ask questions. As for Alex, I've been thinking about that, and I keep coming back to the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not covet. That's what she did. She coveted him, and it can't be right. It has to do some damage. Elaine was still assessing her own damage and had to agree. I always knew he was a spoilt boy, and he could be a spiteful little sod too at times. But he could be a charmer when he wanted to. And let's face it, who was I to question things? They were the Hallows, and I was just the paid help, Miriam said. Esther was the paid help too. Miriam shook her head. Oh, no. She was more than that. Much more. She was their crutch. They couldn't have functioned without her. Let's face it, the likes of Ada and Albert weren't bred for hardship. Without the likes of us, they don't function at all. Without their crutches, they fall flat on their faces, and they spend their lives despising us for it. Look what happened to them after Esther got ill. Cobbling by with a bit of foreign help and becoming the masters of their own destruction. When that Pavla went, it all came tumbling down like a house of cards. It was a pretty fair assessment as far as Elaine could see. People like the Hallows always needed someone else to hold them up. But she saw it less like a house of cards and more like a stack of dominoes. Tip one, and they all fell. What do you think will happen to Ada and Alex now? She said absently, thinking out loud. They'll get their just deserts. They might think they are above the law, but it doesn't mean it's the truth. We'll all have to take the consequences of our actions one way or the other, Miriam said, as if she knew firsthand exactly what that meant. Miriam, I have to ask, did you know what happened to me? Were you aware of what they did? I know you've told the police that you didn't, but I'm asking you now, and it's important that I know. Miriam looked at her, eyes brimming with tears. She put her cup down and reached for Elaine's hands, grasping both of them in her own. If you knew what you meant to me, what Mandy meant to me, if you knew who you are to me, you would have never needed to ask me that question. The answer is no. If I had, none of this would ever have happened. You and Brody are the nearest things I have to grandchildren. You mean the world to me, and I would lay down my life for you. No, I didn't know, and it's the biggest regret of my life, and I have a few of those to make the comparison. Elaine looked into Miriam's eyes and saw something of herself there, reflected back in the woman's glistening tears. She believed her, and they parted on good terms. Before she made the long drive back to Bristol, Elaine walked to the churchyard and knelt down by Derry's grave. Someone had recently put fresh flowers there, hand-picked from the woods and standing haphazardly in an old jam jar. Elaine gave them a little extra water with her tears, and blew 2 kisses for him as she stood to leave. One for the first life, one for the chance of a second. Chapter 20. Jack Pearson closed his newspaper and set it down on the table. His wife passed him a cup of tea and said, "Well?" Jack exhaled slowly. "It's not going to trial. He's been found unfit to plead." It was always disappointing when a judge found a defendant unfit to plead. It went against public interest and left everyone dissatisfied. Derry Tyler might have saved Elaine and Brody, but he hadn't done the public any favours by caving in Alex's head with a rock. The incident had left Alex with serious physical deficits, and Jack pondered the irony of the fact that Alex had ended up in much the same state as Esther, metaphorically all dressed up with nowhere to go. Sometimes fate seemed to dictate its own form of justice. "And it's taking them 18 months to decide that," Mrs. Pearson said with a huff of disgust. "I'm pretty sure any one of us could have told them that man was stark staring mad. So what happens now?" Jack rubbed his eyes with fingers and thumbs as if the action would wipe away the weariness he felt. Section 41, I should think. They'll ship old Alex off to Broadmoor or some such, and he won't see the light of day again until the state sees fit, which will be never, I hope. Not that he could achieve much now, unless he recovers. That bash on the head left him quite damaged. Mrs. Pearson harumphed. Well, I suppose that's something. If he'd stood trial and been sentenced, there'd be a chance he'd come out one day, and who knows what he'd have done next. She shook her head in bemusement. Those poor girls. And the police never connected it to him until all that at Hallow's End. Jack felt like her words were some kind of indictment. He had been the police, and he hadn't made the connection. He would probably feel guilty forever over Mandy Miller, even though he couldn't have known her disappearance was the result of a child's game gone wrong. Too many people had lied, and lied well. If only one of them had told the truth, he might have got to the bottom of it sooner. But then again, if they had been natural truth-tellers, there would have been no case in the first place. Ah, well, c'est la vie. The police are not perfect, Mary, he said, a little defensively. Besides, that lot at Hallow's End were pretty good at covering their tracks. I'm not sure if that makes them mad, or just plain bad. Mary poured herself a cup of tea. Born bad, if you ask me. Maybe the silver spoon was tainted. Which reminds me, whatever did happen to the old lady? It all seemed to go a bit quiet in the papers about her. I must admit I was a bit curious about that myself, so I did a bit of digging. He saw Mary roll her eyes. She never had accepted that just because he had retired, he wasn't dead. The machinations of the law and all it encompassed still drew his interest. Apparently she was sectioned after the to-do at Hallow's End, under the theory that no woman of 80 could possibly be in her right mind to pull a shotgun on someone. Elaine broke her shoulder, you know, when she hit her with the gun. Who'd have thought that slip of a thing would have had that in her? The words were accompanied by a wistful shake of his head. For all that had gone before, he still missed Dan, Elaine, and Brody, even though they were a motley crew. Anyway, Ada's dead now. Died about a year ago of natural causes. Mary frowned. Well, I know which place she ended up in, and I hope she's nice and warm down there. Evil old cow, she said. Jack wasn't so sure. Was she evil? I don't know. I always got the impression she was just out of her depth. I think she acted out of fear and confusion rather than evil. Everything had gone wrong, and she blamed the only person she could see as the common denominator. He mused. Mary let out a snort of derision. You're too bloody soft, Jack Pearson. Life goes wrong for lots of people, but they don't go around trying to shoot people, she argued. Jack thought she might be surprised by how many who did, but didn't say so. Anyway, there was an interesting twist on what happened to the estate. It turned out that old Albert had it mortgaged up to the hilt, no doubt under pressure from Alex. It's being turned into a hotel now. Mary raised her eyebrows. Can't see many people wanting to pay for a room there, what with its history. Jack loved his wife, and even after all these years could be both charmed and irritated by her naivety in equal measures. For Mary, everything was in comforting black or white, and the only shades of grey she had ever considered were in that bloody awful book he had caught her reading. He would never have thought he could learn something new about her like that after 40 years of marriage. Ah, well, he had to live and learn, he supposed. You'd be surprised, love. I expect it will be a roaring success. People paying to see the tunnel where it all happened and all. Mary shuddered. Then people are ghouls. I would have thought they would have filled the damn thing in. Apparently it's a structure of great historic importance, Jack said. Mary was adamant. I don't care. They should have filled it in and cordoned off the site. What happened there doesn't bear thinking about, she said righteously. Anyway, changing the subject, are we still going to Weston this afternoon? If we are, I'll make up some sandwiches. We can have them on the prom. Save spending a fortune in cafes. I can't believe how much they want to charge for 2 bits of bread and a bit of limp ham, not to mention the coffee. £2.50 a cup, I ask you. I can buy a whole jar for that in Lidl. Jack smiled at her fondly. Black and white. That was Mary. He was quite partial to a nice doorstep sarnie and a frothy coffee, but he guessed he would have to let her have her way. Soggy sandwiches in tinfoil and a flask of rancid tea it would be. "I'll go and pull the car out of the garage ready," he said. Jack unwrapped his sandwich and recoiled as the pungent aroma hit his nose. Why did she always have to make egg? The stench of sulphur could have knocked half the population out at 20 paces. Noticing that Mary had wandered off to look at postcards, he surreptitiously resealed the foil and wandered towards a litter bin, feeling that not even the wheeling, swooping seagulls were deserving of so unappealing an offering, though the greedy beggars would have had his hand off for it given half the chance. He shoved his lunch into the bin and looked down onto the beach, his eyes drawn to a young girl who was tickling a baby that lay on a blanket. He could see the baby giggling and kicking its legs. The hearty chuckle of its laughter was caught up by the wind and delivered to his ears, forcing him to smile at the little scene. Something about the girl was familiar, and it was a minute or two before he realized that he knew her. She looked different now, softer and more rounded. Her cheeks held a glow of health and her body was plumped out with what looked like contentment. She was wearing colour, no hint of black, and she actually looked like a girl now, not some generic little scrote who was neither Arthur or Martha. Brodie had bloomed into a pretty, diverting young woman. Jack was pleased to see it, and even more pleased to respond to the familiar voice that came from behind him. "Hello, Jack. Long time no see. How are you?" Dan said, his voice conveying genuine pleasure at this unexpected meeting. Jack turned to look at Dan, his face cracking a real smile as he greeted the other man as if they were long-lost friends, which, in a way, they were. "Bloody hell. Fancy bumping into you," Jack said, pumping Dan's outstretched hand with real warmth. "I was only thinking about you this morning." "Fancy a coffee? I just came up to get one for myself," Dan said, nodding towards a small kiosk advertising takeaways. Jack scanned the promenade for Mary. She had disappeared into some shop or other. "Why not? It'd be good to catch up," he said. Dan bought their drinks and they settled on a bench overlooking the beach. Jack pointed down to the sand. "I see Brodie's still in tow," he said fondly. Dan laughed. "Oh, yes. Couldn't shake her off if I tried. She's a good kid, all that business changed her a lot, and she seems to have grown into herself now. She's got a lot of guts, that one. You know it was her as well as Derry who saved Elaine's life that day. She stood up to Gardner Hallow good and proper." Jack nodded. "I heard. I always knew that mouth of hers would come in useful one day." They both laughed, but it had a hollow ring. Too much of Brodie had been lost. "She's at college now. Wants to be a chef. I think that's why I'm getting fat. I'm the victim of her experiments." Dan patted his stomach, which was as flat as ever as far as Jack could see. He smiled. It was good to know that the kid had found a meaningful future. "I'm pleased. She deserved a break." "Do you ever hear from Tony or Fern?" Dan shook his head. "Nah. Tony kept in touch for a while. I think he thought he had to, but it drifted. Brodie won't have anything to do with Fern, and the last we heard she had buggered off to Spain with some bloke called Gary. I can't believe she only did a year inside. Doesn't seem fair somehow. No doubt she will turn up like a bad penny one day." Jack gazed down at the girl who sat on the blanket, looking out to sea as the baby gurgled and kicked beside her. "Can't help but think she's better off without them," he said tentatively. Dan gave him a slow nod of agreement. "Me too, though I don't say too much. She's still a bit sensitive where all that is concerned." "Not surprising. It can't be nice finding out you drew all the short straws in life," Jack mused. "What's the baby called?" He waved his paper cup towards the beach. "You mean the centre of our universe? He who must be obeyed, adored, and worshipped? That's Derry. Cute little bugger, isn't he?" Dan said, his voice oozing affection. Jack's eyebrows rose in surprise. "She named him after—" "Yeah, she did. He was the one who saved both of them." Jack nodded his understanding. He hadn't gone to Derry Tyler's funeral, but often felt he should have. "She sent me one of her pictures, afterwards. I got it on my lounge wall," Jack said, remembering Elaine. You want to hang on to it. They're going up in value all the time. All that bollocks made her famous. Good job, really, especially after Graham Ellis won his case. She was left with nothing after that. Yes, I expect it did. Jack was avoiding asking about Elaine and hoping that Dan would furnish what he wanted to know. He knew that she hadn't been charged for the assault on Ada Gardner-Hallow. Plenty of witnesses swore that it was self-defence, though word on the inside was that it was revenge for everything that had been done to her. Jack wouldn't have blamed her if it was, and he was glad that she'd been allowed to get away with it. Justice wasn't always best served by the process of law. Sometimes it was a natural and instinctive thing. He'd been quite moved when Elaine's parcel had arrived. It was one of her original illustrations, an old one, featuring the little girl who appeared most in her work. A cherubic little thing in a pink cardigan. In his picture, she was picking flowers in a beautiful garden, while a little one-eyed dog gambolled round her feet. Jack liked to think that Elaine had sent it because she knew he loved his garden, but of course, she had never seen it. The truth was, she'd sent it because it was a picture of Mandy, though Elaine hadn't known that when she painted it. He loved the picture and could spend hours looking at it, but sometimes wondered if it was a gift or an accusation. Until he worked it out, he would keep hold of it. So she copes all right, does she? He said, pointing at Brodie. Dan sighed beside him. She has her dark days, but she manages. I was worried when Derry arrived whether she would cope at all, whether it would bring too much back for her, but I think he helps. And looking back, it might have been a mercy, really. She was so young. Jack thought he knew what Dan was trying to say, but he had a strange way of putting it. Yes, it can't be easy taking responsibility for a baby at that age, he said. Dan laughed. Yeah, she loves him to bits, but still turns her nose up when he needs changing. It's a good job me and Mel aren't so squeamish. Jack shared the laugh, but felt a little sad. Clearly it hadn't worked out for Dan and Elaine. But whoever Mel was, she had to be a decent sort to take on Dan with Brodie in tow, and dealing with a teenage pregnancy couldn't have been an easy task. He thought he might like to meet her. Do you ever hear from Elaine, then? Jack asked, sorry that he wouldn't get to see her again. Not really. She doesn't make much of an appearance these days. After the incident, she just sort of disappeared. I used to think it was a bad thing, but I'm not sure she could have coped with it all, really. Things had to change with little Derry in the picture. A woman, who Jack had spied earlier, standing on the shoreline, was walking up the beach towards them. Even at this distance, Jack could see that she was pregnant. The wind had pulled the fabric of her dress tight across her stomach, revealing a burgeoning belly. As he looked, he saw her put a hand up and wave. He wondered if he was supposed to know who she was, then realised as Brodie returned the wave that it must be Mel, the new woman in Dan's life. He felt sorry that Elaine hadn't stuck round. She was the one who deserved the happy family. She changed her name, afterwards. I don't think she could stand to be either Elaine or Mandy. Neither of them had brought her much luck, Dan said, getting to his feet. After Brodie lost the baby, everything had to change. She said that if she allowed us all to get stuck in the past, then none of us would move on. So she reinvented herself. Anyway, come and say hello. Jack stood up to follow, feeling confused. The woman on the beach had reached the blanket where Brodie and the baby lay, and she was standing looking at them both, with one hand on her swollen belly. Jack stared at her, realization dawning. The woman had a scar. It ran from the side of her neck and down under the collar of her dress. For some reason it looked less angry now, less livid. Jack wondered if it was the effect of hormones, some pregnancy thing that had made it fade, but he preferred to think it might be the effect of redemption. Just so I'm straight, he said, turning to Dan. Mel. That's a combination of Mandy and Elaine. Dan nodded. Daft, I know, but I think she wanted to keep the best of both of them, but be someone different entirely. She did it by deed poll, which turned out to be a right pain, as she had to change it again when we got married. Jack's mind was reeling. So the baby isn't Brodie's? Dan looked at him confused. No, Derry's ours. He was a bit of a surprise, I admit, but then I suppose it only takes the once. Brodie lost hers the day it all happened. I thought you knew. Jack shook his head. He hadn't known. All in all, he hadn't really known anything worth knowing. When I think back to that day, which I try not to do very often, to be honest, I thank God for letting them both live. But even God has a price, I suppose. And the price that day was Brodie's baby. When Ada fired the gun, the shot sprayed out. Most of it hit Derry and the ambulance door, but a few pellets went wider, and some hit Brodie. She already had a couple of broken ribs from where Gardener Hallow hit her with the axe handle, but the pellets penetrated her abdomen. The fetus didn't stand a chance. If Ada had been closer, Derry probably wouldn't have been able to save Elaine, but the penalty of her being further back meant the pellets sprayed and Brodie copped him. Dan spoke with a tinge of deep sorrow edging his words. Jack shook his head in a slow, contemplative movement. It's always the innocents. The woman who was now Mel looked up, a smile of surprise and pleasure breaking like a new wave across her face as she recognized Jack. He raised a hand and saluted her. To his amusement, she grinned and took a bow before pointing to her tiny son and Brodie, who treated him to an impish grin. Then the girl poked her tongue out at him, showing that the Brodie of old was still alive and kicking. Jack laughed, the sound of it rising from his belly and resonating in his chest until it erupted as a bay of pleasure. Some things never changed, and the knowledge of it pleased him greatly. If you enjoyed The Lost Child, then keep listening for an exclusive extract from Anne Troup's second novel, The Silent Girls. Prologue. Tuesday, 8th of September, 1964. On Tuesday, the 8th of September, 1964, the state hanged John Bastin for the brutal murder of 5 women. While his wife and child stood outside the prison gates, waiting for the execution bell to toll, a distraught young woman took a coal shovel and beat a man to death. She brought it down again and again, slicing through cloth and flesh and hitting bone as her victim squirmed and cowered under the torrent of blows. Finally, his movement ceased, and all that remained was the battered pulp of his body and a glistening ooze of blood. The woman felt no sense of regret, even though she paused to feel for it. All she could locate was the heightened pulse of her adrenaline-fueled heart and the sound of quiet sobbing from the woman behind her. "Oh, Jesus! What have you done?" the other woman cried. Her words were loaded with fear and whistled out through her misery like the thin strain of a battered bugle. The woman looked at the blood-gorged shovel and noticed that her heart rate had started to slow into a dull, regular thump. She glanced at the body and prodded it with the toe of her shoe, bristling at the realization that some of his filthy blood had stained the leather. The right thing. That's what. She could feel nothing but relief now that the nightmare was over. She turned to the woman she had believed was her friend and said the words exactly as she meant them. "You owe me for this." There was no such thing as a favor that didn't have to be repaid, and she had a clear price. The other woman glanced down at the dead man, and then at her own ruined body. She paid her debt 4 months later. That was The Lost Child by Anne Troup, read by Jenny Bede. This program was produced by ID Audio, an audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Anne Troup 2015. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Anne Troup asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.